rule everything around me. Chop, chop, so they found me. Too high, can't ground me. Purple haze surround me. So open up them windows and feel the way that wind blows. I gotta keep that tempo, tempo. That ain't that simple, simple. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. All the way, all the way. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. Higher, higher. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. All the way to the top. Right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to
What you gonna say? That I should take it easy. Standing on the edge, trying to catch my breath. Well, nothing beats this feeling. So I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. Oh, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy, am I made for sure? You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall, so everybody, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Here we go again, here we go again. Now I see double vision, hanging on the edge, now I'm out of breath. Oh, tell me, am I dreaming? I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. No, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy, am I made for sure? You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall, so everybody, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. No, I'm not the type to write it in a letter. It takes a lot for me to admit that I'm infatuated, and everybody knows. 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 Everybody knows.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1, day number 2. That's why I say welcome back, because yesterday we had a jam-packed day full of FIFA 21 action, and today it's going to get better and better. Yes, we're going to crown our champion of this region for the Qualifier number 1. Now, my name is Kyle Walker and I am joined by Mike LaBelle all the way in New York City. Mike, it's very early there, but I'm glad you're up. I'm glad you're awake. We're about to get day 2 underway, aka Championship Sunday. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Eyes are open. Energy is still hidden. It is 4 a.m., but I'm ready for some quality FIFA to be on display. Every time we get together, it's not even about the competitors and how they're playing. It's because we're here that things have been really lucky in terms of we're given that gameplay flow. That's why they keep scoring all these goals. Nothing to do with them, though. Just everybody keeps scoring a bunch of goals because you and I get together. That's what I think's happening.
That's true. No clean sheets. That's what we want. No clean sheets at all. Right, we've talked all about that day 1 and all the action. So let's throw back. Let's go and see what happened yesterday at day 1 at the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1.
East Asia, the first qualifier of the region, is here with 2 days of exciting competition. And we're already anxious to find out who's our champion. Our day 1 kept us all entertained with dramatic matches and surprising results. Jay versus Eggsy, our first winner bracket matchup, with Eggsy being the favorite and it's 2-5 in favor of Jay. Eggsy struggled to score his second goal and moved to the loser bracket.
Look at that ball, finds the man who finds the finish at the back post, and you can see how excited Jay is about that.
Another great matchup followed, having spotlighted 2 of the best players in the region with a competing history together, Nasri and Agoo. Nasri crushed Agoo 5-1, defending his spot in the winner's bracket.
He skips past his man and finds the finish, just like in semi-final number 1. All inside, Ronaldo, left foot. A little heel to heel in the build-up, and Nasri's patience pays off.
Moving forward into the competition, Nasri met Jay in the winner bracket final, and after a dramatic close match that led to penalties, Jay secured his place in the grand final with a 9-8 total score. The 4th game of the day was an elimination game between Louis and Curl. Another high confrontation that sent Curl into the next round, while defeated Louis had to leave the competition after being so close to get into overtime and potentially defend his spot.
He's getting greedy, and why does he not get greedy when he can score goals as quickly and as brilliantly as that?
Nice.
And the last matchup of the day, another eliminatory encounter, Rudra versus Amran, that ended 2-1 for Rudra, giving him another chance to advance in the grand final.
Patient build-up. Lovely ball inside, and then the tackle just as good. It bounces back, and the red timed finish trickles in. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? Indeed, the words of Nate, PTK, and Treaders right there as we look back at day 1 at the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Region Qualifier number 1. And Mike, I mean, yesterday we saw a little bit of luck. We saw domination, we saw possession, we saw efficiency as well. Hopefully we'll get more of the same today.
And we saw a lot of fist pumps. That seems to be the universal way of celebrating. You either got one up here. We saw a couple of fists dabbing up the camera or coming across the screen. But I'm expecting the same, more of the same, more goals, no clean sheets. This is the same message that I've been promoting, and it's been working, even though it has nothing to do with me, but I'm manifesting.
I like that. I like the manifestation. Put it out there into the universe. No clean sheets today. Now, if you're at home and you look at your watch or you look at your phone and you go, oh, it's January. What does that normally mean? Well, it means Team of the Year. Yes, we look back at some of the best players from 2020, from the last year, and Team of the Year is here. And this year, there's a public vote where everyone gets the chance to weigh in. The voting opened on January the 7th. So make sure you can be heard. Vote now at ea.com/team of the year. Now, someone who has done that and someone who I've already name checked is Jay Treaders. And yesterday we had a look at his friend, part of the Hive Mind, Nate PTK. We looked at his team. So let's have a look at Jay Treaders' team right here. Okay, I've got it in front of me actually. Now, Mike, Mandanda in goal. Surely Jay Treaders is the only person in the world who's choosing him, right?
I'd love to know the Steve connection. Mandana does have FIFA history, but I am confused. It's probably based on a FIFA standpoint and even based on real life as well from a goalkeeper selection. Continue, Kyle. What else you got?
Well, he's got Hernandez right back, Amavi, Laporte, Kimpembe, Renato Sanchez. I think a lot of people will be including him. Fekir, Ayor, Ben Yedder, Benzema, and Mbappe. A lot of French links right there.
So he's gone French and Ligue 1, basically. There's nobody else in there.
I mean,
I'd love to see the response to this via Twitter because it can't be happy days with some of these selections, leaving off a lot of big clubs, a lot of players that are pretty easy arguments to make. We're better on the pitch and of better value in the game as well in the virtual pitch.
I mean, yeah, he says it's all in real life, but yeah, I don't know how some people haven't made that team of the year. Maybe we can question on him a little bit later on. Now, if you are at home and you're watching this competitive action yesterday and today and you want to get involved in it, well, you can do, all right, with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Yes, these are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. It's as simple as that. Mike LaBelle, talk us through it.
I thought you were going to say hosted by Kyle Walker, but that's not going to happen. But for your tips, your tricks, your walkthrough, your all of the above, it's implemented and integrated. It is really and truly your job. Get everything you need, gaming-wise, really easy, simplicity, all in one location. And that's what it's all about. It's built into the platform. I think most of us here would have played in some sort of tournament. It's also a great way to get involved from a grassroots perspective. If you're wondering, well, maybe I'm not at the pro level yet. Well, where do I get started? How can I test myself? I feel that this is a fantastic gateway or entryway into competitive FIFA.
It is indeed. Now, we've already given Jay Treaders a little bit of stick right there. If you want to get involved in that, if you want to get involved in sharing your opinions on anything from today, well, you can do on Twitter, all right? Make sure that you do join the conversation at EA FIFA Esports using that hashtag FGS21, all right? Make sure you do get involved in all of that. We want to hear from you, not just in the Twitch chat. We want to hear from you on Twitter as well. Right, Mike, let's talk about the tournament, okay? We've got the full bracket that we can look at right here. Now, the action started yesterday. We saw some players progress through that winner's bracket right there. J7 is awaiting in the grand final. He beat RRQ Eggsy. Nasri came up against Agoo, and that meant that SZJ and Nasri went together in that winners final, but it was SZJ7 Scars J who comes out on top of that one. And then we drop down into the losers bracket where we'll start day 2 here at the East Asia region. Yes, round number 1 is done and dusted, and that saw Louis take on Curl and Rudra take on Amran, and that sets us up for 2 matches this morning. RRQ Eggsy taking on Curl in that round number 2. That comes up first, and then it is Agoo Kunten taking on Rudra, hoping to get through to that loser bracket round 3. Then the loser bracket final, where, as you can see, Nasri is patiently waiting to see who he will be facing. Right, let's have a look at the day 2 schedule. This is how everything will unfold today. At 10:10 Central European Time, RRQ Eggsy takes on Curl, and they kick off the tournament for us today. Loser bracket round 2 continues with the Gukun taking on Rudra at 10:11, and then we have our loser bracket round 3 at 10:12 Central European Time, and then our loser bracket final, Nasri waits his opponent before seeing who will take on SZJ7 in that grand final at 2 Central European time. Make sure you're here. You do not want to miss that one right there. Right, Mike, we are thinking about our first matchup. It is loser bracket round number 2. These two going head-to-head against each other. We've already seen a little bit from them, but now is their time to shine, Mike.
Well, it's my favorite part of the competition when we get into these final loser bracket games. Win or go home, win or turn off your PlayStation, win or go for a walk, whatever you want to incorporate as the new phrase that we should be using here. But there's a lot of pressure on the competitors. Every round solidifies them a better position for their legacy. It gets some more points on the board. Also, there's financial benefits here. And of course, you see on screen, you've got Eggsy coming from Indonesia. 4231 Arsenal supporter, FIFA 13. I'm just happy that he was born in the 90s, not born in the 2000s.
Yes, I completely agree with that one. Mike, one thing I did want to talk about was the formations. Now, we've got favorite formations on these little bios that we put together of the competitors, but they definitely do change in game, don't they? They're very good at adapting in this region.
Without a doubt. And I would actually say the East Asia region, you often see some unusual or unorthodox formations in comparison to some of the other competitive regions. I just think that they've got a different way of playing the game, and that's pretty normal. If we were to sit here and talk about South America gameplay, which you did yesterday, a lot of times the South Americans have their own way of playing, North America, and then going to Europe. And sometimes we see so much of the gameplay from the North American community and the European community just because there's so much content being created, and we get used to this being the norm. This is the formation that we're used to seeing. This is the meta, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is the meta. And I talked about this yesterday a little bit with someone like Web Nazari, who's had a lot of success internationally. Often when he gets to events and he pulls up, he's giving you a different package, a different look, and people are saying, well, what is he doing? Why is this working? I didn't know that this was going to give you some sort of competitive advantage. And that's what's great about FIFA is the game constantly shifts throughout the year.
Oh, I cannot wait to get day 2 underway. Let's bring in our casters, our commentators, Nate PTK and Jay Treaders as well. And Treaders, I need to come straight to you. I can see on your face. I mean, come on. Kimpembe? Fekir? Renato Sanchez?
I get what you're saying. I hear you totally. It's not the most meta team. It's not the most realistically best players, best team of the year even. But can you imagine the scenes on Twitter if they were to come out with that team? And plus, that's quite affordable for someone like me. Who wants Amavi? Who wants Benzema? I do. Get him in my team. And we've got all the French links. I think it's my team of the year, but for non-traditional team of the year reasons.
I love that. You're thinking of the wider community. You're not just thinking about yourself. You're not being selfish like me and my choices. You're thinking about everyone else. Right, let's get into the predictions. Nate, I'll start with you. That's a fresh looking shirt right there. Have you just changed?
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for bringing that up. I definitely didn't just go to have a quick snack 10 minutes before live and spill it all over me. Cheers, Sanitarium. We're moving on straight away to this first game, Carl. How good is it to have FIFA today? We got Curl for mine is going to be the strongest of the two. I like that game against Louis yesterday, and I think Curl's going to come out on top.
Right, it is Curl for you. Relax, take a chill pill, Nate. It's okay. You can sit into your chair a little bit. There we go. Treaders, who are you going for?
The hive mind continues. I'm going to back Curl in this one. We're going off the man that's got the win previously. I think it's a lot easier for someone to come off the back of a win rather than bring the form into today and have that confidence in their ability from the get-go compared to someone like Rudra, who's just might be a little bit shaken.
And Mike, who are you thinking for this one?
Well, it's a new day, which means there's going to be a new way, and there's going to be new gameplay. And I was not that impressed when I saw Curl go up against Louis. I felt both of them were decent, but I didn't see anything that I hadn't seen before in this competition. So even though Eggsy's coming off a poor result from the winner's bracket, I think that he's going to recover, and he's had enough time to leave that game in the past. So I've got Eggsy.
I'm with you on that one, Mike LaBelle, as well. 2v2, it's Curl against RRQ Eggsy. Let's see what happens. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much, Kyle. Let's get it cracking. Championship Sunday. There's quite a while, really, until we find out who will be our eventual winner. But it all starts today in the loser bracket round 2. My name is Nate PTK. I'm joined by Jay Treaders, all Team of the Year. Shenanigans aside, Treaders, these competitors get to use some incredible foot items. Yesterday, which foot items in particular stood out to you?
I mean, it had to be, even though Louis went out, it had to be his use of 95 Pele. Every single competition, he's worth a lot of coins, probably the most expensive foot item used in these qualifiers. But the things that he can do when you get him in the final third is simply incredible.
Talk about those things, Treaders. I'm not going to let you off the hook there.
Absolutely.
What can he do that's different to some of those more vanilla gold cards you'll see in my team?
It's just the way the ball seems to stick to his foot when you're doing scoop turns, stop and props, whatever it may be. Your creativity is the limit when you're using the 95 Pele. It's just something to behold when you're watching him go to work with a competitor that knows how to use him. When I'm using those kinds of cards, it's just a little bit of stick spamming, so to speak. But when these competitors use them, it's just something, they pull off some ridiculous skill chains.
We hope to see more of those as the day progresses. Welcome to day 2 of the East Asia qualifier. This is the loser bracket. Round 2, match 1 between Eggsy and Curl. The Arsenal fan representing. Hopefully there's a few of you in the chat here today. Good tackle early. Cancelo into St. Max again. The foot items, they are of the competitor's own. They're not using any special squads. If you're watching along enviously, it just means they've grinded to get their teams the way that they are. Look at that high line early on for Eggsy. Trying to play it in behind his Curl. No damage done. And good to see Nick Pope in goal, proving that the cheaper cards, foot items, can definitely still get it done.
Absolutely, Nick Pope, just a card, an item that we continue to see time and time again. Interesting to see Eggsy making use of the player lock to send long balls to the striker. We're seeing more and more ingenuity when it comes to the way of using these new tactics, the new meta, trying to discover it at this point. We're only at qualifier 1, and as we go further and further and more patches come out and limit the overpowered items that may be currently existing in the current edition, we'll see the true meta and what we'll see used at the final playoffs.
I really enjoy that early stage of each FIFA when everybody's team is somewhat similar to mine, and then we progress to the end, the FIFA E-World Cup, and you've got icons, 95s, 99s galore, the best of the best in FIFA esports. Here in East Asia, you've got the best of the best competitors. The cheeky ball into the area, probably not the exact passing animation Eggsy would have been hoping for. Doesn't come off, and at the moment, nice and balanced to start off with. Curl calm in his possession and build up. He did beat Louis 4-3 yesterday. One of many Japanese competitors still here. We said yesterday, or I said yesterday, I'll put it out there, that they are the strongest nation in East Asia. They have produced so many wonderful competitors. And that continues on here to FIFA 21.
And to continue on that, they just have so many competitors that continually turn out for each of the regional qualifiers, whether that's the Summer Cup series or this current event. To see Eggsy smashing the desk in that situation, maybe there's a goal coming on, and indeed there is. Brilliant finish in that situation. Player lock, scoop turn, and a lovely finish by Eggsy. Well created from the man.
Reminding me a little bit of Greek Freak. You can't tell if they're happy or upset when they score, when they concede. It is a similar looking feeling, similar looking response. Credit to Eggsy, not backed a lot by the panel. He lost 2-5 yesterday, but it's to the man in the box seat, Jay, So maybe he'll be meeting him again later on today in that grand final. It is he who takes this early lead. He is, of course, a best of two-legged affairs all the way throughout until that grand final. Foul given away. Player ragdolling all over the ground just for a bit of good fun. Curl just rushing things a little bit. That through ball down the line, never really on. And in these early stages, you can get a little scrappy. Competitors warming up for the day, if you like. We know competitors have different routines and preparations. Some prefer to play lots of games during the day. Some prefer not to play many at all. Eggsy, nice and fresh here on day 2. Finishes this time with Neymar as a sip of water for good measure and must be loving life here on Championship Sunday.
Beautiful bit of build-up play there by Eggsy. Just waited for the correct ball to play through there. And Neymar, for him, more than happy to run onto it. And when you get Neymar one-on-one in the goalkeeper in the final third, I don't think there's too many items that you would prefer.
I had some good debate with some of you in the Twitch chat yesterday that extended post-broadcast, talking about different foot items, which ones are good, which ones are bad, are informs worth it, all that good stuff. Curl will be looking to a few of his go-tos. Zinedine Zidane tackled into the area, might leave a little bit of a hole in defense. Eggsy playing it nice and early, but Curl brings Edison out of goal. A bit like Federici for MacArthur today in the A-League. Boots it clear and out of play. Don't think we'll see Federici today somehow.
As much as I'd love to see that man rocking up in these qualifiers, I don't think that'll be happening. Interesting to note is the way that Curl is playing so aggressively with his fullbacks. It's leaving so much space in behind when he gets to this position and his players are overlapped. And Eggsy is more than happy to play nice and direct because his strikers currently aren't marked.
Right idea there with the through ball, but quite overpowered. And Nick Pope, the lowest rated keeper that you will actually see today, used for that height. And the belief that height is indeed everything rather than the base stats. Will that be proven to be effective or not? We're not sure, because there haven't been too many opportunities. I assume Edison at the other end would just pick that up. He leaves it. The defender able to get it clear. And an exclamation point of sorts at the end of that first half. That sees Eggsy with the 2-0 lead.
And again, though, that space left in behind by Curl at the moment. And Eggsy is more than happy to try and get that initial over-the-top through ball and make him pay. Even he has a little bit more time as well because of the way FIFA 21 is with the AI tracking back. They don't track back nearly as aggressively as they have in previous generations of FIFA. I think Curl will find that the more players he's getting forward, the easier it will be for Eggsy to score. But we're at 2-0 down, still over just under 3/4 of the game to play. It's a little bit of a risk versus reward game happening here.
Here in this first leg, maybe risks don't yet need to be taken. In the second, you will certainly see competitors switch things up and go for it. Thought there was going to be a passing behind. There it is. Cancelo on the overlap. Eggsy looking very dangerous. Back we go, St. Max. There's plenty of bodies there. That pass needed to go square to the centre mid. And with those fullbacks pushing up, there is plenty of space in behind on the wings. Neymar for Curl. Needs some friends. Oh, please. Where's the finish? It doesn't come. The flick was good. Just no end product. Weird giveaway from Eggsy in reply. Curl with the heel to heel. Body hits the floor. And we resume normal transmission. Eggsy looking to be nice and direct. I said it enough yesterday. Doesn't mind turning over the ball in order to try and create more clear-cut chances. He scored two yesterday. His problem was that he conceded 5 and indeed didn't take some of those chances he created. Look at the pass and move. The big Arsenal fan playing the game Arteta would probably like to. The Neymar bridge does not come off. And it just goes to show, Treaders, you stick a good player in an Arsenal shirt and they play terribly.
No comment. I'll have enough haters coming from the team of the year.
Thought I'd just share the load there, brother. Bring it on. Some tactical changes to be made, or maybe just personnel. Curl thinking about getting rid of St. Max. Rashford on. Atal into that CDM position. And maybe just having a look at a 4-2-2 as something else he can do. Again, I wouldn't be too worried if I was him, Treaders. He's not being played out of this game. It's just that Eggsy is going on the attack frequently.
Absolutely. Eggsy not looking to just sit pretty with his 2-goal advantage at the moment. Is very keen to continue to punish Curl for his mistakes. And there's another mistake. Space out wide, the bridge in, cutting it back into the middle, and another goal for Eggsy. And why not push for 3, push for 4 when you can capitalize on mistakes as clinical as that?
The cut back was good, but the touch out of feet was better. Didn't try to take it first time. The touch allowing that near post to open up, and Lozano don't miss. Eggsy with the 3-0 lead must be loving life. Curl in response with Rashford. Ronaldo, tackle made well. Eggsy can go back on the attack. You see that player lock being utilised to perfection. The pass on that occasion not matching the earlier ability, and here it is getting sloppy. Curl keeps trying to win that ball back, and you do respect it, but it's immediately after he wins it back. He seems to not be able to find the pass. Sometimes you need to go back to go forward. Cancelo running straight into the defender, making at least my pre-match prediction look rather silly. Eggsy running rampant. Again, a little messy there, coming off Curl's player last. Eggsy, good early ball, has that CDM to use. Vieira to St. Max. Mendy in the way. We said it yesterday. Treaders, are you happy to stick by it? 3 goals you can come back from in FIFA 21, but 4 is too many?
It just depends on how much time is left. An attempted bridge or even just a knock forward there from Curl not quite coming off. It's just, I love seeing the way that Eggsy is playing so direct. He just does not hold back in his attack, trying to get that ball forward as quickly as possible when compared to some of the other possession-based attackers that we're used to seeing.
Corner swung in directly. Edison comes in to make the punch. It is still with Eggsy, at least for that moment. Wins it back immediately. As I said, Curl can win that football back, immediately passing it to his opponent on so many occasions. Lozano bridges past, comes back. Sanchez, St. Max. The ball flying past the post. Eggsy missing his chance to make it 4-0.
Just a real good chance there to punish him with the extra pass, but did not make the extra pass. Look for the weak foot finish, and why not when you're rolling as well as he is? And at the moment, Curl simply not defending to the meta and not really attacking to what we've seen traditionally done. I'm still a stout believer in controlling the defensive mids for a large majority of your possession. The worst thing that can happen is probably a bridge out wide, but even then, if you have your players in the correct positions, you can recover from it. And we see players recovering from that time and time again.
If you move those defenders out of the way, the centre-backs in particular, there is often no way of coming back. And pause my sentence there to see what Eggsy has in store. The gigantic over-the-top through ball to Lozano. He is looking for this fourth, is Eggsy. The player lock used, gets it to St. Max. That ball was almost going to provide the assist of the day, slightly overpowered. And the keeper collects as we tick on to our 1 minute of stoppage time. The question seems to be not will it be 3-1, will it be 4-0? Eggsy with that extra pass back will miss his opportunity to make it 4-0 in that first leg. But Shredders, that was absolute dominance by one man, and that man's name is Eggsy.
Just pure total football, moving that ball at pace, gets that long direct ball all the way up to the top to his strikers, whether that's a player locked over the top through ball, or if it's just a genuine long ball over the top. And it's paying off, playing direct, catching Curl off guard quite a little bit. He'd be expecting to play a bit more of a possession-based game, and the aggression that Eggsy attacks with, as well as the numbers he gets forward. And you got to say, there's just a couple of defensive mishaps taking place there for Curl, just trying to shut down Eggsy's attack out wide rather than just stack the box with numbers. We've seen the 5-4-1 be so effective for competitors, not that Curl is currently using it, because of those numbers that you can get involved in the defense in the box.
Sometimes we see dominance in a particular part of the game. That is, the scoreline might be 3-0, but maybe possession was the other way. Is it fair to say, in this first leg, that was dominance on every front? Defending, passing play, possession, attacking, obviously finishing and taking those chances without trying to push the point too much. It feels like Curl was completely outplayed the first time we've seen that happen so far in this East Asia qualifier.
Yeah, it just felt not quite. It just felt like a game of weekend league with the amount of mistakes from Curl. Obviously not quite on the top of his game at the moment, but Eggsy clearly locked in and ready to fire. I think Curl will be disappointed with a number of the giveaways he made directly after winning the ball, maybe trying to match the intensity that Eggsy was playing at. But when Eggsy is a master of playing at that tempo, you have to change it up. You have to slow the play down, make him play the game that he's not used to playing, and then you can finally build an attack of your own. It seems like they're trying to match play styles, and Eggsy is the better of the two players at this play style.
In that case then, Shredders, are you suggesting a complete tactical overhaul for Curl in this second leg, including a formation change?
Not necessarily everything has to change. He just needs to be more careful when he's in possession of the ball. I think some of the tackles he was attempting to make manually as well would just make any FIFA 21 coach throw their head at the book. I think just being a little bit more cautious when he's defending rather than sprinting out to put the pressure on. Again, I think it's just a matter of he's not quite warmed up. Maybe he didn't get enough warm-up games in, or maybe he's not as locked in as he'd like to be, or even more so, it could even just be the pressure of the event.
The second leg is not that far away. Don't you worry. It will be with us in just a moment's time. If you are just joining us here for the East Asia Qualifier 1, you're joining Nate PTK and Jade Shredders in between games in this superb, vast digital stadium, virtual stadium, which just looks incredible. Good times for the graphics team to have a bit of fun with their FIFA esports. We hope you watching along are having some fun too. It is Eggsy over Curl, the 3-0 lead, completely outplaying his opponent in that first leg. We're running through what maybe could be changed for Curl on his way back. What about Eggsy, Treaders? This is something that gets talked about a lot in FIFA esports. You might be thinking 3-0. What's Eggsy got to worry about? We see competitors, really, is this a pun, go into their shell? Eggshell? I'm trying to make that work. They want to defend. They sit back saying, I don't need to take any risks anymore. Do you believe Eggsy should keep playing the way that got him to 3-0? Or is now really the time to consolidate and hold on to what he has?
It depends how he feels about playing against the team press. I'm sure if he has a 5-4-1 tactic set up, if he scores a fourth, maybe he'll take a look into going into that just to simply really focus on managing the game and securing the win. I think a lot of competitors don't quite have the mastery of game management down because of the fact that when you switch formations, the way you defend ends up changing so much, and the way you switch players is just a little bit out of sync, a little bit different. So you might not be quite used to when you're defending in a 4-2-3-1. It's a little bit different compared to when you're defending in a 5-4-1 or even a 5-3-2 or whatever your defensive choice may be.
You don't really like the 3 or 5 of the back formations, do you, Treaders? You can hear him, I'm sure, at home when a competitor switches to one and there's a defensive error, or maybe they're just conceding a lot of possession in midfield. You'll hear the patented Treaders sigh and groan and moan. He likes his competitors to get in there, dominate the football, and try and win it back, no doubt. The way that you coach 2 Treaders. So it's going to be, you believe, a continued attack of sorts, maybe not even in the same formation. But what about those fullbacks, Treaders? They were bombing on from start to finish. He was looking for that 4th goal, and it did almost pay dividends. But with Curl really going for it now, do you reckon those fullbacks go to stay back while attacking, or do they continue to join the attack?
I think already in the final 20 minutes of that game, we saw Eggsy limiting the runs that his fullbacks were making, maybe switching them to balanced rather than get forward and overlap on the attack. But yes, I think that using those fullbacks a little bit less in his attack to get them a little bit less involved, maybe he might go 45 minutes to see if he can snatch another goal or 2 early on, just with the way that he's playing, and then limit the bodies he gets forward and trust his possession play to hold on the ball. The problem that you run into when your fullbacks do end up too high on the pitch is that one player is able to cut out the passing lane between those 2 plays, and when that team press is activated, you find yourself just simply running out of options, and that's when dangerous turnovers can happen when you've got both fullbacks sitting up high as wingers and you're running out of options, and then you turn over the ball in midfield.
We love talking about our tactics when it comes to FIFA esports. Ultimately, it will be decided by these 2 competitors and what takes place in this second leg. Welcome to the loser bracket round 2, match 1. In the second leg, that through ball not coming off. For Curl from Japan, he needs to come back from 3-0 down, and at the very least, try and force this one to extra time.
And the other issue you run into with your fullbacks, as we see an attack eventuating to a pass back from the goalkeeper, but what you see with your fullbacks is that if you turn that ball over earlier and you've got them to get forward in the attack, get into the attack, you find that if you turn that ball over early, you have no one covering the wing, and you might find that you're very quickly overwhelmed in attack.
We hold our collective breath for a moment as we see that deflection not go into the goal, but saved by Edison. Not the way we like to see our goals scored, or at least certainly not myself. A beautiful game doesn't involve goals of that nature. Eggsy, you see there, Cancelo is right back, pushing up to join the attack somewhat. Player lock used again. Mbappe into the feet of the front man, who was offside. Edison had it covered anyway. There's another mistake from Curl. He's not really giving us a lot in terms of body language, emotion. but inside he must be seething at the mistakes made. Eggsy similarly quite calm while he plays, but after he scores a goal, he gets a bit excited, and he will be right now. CR7, who's got the number 9, sort that out for next time, Eggsy. Makes it 4-0 on aggregate, and Eggsy must be feeling like he's in complete control.
Another straightforward bit of build-up play after a mistake from Curl. Just can't afford to keep turning that ball over as soon as he wins it back. It's just inviting way too much pressure. And when he's trying to get his fullbacks involved in the attack as well, his players are just getting caught out, even from a throw-in situation.
Early into this second leg, it feels like more of the same. Cancelo out of position, a little bit more central and forward than he would have liked, and Eggsy just helps him to make the challenge anyway. Even the things that normally you wouldn't aim for, like fullbacks not being where they should, working out perfectly for Eggsy. It is pedal to the metal stuff. Now the through ball near this near touchline. Mbappe, disappointing pass inside, but the man from Indonesia representing his nation. A lot of you in the Twitch chat, I've had a little sneaky glance wanting us to give him a lot more plaudits. Well, if he continues playing this way, we won't have a choice. That's a lovely little nutmeg. However, Curl, trying to bring it back, is unable to get the ball under the control with Ronaldo, and Eggsy will resume normal service.
So lovely and direct as Eggsy play. And again, a lovely through pass, a little bit unlucky with that, but we love to see him continue to push on in these circumstances. Look at the skill moves, the ball roll, the scoop turn. Unfortunately for him, coming to nothing. But we're seeing Curl just opting to keep those fullbacks in the attack. If he turns this ball over, as he almost does once again, and he does do once again, there'll be space in behind for Eggsy. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize on that space in this instance, but he will be loving life, Curl playing the direct way Eggsy wants him to play, and Eggsy, such a high caliber player, and taking full of that advantage of the matchup.
Curl again, just dribbling that out of play. A third of this game gone. It's not looking good. Through ball for Eggsy. He'll keep trying it. 4-0 up. Don't even worry about it. He wants to push on. If you didn't like those Arsenal jibes before, don't worry about it. I go for Norwich City. There's plenty of fun to be had at my and our expense. But it is good fun in FIFA and FIFA esports when you get to represent your team in some capacity. Maybe that's just donning their kit in the biggest game of your competitive life. And no doubt Gunner fans around the world aligning with this man purely because of that choice. Curl gets the bubble to go his way. Once again, on the second occasion, not choosing the right option. And even the throw-ins seem to be benefiting the Arsenal man.
You've got to credit Eggsy here with the way he continues to push on. Not happy with just 4 goals, wants to put on a show for everybody of his fans watching, and he's putting on an absolute display at the moment, looking to bridge, gets a rebound with CR7, turns, is still in possession of the ball, another rebound for him, and he's still got the ball.
The front 2 players for Curl not helping out defensively. It feels like he could use 12 players out there right now to try and win the ball back. Eggsy dominating possession, dominating the scoring. That near post strike blocked by Walker. And guess what? It's still Eggsy's ball. He'll go down this near side now. Ball roll into Cancelo, and goodness me, that could have been a lot worse. The keeper nowhere near it. as we tick on towards halftime. Man falling over. It is a shambles out for one man, and for the other, everything is quite literally falling his way. Shredders, is it now or never for Curl? I said 3-0 was the scoreline you could come back for. He seems to keep playing the same way, and Eggsy is getting everything going for him right now.
Oh, he can't get the ball back. He might do. Look at that team press that he has activated at the moment. But he simply cannot touch the ball. It's fascinating to watch. Seeing, unfortunately, him Curl get punished for not having his defensive mids come back and help out on the defense. You're seeing that Eggsy has just enough bodies in attack that no matter the rebound, no matter the mistake he makes, that ball has every chance and every likelihood of falling back to him. And another chance now for Eggsy.
Passes across. Neymar stopped in his tracks to keep it for 5-0. Never have I made a pre-match prediction that has been so wrong. Curl not really making an impact on this game just yet. Is this the start of the way back? Even that's cleared off the line. And again, Mendy perfectly in position twice in a row.
When it's your day, or when it's not your day, it's not your day. And when you're on, you're on. And it seems like Eggsy is just having the absolute best day of his FIFA career in this matchup. Playing some lovely FIFA, playing some lovely football at the moment. Using the space, using individual skills, and just capitalizing on mistakes with absolute aplomb.
If you were gonna rock up for the best day of your FIFA esports career, why not make it Championship Sunday of the East Asia Qualifier 1? 5-0 on aggregate. Even goal kicks not working at the moment for Curl. Able to see that one out safely. And hopefully we do get some end-to-end FIFA to end this contest. Neymar will bring it back inside. Destroyed by two defenders. Eggsy, not just in attack, in defense too. It is wholehearted, it is full-blooded, and it is utterly dominant. Mbappe down the far side. Eggsy, to be quite frank at the moment, could try out a few different tactics, maybe bring on some different players, some foot items that he hasn't tested as much as his go-tos. He can really start thinking about round 3. Curl, to put a bit of respect on it. I'm running out of phrases to say he's missed his chance. I might bring out the thesaurus. Curl cannot find the avenue to goal, still yet to score in one game and 2/3 of a game of FIFA 21. Eggsy maybe not worried about conceding. It could be one of those rare times where you get to put on a show and try and score some compilation goals. Get yourself heavily featured in the end of day highlights. The space in behind the fullback still there for Curl. Mbappe and the Sanchez first time pass straight to Eggsy once more.
It's just like one of them is playing a totally different game at the moment. And we're seeing Eggsy, unfortunately for him, not able to capitalize on that great bit of goalkeeper movement there from Curl to cover that near post. But Eggsy just seemingly on a totally different competitive sphere. Still looking to push on, score some highlight real goals, bring on another 5-star skiller. And I think he's got 4 5-star skillers in his attack. Yes, indeed he does. So the man loves his skills, will love his scoop turns, Berber spins. Will we see our first Balassi flick even of the competition?
It's all a relative formality at this point. It's just not been Curl's day today. Eggsy will be hoping this good fortune and indeed this good play continues on to his next round. Of course, starting off in the loser's bracket, or rather starting off today in the loser's bracket. You cannot lose. If you do, you will do whatever happens, when we work out a phrase that Mike LaBelle is happy with. Because most of these competitors, of course, are already at home. Curl coming forward, Mbappe, and again that pass. Off balance, not well directed. Hopefully for his sake, he can find a goal and take something away from his championship Sunday. But Eggsy in full control, showing us his range of passing. The long ball to Mbappe. Look down this near side. Player comes back onside now. It's Lozano. Player lock, boom. Pass and move. Vieira to Lozano. Oh, Eggsy, this is lovely. It's stopped in its tracks by Cancelo for Curl, who runs out to start this attack with his fullback.
Beautiful attacking play once again by Eggsy. We're running out of superlatives to talk about Eggsy, because he's just putting on a display, and now a chance, and it just doesn't fall for Curl at all. A classic saying is, finish how you want to start. And Eggsy will want to keep that in mind, ensure he doesn't switch off as he gets to the end of this game. Get as much momentum going for him as he can before he ends up in the next game.
I'm pretty sure it's start how you mean to finish, but I guess on a day where you've got multiple games, you finish off strong here, you start well for the next game, and then you finish that one strong, and so on. And you'll win the whole thing. Just play good FIFA. It's pretty simple, isn't it, Treaders? Fair play. In the last minute of stoppage time, it has been decided. It is decided. And Eggsy, completely dominant from start to finish, advances through to the next round for Curl. Congratulations on making it this far. Genuinely, that is quite an effort. But Treaders, are you looking a little bit more favorably on Eggsy for the rest of today?
Yeah, to an extent. To an extent. I'm still a little bit skeptical on the percentages of the playstyle that is so direct. But credit to him, when he gets into that final third, he knows how to score goals. He knows how to make it happen. Just a little bit untraditional in the way he goes about his attack.
If anything, it will be entertaining to watch. Eggsy advances through. To break that down for you, let's throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate and Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Treaders, the modern day William Shakespeare, just making up sayings. Mike LaBelle, he said that Eggsy needs to finish the way that he started. I think he got that one the wrong way around. But, you know, if you're going to finish that way in a matchup, then who knows? Then you can go on to win this competition.
I don't want to hear either of them drop superlatives and compliments towards Eggsy. They need to drop apologies, because remember, they both went with Curl getting the result in that game, and that was not the case at all. We saw a clean sheet, but I'm going to accept it because at least we got 5 goals behind it. See the scoop turn, pretty simple play there. Part of the staple skill moves that you're going to see in FIFA 21. Beautiful through ball, finesse shot, open up your body, then Neymar with the Neymar angle. And now you've seen the player lock. I realized when this happened that Shredder started feeling a certain type of way, because we know how he supports that player lock. But it's a beautiful setup between the player lock into the bridge and into the layoff. It shows you how valuable the player lock can be if used properly. And I will stress this, it's not easy to get used to. So good luck if you are trying to master the player lock with the right analog stick and clicking over and then micromanaging the player that's on the ball, the guys that are making the runs, how this squeezes in off the post for the rebound. He gives a little bit of shake of the head. Eggsy says he knows he might have had some good fortune there. Either way, he converts the opportunity. Curl with a goose egg, and Eggsy 5-0, bouncing back from yesterday's slow start.
He did indeed. It'll be quite interesting to find out what he did to prepare for today after dropping down from that winner's bracket yesterday. RRQ Eggsy makes his way into the loser bracket number 3. Yes, he'll be in there waiting to see who he comes up against after our next loser bracket round 2 matchup right there. Right, we can bring him into the broadcast right here. We can bring him in to have a conversation with him. RRQ Eggsy, welcome. It's nice to have you here. Congratulations. One question that I have got for you.
Thank you.
How did you prepare for today? After being beaten yesterday in that winner's bracket semi-final, what did you do to come back and bounce back and be so dominant?
I just watched the match yesterday and prepare the new formation and new tactic for this match with my coach. And just did it.
Will we see more changes going forward today? Because you have more matches. You obviously know your opponents. Being able to do research puts you in a position where you can kind of make those adjustments, tailor it towards those type of oppositions.
Maybe I'm just gonna stick with my formation and the other just improve on the game situation.
Do you feel the pressure being in the loser's bracket?
Not really.
Oh, I like that. Confident right there. One more question, just completely away from the stuff on the pitch, okay? We've been talking team of the year. What's one foot item that makes your team of the year?
Only one.
Just one. Just tell us one.
There's no player, right? Maybe Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay, I thought you might say someone like that. Eggsy, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you in that loser bracket round number 3. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
There we have it, RRQ Eggsy giving his thoughts after winning in that last matchup right there. The first matchup of the day, beating Curl 5-0 on aggregate. And Mike, something he said there, he adapts, he changed his formation, he looked at actually what he needed to do to change, and we could see that in that performance.
Well, that's what I was stressing as well, is that yesterday was yesterday, and you have to leave that in the past and move forward. And he looked very dominant. He couldn't be more confident, I'm sure, heading into the next match. I know we didn't get that energy from him, but when you're able to shut out an opposition, another pro player over the course of 2 legs, and you score 5 goals, and it could have been more. He wasn't the best when it comes to being clinical. He probably could have had 6 or 7 goals pretty easily in that matchup. He's got to be feeling good. Even if his energy didn't match that, internally he has to say, this was the right move. I'm glad that my coach and I sat down, we reviewed from yesterday, and we made those adjustments.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's have a look at our brackets right now. It is the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1, and we can see that loser bracket. We're deep into it. Round 1 was yesterday. We're focusing on round 2 today. RRQ Eggsy beating Curl 5-0. And he goes into that round number 3 where he'll match up against the winner of our next game. Yes, Agoo Kun taking on Rudra right there. And again, the pressure's going to be on. It is the loser's bracket, Mike. But what it means is these two going head to head. They've got a tough opponent in Eggsy.
No doubt, and you have a confident opponent as well. I think coming into this matchup, I know we're not going into the hardcore preview just yet, but for sure, Agoo has to be the favorite just from what he's shown towards the end of last year, and then even to start this year. Very attacking player, very risk-heavy base player, and he's going to put Rudra under a lot of pressure. So Rudra has to be ready to get the ball out quickly and look for those counterattacks, look to get in behind.
I'm looking forward to that one, right? Make sure you do stick with us. We're back in a few minutes' time as we continue in the losers bracket. It's Agoo Kun taking on Rudra. See you in a minute.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 1 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1. It is day 2 here. Yes, we've had plenty of action so far and we've got plenty more to come. My name is Kyle Walker and I'm joined by Mike LaBelle. And Mike, we've already seen one matchup right there. RRQ Eggsy, he's gone through to that losers bracket round number 3. I asked him a question. I said, do you feel the pressure in the losers bracket? He said, no, not at all. That is the winning mindset. That's the winning mentality right there.
Going forward, building up from this losers bracket, how many times have we seen it, Kyle, where you build momentum, you go for a run? It's often not the player in the loser bracket as well that's sitting pretty, such as Web Nazar. He only needs to win one more game kind of to bring himself back up. It ends up being somebody that starts off with their back to the wall and grinds through the losers bracket and often gets us a little bit better each game until getting to that grand final, because we have seen the trend or the theme of losers bracket being the winners bracket. They come back, they reset, and they cause problems in that grand final.
They do indeed, and two players that are hoping to continue making their way through that losers bracket, going head to head right now. Agoo Kunten taking on Rudra. And Mike, I'm sure everyone's favourite will be Agoo because of what he's done at the Summer Cup Series. He's a household name in this region right here, representing Blue United right there as well. And he's dropped down into this losers bracket, but he's still going to be full of confidence.
I expect Agoo to put Rudra under a lot of pressure. It's the best way of looking at this matchup because he's just so attacking heavy, such a high pressure based player as well. He's one of those guys that looks to put you in uncomfortable situations. So it does come down to how Rudra is able to handle that type of team press and that type of just aggressive play overall. That's the big question. And I hope that he has an answer. Otherwise, it could get ugly.
It could indeed. I'm sure he'll be on the lookout today as well as his favourite club, Manchester City. They're taking on Crystal Palace a little bit later on. Now, I want to talk about Rudra because that is a lot of pressure he's going to have to withstand throughout these two games right here. But he's here in the tournament. That means he's got a fighting chance. He's not going to give up and just let Agoo walk all over him, Mike.
Correct. As much as we're building up Agoo, I don't think it's really fair to Rudra. All he's done is come to this tournament thus far and win. I know that he's coming up from the losers bracket, but I will say this from his earlier appearance. It was a low scoring, a little cagier affair, and he was able to score off of mistakes. So he didn't necessarily generate a lot of his own offense, and that is my, I guess, concern from an analyst point of perspective is, are you going to be complete enough or offensively gifted enough in order to really take your chances and put Agoo under some pressure, because we know that Agoo has the ability to score goals. There's no doubt about that.
He does. Now, something interesting just about what you said there was that ability to capitalize on mistakes. And I'm guessing he'll be hoping to capitalize on those throughout the games. And two guys that will be talking us through any mistakes, any goals, and all of the action. It is Nate and Treaders. We can get them here into the stream as well. Nate, Treaders, welcome back. Treaders, I'm going to come straight to you. Predictions, Agoo or Rudra? You got it wrong before. You're 0-1. It's the first time I've got one right off the back at the start of a day. So I'm feeling great. How are you feeling about it? Who are you going to take?
I think I'm going to steal something that Mike said in the off camera. I think all four of us will be going for Agoo in this matchup. I think he's got too much to prove after yesterday going down to Webb. I think he's just got so much class that he's yet to show. And if anything, the way that Eggsy came out will hopefully be the similar way that we see Agoo come out.
Now, one man that said he was going to shake things up, we don't know how he's going to vote, was Nate PTK. Nate, are you going to follow the trend again?
I'm going to go for Rudra because just like that man, I have nothing to lose.
Wow. I like that. He doesn't care about all four of us going for the same one. Mike, are you going Agoo?
That's not true. He does care. Also, something I said off camera is that these two have no backbone and they agree on everything. So that's why Nate is flip-flopping right now. Otherwise, they would be hugging it out, happy days. Let me come hang out with you. I think Treaders has 2 beds in his room, so they share that. You can both get a bed, okay?
Yeah.
Right? I see 2 beds in the background. They can watch Star Wars together. It's good to go. Those are the types of vibes
That
that
actually
we're
sounds
on.
like a really good time.
Yeah,
It's not a bad time.
Busy
That's a
after
good
this, man.
quarantine and chill.
Can
Let's
we
get it
organize
together,
that?
all right? Pandemic together, you name it.
I like it. I like it.
So I've got Agoo. I don't think Rudra's gonna have enough of the tank to score the goals. So as long as Agoo's taking his chances, I'm expecting him to come out and make a statement.
I'm going to go with Agoo as well. I'm not going to give all the reasons just because I think he's going to win this one. That is it. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you two.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and Kyle only. I feel like Mike's getting a little lonely there in lockdown. Man needs a little bit of a cuddle. Get out there on Twitter at Mike LaBelle. Give him a little hug emote. Poor fella. That's all right. We're good mates over here. We don't always see eye to eye, and we don't know how it's going to go. Personally, I could not have been more wrong in that first encounter. Curl unable to score. Eggsy dominating, and quite rightly in this next game here, Treaders, Agoo is the clear favourite. He was indeed that champion of the Summer Cup Series Asia.
And time again, we find out that the loser bracket is just simply the place to be. You've got Agoo, nothing to lose and everything to gain, coming through this loser bracket with, if he wins this, he has to take on Eggsy, but after that, looking at Webb, he'll want badly to get through to that rematch to prove he has the quality to take him on.
It is extremely difficult on paper in the loser bracket, but as we've seen in different regions and indeed previous tournaments, having the extra games can have you nice and warmed up and ready to take on anyone who stands in your path. Here in the loser bracket, round 2, match 2, it's Agoo-kun versus Rudra. The man from blue versus the man from Cyclops Athletic Gaming. That's why I've gone for him. He's got the best esport org backing him I've ever heard, with the best logo to boot. Both gentlemen from Japan, both looking to secure their place in the next round. Agoo is the scorer of some incredible goals, one in the Summer Cup Series Asia, and Treaders breaking his microphone. Rudra only able to score the 2 across the 2 legs yesterday, but he did only concede 1. And Treaders, we all like the flashy goals, the big highlight reel moments, but good defending equally is valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. Remembering back to that moment, again, he just has that little bit of X factor, to steal a cliche. They're all coming out today, but Agoo just has that mentality of whatever it takes, he'll take the risk, and he has the skills to back it up. He'll score the highlight reel goals, and we'll see Rudra just go to work, look to use a player lock to absolute full effect.
There it is, right on cue for Blue Agoo, however. A little too heavy. And then the keeper drops it into his path, dear. Oh dear, oh dear. A mistake made on the big stage. Agoo with the fist pump, the big smile, and the Dragon Ball Z celebration. You can't give us that one for a goal like that. But he can, and he has. And just like that, it's 1-0.
Oh no, that's... I can't analyze that. That's just weekend league gold 1, gold 2 stuff. You can't afford to be doing that. Credit to Agoo a little bit for pushing on and doing that. I don't think we'll see any other competitor give away a goal that cheaply. But again, Agoo had to finish it, and he did. Credit to him. 1-0.
Rudra, to his credit, not reacting in a big way, will hopefully be able to put that right at the back of mind and go on and try and score a few goals himself. I'd just talked up his defending yesterday. That 2-1 victory over Amran. But now you have the feeling he's going to need well more than 2 goals to take this out. The giveaway straight to Agoo was so disappointing yesterday against Nasri, losing 5-1. Then Nassar does a little bit better on this occasion as Rudra tries to play it out from the back. Lovely cross ball switch from Vieira to Cancelo. Lacking numbers really to help him out. Some first time passing, goes back to Cancelo again. And we spoke about it before. You get the fullbacks or wingbacks up high, there can be space in behind. The right back was pushed up, the left back is well back. And maybe that's something for Blue Agoo to look about on the video review. Treaders, we heard Eggsy talk about it after his relative disaster yesterday. The first thing he did is go back and watch the tape.
It's just the best thing you can do. As hard as it may be at times, it's where you'll find that you get your best analysis done when in your losses, especially when you're losing to a competitor as good as Jay was yesterday. Sorry, the name just escaped my mind in that instance. And we see Rudra fighting back. Wonderful build-up. The spaces were just opening up for Agoo in his defense, and Rudra too good to let that slide.
Number 8, Cristiano Ronaldo.
The lead for Agoo, not kept for particularly long. We like seeing the enthusiasm and the over-the-top celebrations, but if he doesn't score again over these 2 legs, celebrations can quickly become memes. Agoo looking to score a second, good dribbling into the area, but the pass across straight at Rudra's man. Vieira there in the middle of the park is his go-to. He starts the attack, he breaks up the attacks. And Rudra showing that composure. Gets it to Ronaldo, who I believe was offside indeed. Not that the shot was on target anyway, but looking a bit better now for Rudra in response.
We've got to remember that Rudra did happen to go a couple of goals down early in his previous matchup. So he'll be backing himself, no matter the scoreline, to come back into this contest. Especially with the way that Agoo is playing, only scoring his initial goal off that horrific mistake from Rudra as he wins a corner out of that. I'm stunned that Agoo hasn't got Agoo's CR7 hasn't got a foot on that.
Cross swung in, but outside the area, we've seen a few different corner routines taken. That one not overly effective, but sometimes variety can help you out further down the line. Maybe you swing one deep to start off with. Your next one goes directly. Your next one goes short. These are the thoughts, the mind games that are taking place between these two competitors. The enormous Manchester City crest there. Blue Agoo rocking that one, just to please Kyle Walker perhaps. A rather slow start, and as you mentioned, Treaders, Agoo's only opening there, coming off that horrific mistake.
Yeah, it just seems to be that he's looking to do too much with his individual players in attack. Something that he'll be a bit disappointed at himself for doing. He'll be wanting to move that ball a little bit quicker, and then he'll be able to do a little bit more with his individual players. It's not quite the meta, so to speak, beating players individually, but if you are to win an individual battle, it opens up so much of the pitch because other players have to commit to challenges that they otherwise would not have.
Agoo, look at the men trekking back. It's always fun to take a moment off the ball, look at the defenders and see what the man's trying to cover. Treader's talked about it before. You get those CDMs and you control them. Most of all, block the passing lane to the forward men where you can. And that's why you see Rudra going wide. Marcus Rashford isolated on the left. Good first time ball forward. Pogba gets tied up. And then really good ball retention. To say, Agoo staying resolute. The 5-3-2 being used by Rudra. Not an overly used formation. Not a big favourite, you have to say, Treaders. We have seen a few 5-at-the-back formations so far this weekend. But the 5-3-2 just leaves you that little bit empty in between the lines here. And there you go, right on cue. Ronaldo into the area. But for whatever reason, formations with 3 centre mids compared to 2 just seem to leave the gaps. Good calm defending by Agoo. That through ball over the top, slightly dangerous. And then he gets his players back. That threaded through ball, not bad in reply, but Van der Sar comfortably getting there.
And as we head towards February, and I'm just thinking about the team restrictions that we're going to see in the future qualifiers, with more Team of the Years and more icons being available for these competitors to use, I think some of these passes, as we see a ball played offside. No, it wasn't. It was a beautiful through pass and a chance just squandered there by Rudra. Agoo will need to compose himself a little bit. But as I was just saying, some of these through passes that they're trying to make, I can only imagine that they'll be coming off once these competitors have a Hullet or a Team of the Year, KDB, or somebody like that. Or even when we're looking at the 5-3-2, almost a half chance. But as we're looking at the 5-3-2 and we see a player run through like Pogba at the moment, I think that player won't be Pogba when we have the new restrictions. We'll be looking at a Hullet or even a Team of the Year KDB, or someone that when they run through on goal, it's just so much more of a threat. And I think when we get to February, the game will open up quite a bit more because of the threat of the additional attackers.
Neither I or my parents will hear any Paul Pogba slander, Treaders. That man is all class. And I hope we see him in foot events to come throughout the year. But the point very much stands. As the foot items increase, restrictions change. The star foot items can shine. And none more so at this current stage than the true R9. The celebration's back out. And Agoo retakes the lead.
And beautiful fake shot as soon as he receives the ball, made Rudra anticipate the first time shot. It's such a composed move to take on, and Agoo just showing his full class, taking advantage of everything, and Rudra strikes right back. And Agoo made to pay for a little bit of a lapse in concentration, and Rudra is too good to let that slip.
Certainly a contrast in playing styles and a contrast in celebrations too. Rudra not getting ahead of himself by any means. Good on the lad for fighting back not once but twice thus far in this first leg. Agoo looking to make some changes. Treaders, player instructions, personnel, custom tactics, the whole shebang.
Not happy with the way things are going, clearly. I'm always intrigued to see players make changes the moment they either concede or score, and scores are level. Just simply because if they're changing the way they're attacking, I don't think that is the issue. Unless it's a matter for them of they're not liking the process, they don't like the way they feel like they're attacking at the moment. But if they're continuing to score and simply making mistakes in possession, and that's what's hurting them, or making mistakes defensively, I don't think there is much more they can do with their tactics, unless they're seeking to make a real big advantage out of nothing.
Really good ball from Agoo. Maybe could have hit it first time, but decided to take a touch. And well defended from the calmest man on broadcast right now, Rudra. In reply, the over-the-top through ball. Werner on to Rashford at the back stick. He's still going, Rashford, until he's brought down. Nice vision to play that ball nice and early. You like seeing that ingenuity rewarded with a goal. Interesting to see Werner out there for the first time this weekend. I'm pretty sure it's he who plays that ball to Cancelo. Vieira now, look at the numbers back. Agoo, once again, with those two most central midfield players. Patrolling, ushering them to the side. And there you go, Valverde. Perfectly stationed, and then the out ball, terrible. In response, it's even worse. We might yet have a breakthrough towards the end of this first leg.
And Agoo will send numbers forward for this attack. Unfortunately for him, the attack comes to nothing, meaning Rudra will probably get the final attack of this first leg.
Possession exchanging feet. The long ball with not much time to play. And maybe it's apt that that's the way the first leg finishes. We are all locked down here, as you might be at home. It 2-2. We hope this is bringing you some joy. We appreciate the format, quite different from what we've had in the past. But Treaders, what a joy it is to have FIFA esports back. Not if you're the man from Cyclops Gaming giving it away like that.
And that's just a rude mishap. Unfortunately for Rudra, just a little bit unfortunate with the animation, but still, when you just have to take a look up the pitch to ensure that you're completely in the clear to put the ball on the ground. Lovely fake shot turn by Agoo there. Rightfully celebrated that one hard. But then we see Rudra refusing to stay down in this contest. Lovely lob through pass, scoop turn, smashes it near post. A goal we will see competitors score time and time again in FIFA 21.
Do you think it's gameplay based, what we're seeing right now in terms of the lead being taken by Agoo, and then the response? Is it a mental switch off? Is it simply Rudra just switching on that little bit more? Or is it just circumstance and I'm reading too much into it?
I think it's just a little bit of the way that Rudra plays the game. I think when he goes a goal down, he actually gets his fullbacks a little bit more involved. He's happy to not take that additional risk when he's not up a goal, or when scores a level, or when he is up a goal. He wants to get those fullbacks chilling back, staying back, patrolling, keeping his goals safe. But if he does need to score a goal, he's like, oh, fine, I'll go up the other end, score a goal. But he backs his normal strategy of attacking when scores a level, or if it gets into the 80th minute, he might push numbers up a little bit to help him out.
And what about these 5 at the back formations, particularly that 5-3-2 we're seeing used a bit by both competitors? Are you a fan, Treaders, or would you like to see it gone from this matchup?
At the moment, I think the 5-3-2's actually playing quite well for Rudra. A little bit unfortunate with some of the passes that he's making in, just not coming off. A little bit more patience from him, especially with the way he's trying to play with the wing backs pushing up. I think when he gets that ball rotating through the pass and move play, when he gets the play locks and everything just clicking, he creates enough scoring chances. I think we saw what I thought was a really good opportunity where he switched the ball a couple of times, held possession for a bit, and then Pogba was available at the top of the box. Unfortunately for him, he was immediately surrounded by 3 defenders and unable to get the shot off. But I think, and that's what made me mention the Team of the Year cards coming in. But I think if that's a fresher player even, receiving that ball from a striker who's moved back and received the ball, I think we'll see Rudra come up with a result in this leg.
A lot to look over. So much going on. These competitors will be worried, maybe thinking ahead, knowing that they're in the loser bracket, and losing means their competition is done. Both representing, of course, the same nation, Treaders. We've seen that in our region and all around the world. When you get to this top level, whether it's your weekend league, maybe you're organizing friendlies, you're going to be playing against one another somewhat considerably. It means we do seem to get very close games. The strategy, the counter strategy. I know you Treaders and Mike don't mind comparing it to a game of chess in that way. Ultimately, it will be decided out here on the digital pitch. The second leg of the loser bracket round 2 match 2. Rudra has come behind twice to level this up at 2-2.
And I think that Vieira for Rudra is just the most important player on the pitch because of his ability to pass the ball and recycle the play, attempting a repeat dosage that Agoo, to a very similar position to the way Agoo scored his second goal already.
Good calm play from Agoo. Cancelo down the line to Marcus Rashford, who is fouled in the build-up. Just there off your screen and behind the graphic. Doesn't really matter where that player is situated. It's all about where this ball goes. Normally these are played short. Indeed, Pogba comes to collect. A bit interesting seeing Pogba in Manchester blue. With the ball now for Agoo. Looking ahead and not liking what he's seeing, he'll pass back to the Vieira of his own. Back to Pogba. Really good defending. Ball still with Agoo. Only for a little while. There is the turnover. Good, calm defending from Rudra. And then immediately, when trying to go on the attack, forces it a little too quickly. And Agoo will be enjoying all of this possession. You think it's only going to make Rudra a bit more restless.
And we'll see Rudra look to use this Vieira to spread the ball, to recycle possession. Still opting to keep the strategy very similar. A very high line, meaning lots of space in behind. But with how quick these defenders are, means that their recovery speed is even faster.
Look at all those blue jerseys in the way. Rudra seeing them, wanting to keep the passing relatively short in the build-up. He has players down the bottom just off screen. You can see them on your radar. But again, the risk involved with a longer pass is not one he wants to take at present. Now he heads down here, Neymar. There is the overlapping run. You see that man, bottom of your screen. If nothing else, it brings a defender away. He tries to go centrally. And Agoo back on the attack. He's got Neymar. Lovely pass to Pogba. And he's moving that ball around nice and quickly. is Blue Agoo.
And another just key thing when you're attempting to break down a 5 at the back is moving that ball quickly. Rudra defending absolutely textbook with the way he's controlling that Vieira, using him to patrol the edge of the box. That's not textbook, and the chip from Agoo, even less textbook. Risk taken there by Rudra, but we're seeing time and time again just Rudra looking on the counter-attack here.
I have my head in my hands after that shot. I cannot believe he has attempted the chip one-on-one with the keeper, who wasn't brought out at any stage. He could have finished near or far post. But he likes to score flashy goals, does Agoo. On that occasion, the goal goes begging. Lovely chance, and that's how it's done. In reply, the first time finish with Garincha. And for the first time in this contest, Rudra has the lead.
Another piece of beautiful possession play from Rudra, just leading to that goal. But I let out a little bit of a groan just because Agoo should have scored that previous chance, and he is made to pay for not capitalizing directly on the counter-attack from Rudra. Rudra has his best and most threatening spell of possession, with Agoo unable to stop the attack of Rudra in that situation.
Immediately has a look at the 4-2-3-1 narrow. We'll give you the update when they're back on the pitch. The 5-3-2 still getting the job done for Rudra. Again, it's all about that first time shot. Garincha lets the ball fall across his body. The 92 rated foot item, not going to miss that with his left. And again, the lead Rudra's for the first time. Agoo back to the drawing board somewhat. He'll keep looking to force the tempo, dictate terms. That swagger, that confidence will not have dissipated just yet. And that ambitious ball, as I talked about earlier, it's the reason why competitors don't want to try it too often. Even though that player might be free to pull it off in FIFA 21, just a little bit more difficult than past iterations of the game.
And I think as we go further into FIFA 21 and as the player's passing statistic gets better, currently quite low across the board, we'll see that pass maybe come off a little bit more, with the vision and long passing statistics and curve being upgraded on a lot of these upcoming foot items.
Kevin De Bruyne would have completed it, in my opinion. It's the highest rated foot item I've had in my weekend league team thus far. And Agoo again going for the spectacular. It doesn't come off. He could use a goal of any kind, maybe a repeat of his first one. If you did miss out on it, Rudra dropping the ball to feet with his goalkeeper. Agoo came in and claimed the easiest goal of his professional career. Rudra, lovely 1-2 ball. Cancelo in space. Who's he got in the middle? Not a lot, to be honest, so he needs to go back and recyclops, if you like. Pogba, lovely through ball. Neymar, the defender in the way. Agoo marshalling well. It's this one-on-one battle. What a pass and what a finish on the stroke of half-time. Rudra takes the 2-goal advantage and will be feeling Super Saiyan with only a half to come.
A beautifully worked goal there from Rudra. Just time and time again, he's able to break down Agoo's defense, and Agoo's weakness in defense just shown up on the big stage. Rudra, take a bow for that goal. The patience in the build-up, waiting for the perfect run. Passed back at the absolute perfect time. If he had passed back too late, he's watching the half end, but because he timed it perfectly, he got the final shot, got the final chance, and was able to break down Agoo's defense. Are we looking at the end of Agoo's run? The champion of the Summer Series Asia, staring down the barrel of going out.
Only one half of FIFA 21 to put things right, and with the opportunity to make changes at the half. He's back in the pause screen, maybe just checking out his opponent's formation, seeing if things have changed. We believe Rudra is sticking with that 5-3-2. We had a look at Agoo set up the 4-3-3 attack. He's currently with that default 4-2-3-1 narrow. It's interesting to see Neymar in centre midfield in that 5-3-2. A bit like that Marcus Gomes masterclass we saw with his 4-3-3. You can use those three centre mids for different roles. Have one more defensive, have one box-to-box, and have an attacking midfielder, if you like, in Neymar Jr. Second half of this second leg underway. Agoo needs to find one nice and quickly. What a ball and what a finish. Goodness me, that's a way to come out here in their second half. And it's CR7 again, 1 goal. Now the deficit and plenty of time still to play.
Wow, that is borderline undefendable there from Agoo, and that's what he can do when he turns up. Stopping that through ball in its tracks, but when he turns up, he is so hard to defend. Just plays unconventional passes, has so much variety in his attack, and a long through ball almost make it to the feet of his R9. Unfortunately for Agoo, in that situation, the pass not coming off. And we're seeing Rudra needing to settle things down, get a good spell of possession in here and work another chance for himself rather than forcing his chances, because Agoo has come out firing.
Good solid defending too, and we talked about that yesterday. It can be hard to play out from the back if you're playing weekend league. You're feeling the pressure. You may well just want to hoof it clear. With that lovely little ball from Edison to retain possession out to his right back. Showing you how it's done on the big stage. The first time whip ball, and Garincha with an absolutely shocking header. Rudra puts his eyes up to the sky. Not quite sure how his foot item has missed that, but hey, you have to move forward. With a third of this game remaining, it really is opening up.
Both competitors moving that ball so quickly, and Rudra boxed into a corner right now and gets out of it incredibly well. Will have numbers going forward in attack if he's able to move the ball quickly, and he does.
Look at the numbers in the middle. Maybe there it's just frustration from what happened last time. However, there was nothing wrong with the ball. It was just the finish that was no good. On that occasion, he played it short, despite two men running further afield. These are the things you can start pondering. The mind games against your opponent, but also in your own mind, doubting yourself. And there, maybe just getting a little bit too possession focused. Does very well to win it back from the resultant throw-in. Vieira to your top of screen. Cancelo's through ball, intercepted well by Pogba, and Agoo is holding on.
Seeing some string of possession for both competitors at the moment, and Agoo retains possession in that situation. Will be happy to recycle and attempt to get a chance more closer to the middle.
20 in-game minutes left. If it's level, we'll go to extra time and then penalties if necessary. At the moment, though, it is Rudra from Cyclops Athletic holding the slender 1-goal advantage over Agoo, the Manchester City and Aguero fan. There's your ball. Plays it in, Garincha. Can he make up for the last effort? No. The cutback behind the attacker, and immediately at the other end, Agoo. Look at this one-on-one battle. The heavy touch. Van der Sar gets it clear. If you're watching on, and we thank you if you are, strap yourselves in for what will be a very exciting, pulsating finish to what has really been an exciting second leg.
And we'll see team press, the classic, turned on over and over for Agoo. And we're seeing the press pay dividends for him at the moment. The more direct play style, threatening Rudra. But Rudra having a lot of possession in the wider areas at the moment, which, in all honesty, Agoo will be more than happy with. And here comes Agoo once again, and he has equalized. More than happy to pass that ball through the middle, and he scores a stunner, finds the player in space, and finishes Agoo style.
Rudra having possession out wide. He had a player making a run down the line, but his player played it with his left foot straight into the defender. And the goal resultant from that, we are all tied up again. The question for Agoo is, does he keep risking it a little bit in order to keep getting goals? He hasn't looked particularly good with his standard tactics and formation. Is it a matter of just outlasting your opponent? Obviously, it's not the 30 games of Weekend League, but they take something out of you, Treaders, these big games in these qualifiers that Weekend League games simply do not compare to.
And a little bit of stamina coming into effect right now. We'll see whether Agoo backs himself to win that battle in the middle of the park, as he is currently doing. Rudra threatening out wide, a couple of chances of his own, but they simply did not come off for him. So Rudra will continue, I'd imagine, to push out wide and potentially not worry about cutting that ball back to the middle. Seeing as Agoo is willing to forfeit possession out wide, it seems, in order to protect his midfield and the center of the park.
And here comes Agoo again, running straight into the defender with R9. It's been that pass there into the strikers where Rudra has let himself down. Needs to play it a little bit early. It's very easy for us to see, but when you're out there playing the biggest game of your career thus far, things are not that simple. Watch for this right wing back to make the overlapping run. He holds it up with Carrasco, plays him in behind. Cancelo tackled by his namesake. And this will be the last play of regular time. We're in stoppage time. That ball's gone all the way back. Good pass forward. Vieira to Ronaldo. Tackle made. Clearance made. And surprise, surprise, we're headed into extra time.
And we're seeing time and time again that when we get those final second corner chances, your players out of stamina, just dead on their feet, pretty much. The best thing that you can do is hope that the pass goes to one of the players that you recently subbed on. We saw Rudra at the end find Vieira in quite a good position for any other attacker on the field, but unfortunately for him, he had to lay it off to CR7, and by that time, Agoo had numbers totally surrounding the attack and coming up with a clutch challenge.
Once again, the customary look at your opponent's formation after your changes have been made. Maybe he goes in again to make a few more adjustments. There you go, a 3-5-2 being set up. Good to have different formations on the fly, adapt to the game scenario. And right now, in extra time, in this loser bracket round 2, match 2, you can't leave too much to chance. Locked up here. Here we go. The loser will be eliminated, and we will have a winner for you, either after extra time or indeed after a penalty shootout. Agoo leading twice, peg back twice, then behind 4-2, now level 4-4. What more twists and turns are in store to end this fascinating encounter? It doesn't seem that Rudra has changed from that 5-3-2. He's sticking with it, Treaders.
And I really like the changes that Agoo has made to the 4-3-3, more attacking variant. Having those 3 wingers available means that if Rudra pushes forward with his fullbacks as he does, there's going to be a 1-on-1 opportunity or a 3v3 opportunity. Trying to force that past is Agoo, and here comes Rudra.
The Rangers fullback getting it done. Vieira looking ahead for the forward runs. Doesn't like what he sees, so goes wide. Carrasco. It's decent passing play from Rudra, but it's even better defending from Agoo, who in return tries an extremely ambitious ball straight to the goalkeeper. Only 5 minutes remaining of this opening stanza of extra time. Rudra with nothing ahead of him that doesn't have a blue shirt in between his player and the ball. Rashford tackled well. Alessandrini pushing up, and maybe the opportunity for Agoo. He takes it nice and early. His striker, R9, fighting through. One more ball and applies the finish. Agoo restores his well earlier lead. CR7 it is again. And it is advantage Agoo as we close out this first period of extra time.
Just so punishing is this formation when you get your R9 in behind, and Agoo breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. Was so close to being knocked out by Rudra, but one stanza of extra time remaining. Does Agoo opt for the 4-4-2? Does he continue to push on? Or does he try and sit back and absorb? I don't think sitting back and absorbing, unless he's matched up perfectly in defense, will work for him, just because of the way that his defense has been. However, credit to Agoo, when he has pressed aggressively, his defense has been absolutely on point, and we see the depth and players in the box just get dropped down to pretty much nothing. I think it's pretty obvious what Agoo will be trying to do in this final piece of extra time.
Lovely moves with R9 to keep possession. The fake shot upon receiving the ball, giving him that little bit of a speed boost, and changes direction well. Cancelo wide, Vieira, Ronaldo fouled? No, not according to the in-game referee. He gets it back here. What about that time? It is a comical looking flop. This time rewarded with the free kick. And surely, for the first time, we're going to have it taken directly. R9 for top bins. It's saved by Edwin van der Sar. He goes for the green time. Can only manage the yellow. And it does give the opportunity for Rudra on the counter-attack. It feels like he's not had a lot of this football in this extra time period. Agoo. Does he keep going centrally? We laugh because we know what's coming up. The time on his side. Foul given, and you see there, even during live play, it's a good time to have a sip of your favourite beverage before you get back underway. The seconds tick on. Rudra never wants them to stop. Really good ball into the middle. He tries the extra one. Rashford all the way back there, doing the defending. The attacker helping out Rudra big time, and it's Rashford making the forward run. Near side, look at the runs forward. Every pass resulting in a pass and move. Rudra not ready to give up just yet. Garincha to Rashford, has to go back. Garincha gets it off Golovin. There's a bit of space ahead of him. There's a player there, and Carrasco will not miss. Is there time for a winner? Or will that equaliser send us to a penalty shootout?
Time and time again, Rudra gets the job done when he has a healthy string of possession. What an insane run from his Rashford, though. Came back, made the goal line block in defense, and made his way and started that attack. Just simply incredible the way that his foot items are fighting for the badge, and credit to Rudra using them to their full capabilities.
Vote yes. Marcus Rashford fights for the badge. Is there time for a winner in extra time? In added time, 1 minute of it. Agoo tries the pass. It doesn't work. Surely that's that. And it's come earlier than maybe we were expecting. The penalty shootout in the loser bracket, round 2, match 2. The loser eliminated from competition. The winner advancing to the next round. Still a big journey ahead of them after that, mind you. Right now, it's all about who has been practicing their penalties. Without the indicator, Edison says, bring it on. Edison dives out of the way. First blood to Rudra. 1-0 advantage. And the save to back it up. Van der Sar, terrible to give away the first goal, but clutch there. And again, straight down the middle. Agoo getting baited by the eyes. His second penalty comfortably past Van der Sar. It is still a 2-1 lead to Rudra. Honestly, don't move that keeper for the next one, buddy. It's 3-1. And 3-2. Agoo doing well after his first penalty miss. He does need a save. And there we go. Right on cue. Down the middle again. And save made, you're welcome. Before tucking that into the bottom corner, it is 3-3. And again, Rudra, the plan not working for these last two. Agoo to go through to the next round. He steps up with R9. And again, the same penalty, but it will feel even better than the last. Agoo behind in the game, behind in the penalty shootout, keeps his nerve, and finally does justice to that big celebration. Treaders, for you, is that the best man going through?
I think so. The best attacker has definitely gone through. He brought his A game in the second leg, fought back from 2 goals, get down, and Rudra unable to hang out all the way to the end. I think the best penalty taker won in the end, taking 5 penalties down the middle is quite brave. And when bravery doesn't come off, it transitions a little bit into stupidity.
Harsh words there, perhaps from you, Treaders. Something for Rudra to review. Congratulations to Agoo. He's through to the next round. To work out what was bravery or otherwise, we'll send it back to Mike and Kyle.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Wow, I asked for drama. I wanted drama, and those 2 competitors definitely gave us that. Mike LaBelle, penalties were what decided that game, but I've got to say, Rudra went down the middle 5 times.
And it's not about bravery or stupidity. Very strong words from Treaders. I thought it was kind of obvious what happened with Rudra, at least in my opinion. He has not played on the competitive version of the game and gone to penalty kicks. And therefore, he didn't know how to aim left and right, or he was concerned about doing it. It worked well to start out the penalty kick shootouts, but it was quickly realized from Mr. Agoo that, okay, this man maybe can't go left or can't go right or doesn't feel comfortable doing that without an indicator. That's a big difference if you have not played on a competitive FIFA build. You do not get an indicator. You do not get assistance with your penalties. Therefore, if that's the only way you've been practicing, which makes sense because when you're going into a weekend league to a certain degree, you can always have that indicator. It changes the dynamic of your finishing. As you're seeing kind of a recap here, you're seeing the celebrations from Agoo, giving us a little bit of showmanship. You got to give a lot of credit to Rudra as well, because I thought this game was done. When it was at 4-2, I was going to say, man, Agoo's going to have a great second half in order to give himself a chance to win the game. And there's a couple mistakes defensively from Agoo that opened up lanes. Rudra finishes his chances. Very efficient in many ways with his opportunities. You see a couple drag backs, the Elastico, the stop, the pop, the resurface, the Neymar extra pass. There you go. Find Ronaldo. Very impressive stuff. I feel as if a lot of us wrote off Rudra, said they were going with Agoo, and none of us expected, I think, to have this close of a matchup. Outside of maybe Nate, even though he took a spiteful choice to go with Rudra, it wasn't based on belief, statistics, logic, anything along those lines. But the fact that he took him meant that he felt that he could battle into this game. And we saw very contradicting and counteracting styles in many regards. But a 5-5 penalty kick dispute, I am not going to get mad at that.
Not at all. And we did see, Mike, that within 45 in-game minutes, we saw Agoo was 2-0 down. He changed that. He looked like he was going to get the win, but in the final few moments of extra time, Rudra managed to pull it back, and it did go to penalties with Blue Agoo winning that one 4-3 on penalties after missing his first one, giving us that Dragon Ball Z celebration, I think it is. Hopefully I'll get to ask him a little bit about that. We can see just there it was 5-5 on aggregate. It did then go to penalties. Agoo winning 4-3 on penalties right there. 9 shots, 9 on target, 46.5 possession, 80. Winner, and we can welcome him into the stream right here. Agoo, congratulations. Well done for that one. Now, Agoo, I do need to ask you, what did you do in half? Because you were 2 goals down. How did you bring it back?
そうですね。もう割り切って攻撃するしかないと思っていきました。
So last year, Agoo won the Summer Cup Series. Oh, maybe he's saying goodbye to us. I don't know if he's staying or going. But last year you won the Summer Cup Series, which really put Agoo on. He said goodbye? Okay, then we go with the goodbye. I don't get it. No questions for Mike. No questions for Mike.
I
It's
really
fine.
wanted to see the celebration. I wanted to see more of it.
I was ready to go and hit it too. I was like, we do this together, man. Bring back the years a little bit, man.
Hopefully
Good
we'll
old
get to see him
anime
again.
Well, we'll definitely get to see him again. I don't know if he's going to talk to us again. I might just cheer you on. I'll hype man you for the question. I'll be like, you got this. Kyle Walker, this is our one and done.
That's it. Just one question. That's all we need. It is interesting what he did say, though. We can look at the bracket and talk over this loser bracket right here. Mike, he did say that his style is offense, and even though he went 2 goals down, he believed in himself, and that worked for him. It set up a loser bracket round 3 with Agoo now taking on RRQ Eggsy. And I have a feeling there's going to be lots of goals. Agoo says his style's offense, Mike, and we definitely saw that.
And that's always been consistent with the narrative that we've always talked about with Agoo. He's a opposition or a player or competitor, it just depends whose perspective we're looking at here, that is known for going forward and also not known for his defensive movement or his player management on the defensive end. High risk, high reward. And you saw it. He made even some routine error. If you watch back that game, especially the goal that he concedes in the 119th minute, that's as clear-cut and easygoing as it comes in terms of FIFA 101. Couple quick passes, here you go wide open, already in your finesse shot angle. And that's an error, or that's a concern or skepticism that most people are going to have with his gameplay, is are you dynamic enough on the defensive side of things in order to stay competitive or keep yourself in the game to the extent where you can let your offense really shine.
And we will get to see him once again in this losers bracket round number 3. That is coming up next as he does take on RRQ Eggsy in this matchup right here. These two going head to head. 2 offensive styles, but I'm sure they'll have to adapt to see who can go through, because there's one man that's waiting, Nasri, in that loser bracket final. We'll see who he's facing as these two. First, though, they do go head to head. The loser bracket round 3 is coming up next.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 1 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle and we are heading into our loser bracket round number 3. RRQ Eggsy taking on Agoo Kun10, aka Blue Agoo. Now, Mike, RRQ Eggsy, he's going to be looking at this, listening to Agoo's interview. He knows his style. They're from the same region. So this should be a great matchup between two incredible competitors.
Well, the question is, what type of package are we going to receive? Because if you're comparing and contrasting both their opening performances today, Eggsy's looked much more complete and just overall better than Agoo. But it's now another game. You're going to have progression, and it's how players match up as well. There's certain levels of comfort being able to dictate the pace. But we did see a little more of a complete package from Eggsy to start out today. But sometimes when you win in penalty kicks, it propels you, where you have that momentum shift. You play better in the next game, especially after a crazy comeback like that from Agoo, where he was down a couple goals or brought it to extra time. Extra time was back and forth, conceded in the 120th minute, and then won in pens. And sometimes facing adversity helps you as you're building a little bit more of that momentum and just getting yourself through these single elimination games. Because remember, in the loser's bracket, it's win or go home, or win or turn off the console. I always forget all these guys are at home.
Now, one thing I do want to talk about, RRQ Eggsy in that first matchup of the day, he took on Curl and he won 5-0 on aggregate, 3-0 in the first game, 2-0 in the second game. So his defensive game is very, very good. He's coming up against a player who can score a lot of goals in Agoo. So this should be, hopefully, a great matchup in one player that's wanting to defend but can also score goals, and another player whose style is complete offense.
Well, I look at Agoo's gameplay, and he's often going to force you to either score a bunch of goals or you're going to concede a bunch of goals. So you got to make a decision. But just because he's so aggressive with how he's playing on the defensive end, he's going to tailor or create that type of havoc in the midfield and in the final third. So it's just a matter of where is his defense going in terms of the reads, his anticipation, because we know that he's going to be able to produce on the offensive end.
Right, let's bring Nate and Treaders into this one right here. Let's get their predictions as well. Nate, I will start with you on this one, all right? Agoo taking on RRQ Eggsy. Who are you going for?
I really like what I'm seeing from Eggsy today. Fantastic to hear from the competitors themselves. He said he's changed his formation. He's reviewed the tape. I'm hoping that Championship Sunday Eggsy comes on through.
And Treaders, who are you going for?
It's got to be the man with the past championship from the Summer Cup series. I'm backing Agoo to get the job done. He'll be taking the momentum from this recent matchup, coming well from behind and securing the dub in the penalties.
Mike, you've definitely had an effect on these guys because they're not agreeing on anything anymore. Which side are you on?
Well, even though I think Agoo comes into this as still the favorite, I like basing my decision on what we've seen today, and I feel like Eggsy's played a lot more complete today, both defensively, offensively, in the midfield, and he hasn't had these big mistakes. We've seen Agoo with quite a few mistakes, whether it's defensively or even passing out of the back, which is alarming because you can't get away with that at this high level of competition. So I've got Eggsy.
Oh, I like that. I'm going to join you on RRQ Eggsy. I'm 2-0, just to let you all know. Let's hope I can continue this winning streak. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mike, and welcome to the high-stakes game, if you like, here in FIFA Esports. It is, of course, the loser bracket round 3. Twitch chat, good to have you here. Thank you for giving us your thoughts, the full items you've liked, the competitors that you're getting behind. We're going to find out what takes place in just a moment's time. My name's Nate PTK. I'm joined by Jay Treaders. Treaders, Agoo playing the most recent game we've seen before, and I guess you're backing, we'll see again, the competitor who's already warmed up. There's no need to play off broadcast. He will be fired up and ready to go after that penalty shootout win.
I know Mike was mentioning mistakes from Agoo, but we also saw a number of mistakes from Eggsy as well. Obviously not as costly as Agoo's were, but I think Agoo, because his mistakes were such just blatant misplays, such as just rolling the ball out and passing back in opportune areas. I think he'll find that he's able to cut those out a lot easier compared to Eggsy, whose playstyle is all about working that ball directly into the middle and taking risk that way.
Agoo has been making mistakes, Eggsy making them too. It sounds like, based on that very brief analysis, we may well get an open, free-flowing game. It took a while for Agoo's last game to get like that. It felt like it was taking a while for him to find his feet. We've seen him with the exuberant celebrations, maybe not the in-depth interview that we were hoping for. Do you think he can ride that bit of emotion and hype that he generates for himself? Will that help him in this contest?
Oh, for sure. I think that he's got everything, all the offensive capabilities at his disposal and everything that he needs to be successful at FIFA 21. And I think he'll take confidence in the fact that he was able to score 2 goals to come back from 4-2 down, to come back into that contest. It just means that his offense was flowing really well, whereas in the first leg, his offense just wasn't clicking as much as he'd like. But scoring 3 goals across a leg of FIFA normally will put you in a very good position to win that leg.
What about for Eggsy then? He said that he reviewed his gameplay footage from yesterday as we pan across the wonderful virtual stadium here on the East Asia Qualifier broadcast. He's gone back and had a look at what he liked, what he didn't like. Apparently, he didn't like a lot of what he saw yesterday, making wholesale changes, starting with his formation. If that's something he's not really practiced, despite getting the win today, will that really be enough to see him progress through this tournament?
Well, I think for one thing, playing against the defense of Agoo isn't the worst thing for a competitor like Eggsy. It's just going to be attack versus attack at this point. I think, again, Eggsy does have that more complete package, but Agoo just has so much variation at his disposal once he gets going, and so many ways to score goals. He's not going to be predictable in the way he goes forward. I think Eggsy will look to maybe set up a bit more defensively than we saw him play, and I imagine that might play into Agoo's hands because of the way that Agoo plays the game offense no matter what.
We talk about them a lot of competitors, maybe the viewers watching along from home all around the world, don't really care about fullbacks. Maybe you're looking at your foot squad team, you're looking on the various websites, you're looking in game at who you'd like to improve upon. And from my experience, what I see people talking about, fullbacks are the very last foot item, the last spot that are used, and yet they have been integral to what we've seen yesterday and today so far. Jay Treaders, where do you sit on this issue? Should you be making them more of a priority in your team, or should they be the last position that you look to fill?
It's just a cost per reward thing. I think your most important position is your midfield. In most situations, you need to be spending as much coins as you possibly can to ensure that your midfield is up to scratch. A lot of the time, people will spend fullbacks last, yes, but there's only so much coin that you can spend on a fullback and have it be worthwhile. I think having a terrible fullback is really bad. I don't think you could get away with an ordinary cheap striker maybe, and maybe a cheaper winger, even just a cheaper attacker overall. But having that extra coin spent on the fullback rather than as a last resort is very important, especially when you get them involved in the attack.
Welcome to the loser bracket round 3. There's a massive Premier League game taking place tonight. Well, we've got one of sorts for you here. The Arsenal fan versus the Manchester City fan. Big tackle made there, somewhat ironically. The Manchester City player in an Arsenal shirt. Ronaldo gets straight back up Passes to the top of screen. Agoo with Rashford. Normally in Manchester Red, so many stories within this story. And Eggsy with this direct attack. You feel like that won't stop over the entirety of these two legs.
And just turnovers on turnovers already. Interceptions being made by both competitors. Eggsy being one to not really utilize his defensive mids as much as we're used to seeing from multiple competitors. And we see a through ball that most likely should be coming off. A little bit unfortunate there for Eggsy, but now Agoo almost the opportunity to go on the counter attack. End-to-end open FIFA right now.
Onto the right foot, the sliding challenge as the ball land back to his player's feet. And it is Eggsy who strikes first in this loser bracket round 3 encounter.
And so much space for both of these competitors to work their magic once they get into the final third. Neither opponent really aggressively closing down on the fullbacks, on the attackers with the fullbacks or with the defensive mid, which means that all of the items on the pitch are effectively one-on-one as we see an offside pass played by Agoo. But so much space for these competitors to get to work. And we're seeing Eggsy really making Agoo pay there. Unfortunate with the rebound was Agoo, but Eggsy getting one-on-one, you have to be backing the attacker in a lot of those situations.
And of course did a lot of hard work to get into good positions. That assist is even better. And of all the goal scorers you would have had marked down in this game, Kyle Walker is not one. Certainly not in your top 10, maybe your top 20, but all the way from Manchester, your host for today's broadcast is cheering something loud. The 2-0 lead, maybe meaning Eggsy cheering loudest at the moment.
And Agoo just getting cut apart when he is trying to defend. Eggsy playing some wonderful FIFA, aggressive attacking FIFA. So many variations of his passing play at his disposal. Combine that with the way he makes those turns and the skill moves he uses, just creates a little bit of a nightmare for Agoo.
Here it is. The inform getting it done. More than 20 in-game minutes played, and Eggsy riding the hype wave. The attack unceasing, unrelenting. And he takes the very early 2-0 lead. Agoo won't get too flustered, knowing there's plenty of time remaining. And maybe the way to meet this aggression is with some aggression of his own in defense. He kept jockeying back. It wasn't that there were mistakes necessarily being made, but it looks like Eggsy loves it when you stand off him. It just gives him another opportunity to play forward. You can see there, even when the chance is, 1 in 4, 1 in 5 of that finding the striker, he plays it anyway in his unceasing search for goals.
We see Agoo still opting to stand off, but the standing off pays off with a couple of flicks through here, and he finds enough space to almost get the shot off. An aggressive counter press by Agoo once again, but those long balls, a feature of Eggsy's gameplay, always seem to find their way to the feet, and Eggsy's through it.
Would you like 3? Eggsy to his coach on the side, the quick high five. This time it's Neymar. And the game quickly getting away from Agoo. The good news is he's come back before, and he's certainly got enough changes, different tactics up his sleeve to use. He's made more pauses than any competitor so far this tournament. In total and by game, yes, I keep very weird statistics, but the man loves his tactical master plans, counter plans. Heel to heel used there, and then a second time telegraphed, ready for Eggsy to pounce on again. One defender back, but Varane is enough.
And long balls once again from Eggsy, and mistake by Agoo in possession. That could have proved costly, but does not. Agoo with a fortunate rebound and punishes Eggsy. And the comeback has begun for Agoo.
No Dragon Ball Z celebration at 3-0 down. Okay, fair enough. Save those for a later date. Plenty of goals for you, the neutrals, the fans watching along. In this first half, 4 of them to be exact. And it won't stop there. It's what we talked about pre-game. Open end-to-end attacking FIFA. Agoo loving to score spectacular goals, as well as plenty of them. And Eggsy with the unrelenting attack. He won 5-0 against Curl, not conceding a goal over those 2 legs. The first clean sheet. As Agoo with our 9 ball roll back onto the left foot. Oh, it's brilliant in the build-up, but Nick Pope is there to make the save. Corner taken very quickly indeed to the top of the box. He's still got it with Vieira. Neymar, not sure if that's the big finesse from the Summer Cup series. Coming out again. He's still got it. And first time shot, Pope in the way. It's all action. It's all happening with time ticking on. Can he find his second? Spectacular again from Neymar. But straight into the defender. Ronaldo. Ball inside. Vieira onto his right foot when he needed to go centrally. Eggsy gets that clear. Goodness gracious me, Treaders, you cannot take your eyes off this contest.
This has to have been that had to have been my favorite half of FIFA action, probably that we've commentated so far. I think just so open was that game, took me back to FIFA 18, FIFA 17 series, seeing 6-7 results, 6-7 goals scored apiece. I think this is the way that FIFA eSport should be. I get tired of seeing park the bus, bore out your opponent. I want to see an open, free-flowing game. I say no to defending.
You heard it from the Star Wars fan. This is the way. 3-1 up for Eggsy. But Agoo finishing stronger in the first half of the first leg. Yes, it is 2 legs. Yes, we will go to extra time and penalties if need be. The one thing we do know, there will be plenty more goals ahead. The 4-3-3 attack. Agoo loving the wingers. You can see there on the radar. Nice and obvious and easy to work out his formation. The Manchester City blue dots. Quite evident. It means he won't look to hold too much possession in midfield. Good defending from Eggsy. Good tackle made. It really is end-to-end stuff. Foul made with his Mbappe. Eggsy trying to win that ball back. If you have a look ahead, there it is. To the cam, who'll get it back here. We'll send it wide to the left winger. Neymar just keeps it in play. And then Eggsy overcommits with his defender, bouncing around. Corner taken short and quickly. Varane, pass inside, keeper gets down. This game almost exclusively being played in the attacking thirds of either competitor, even the attacking penalty area. Another corner, a different variation. He's going to get this ball back. Agoo really working to try and get this deficit back to 1 goal. Vieira to Ronaldo, and that hits the roof of the net. Nick Pope is big. but he's not long enough to stop that one. We're back at 3-2, and now maybe Eggsy has a rethink.
Agoo loves the 4-3-3 in attack mode. It allows him to get so many players high up the pitch, but what we don't see and really have to look for is the way he counter presses, continually winning that ball back and putting pressure on Eggsy, just letting him know, I'm here to play. 3 goals down, yeah, I don't care about that. Let me score 2 in reply, and we'll see Agoo continue to push on and push forth.
Some personnel changes for Eggsy as Cancelo is dumped after playing that pass. It has been one-way traffic. Agoo doing so well, not leaving anything to the imagination. Eggsy won't be too worried, despite having kept a clean sheet. He only knows one way. Ball into the feet of Ronaldo. Out to Vieira, pass and move, Lozano. That pass rather forced, and Varane is in the way.
And counter-attack immediately started there by Agoo, heading out wide. It'd be interesting to see whether he opts to try and use that defensive mid once again. And as I say that, he immediately does. Uses that to create space in the middle, and it works beautifully, using the defensive mid, playing that pass directly into the middle, and he scores a stunning goal. Agoo levels the score, and we're looking at an incredible contest developing before our very eyes.
Wonderful to have vision of the competitors themselves. How must they be feeling on the inside, Eggsy in particular, seeing that lead evaporate. Trying to bridge past Varane, nothing doing. There's a reason Agoo is your Summer Cup Series Asia champion. But Eggsy, the lovely first-time ball, Edison called out. Brilliant decision to bring the goalkeeper out. The save is made, but the ball retained. There's an extra man for Eggsy. Decides not to use him, and Agoo gets in the way.
And there's that mistakes that we were talking about earlier. Agoo getting a little bit ahead of himself in this one. Doing well to win that ball back there, but Agoo cannot afford to switch off at any point. I know he wants to be in this final third so badly, and he's doing so well. Ball rolls, cuts it back, and he finds the near post once again with the scoop turn. Agoo takes the lead from 3 goals down. He's up a goal. Beautiful goal scored again by Agoo.
He might be tempted now to change from this formation. Personally, I'm hoping he sticks with it. It is creating some beautiful FIFA 21, and he's scoring some lovely goals. It looks like it will just be a change to his foot items out there on the pitch. Fresh legs, one in midfield, the other 2 on the wings to keep the attacking flow going.
Man, I love the 4-3-3 attacking. It just allows you to put so much pressure on your opponent. And if you're able to switch the play, your players are sitting that high already without player instructions, that when you get that ball in the wide area, work it back across, you're almost guaranteed a chance, especially when your opponent is attacking as aggressively as Eggsy is.
Seven goals so far as that ball races out of play. Agoo with that shocking 1-5 defeat against Nasri. We thought it might be a good game, It wasn't quite one-sided, but not the Agoo we believe we would see this tournament. Then with that big penalty shootout win, and now maybe we are finding vintage Agoo, true Agoo, if you like, for Eggsy. He lost 2-5 against Jay, then that 5-0 win against Curl. And it must seem like an eternity for the man from Indonesia since he scored last. Attempting to find a fourth goal, the leveler here. Plays it out wide. Lozano inside, it's bouncing around. Before Varane gets it clear. Eggsy able to keep the ball moving forward. Valverde, there are those fresh legs. That's why you make the sub. He gets there first. And then Ronaldo blocked off by Varane as we tick into stoppage time. Not a good clearance. And I'm sorry, Agoo. It's not happening for you like it did in FIFA 20 with the long-range finesse. A little bit of attempted brilliance at the end. Eggsy, please just get that out of play. Thank you very much. A little bit worried at the end of that one. And maybe Treaders, he should be a little bit worried. The big lead, Agoo switches to the 4-3-3 attack. And we have ourselves a completely different game of FIFA.
I think Agoo might not have properly done his research on this contest, because coming out of the gate, he just looked a little bit shell-shocked when Eggsy was just attacking him so ruthlessly. But I think definitely in contrast to Rudra, I think the attacking styles are completely different. But once Agoo settled into the patterns that Eggsy was using and got used to the way he was attacking, made that tactical adjustment, he looked so much more comfortable out there, even playing a little bit of possession all the way at the end of the contest. All the way at the end of that first leg, still a second leg to come.
Indeed, plenty more FIFA for you for the rest of today. And indeed, in this very matchup, I maybe poked a little bit of fun at him for trying those long-range strikes. I know he did what no other competitor from this region could do. In FIFA 20, he'd take on the ridiculous, but long shots in FIFA 21 don't really feel like they're the go. Right or wrong there, Treaders?
A little bit more right than wrong. I think depending on the situation, if you get into a certain area of the pitch, you'll still see a couple of finesse shots go in. That lovely lob pass through to Walker, of all people. Just working wonders for Eggsy. That high press from Agoo, so unconventional, and when it comes off, it's a thing of beauty, but when it does not, it just looks very easy for a competitor to score goals. A little bit of good fortune with that one, but it was won well in the press. And Agoo showing he can work, he has what it takes to work that ball around quickly, using the 4-3-3 attacking to brilliant effect.
If you maybe missed this game, well, you'd be kicking yourself, but you've got plenty of highlights to enjoy. 3-0 down after 30 minutes. That was the goal to make it 3-3. Treaders, he wasn't done just yet.
Not that goal that was just scored there, but the goal before that is, I think, the perfect example of a FIFA 21 goal. Do all the hard work out wide, have a couple of overlapping players, get your opposition's defenders pushed all the way across to that side, work it back to the center, work it back to the defensive mid, and you'll find so much joy in the center if you're good enough to make the most of that additional space that has been created.
What about for Eggsy then? He seemed to be happy with his game plan. He spoke about it himself. Throw out what I did yesterday. I've got a new tactic and formation today. He did that in the course of 24 hours, does he now, in the course of one game to another, switch it up again entirely?
Probably not entirely. An entire switch up will be required. I think just making sure, limiting his mistakes. He made a number of mistakes in possession due to the press from Agoo. Agoo doing really well to combat the long ball style of play that Eggsy was wanting to play. In fact, it made the long balls just totally go to waste because of the way that his defenders and midfielders were positioned. I think Eggsy will look to potentially go back to what might have worked for him previously, maybe a little bit more possession, a little bit more responsible in his retention of the ball, and try and score goals by working the ball around a bit more and using the overall variation in skill moves that he has at his disposal and the ball rolls and the step overs and everything to score some wonderful goals.
Well, you've got one already. Shredder's not done with his in-between game analysis, and Eggsy immediately scoring through CR7, just like he started off the first leg. In the second, man is fired up and ready to play.
Goal for the visitors.
And immediately just a string of possession from Eggsy. Exactly what the doctor ordered in that situation. Doing well to hold on to the ball and limiting his mistakes in possession and not forcing the passes. He found the open player every time, used skill moves to create more space for the players and create more openness for his players, in fact. And that's what he can do. That's what he does at his best. Same with Agoo. It's just so difficult to play against when they combine all the skills that they have at their disposal together.
Brilliant last-ditch defending with Vieira from Agoo. Is this going to follow the same pattern from the first leg? We're now deadlocked again at 4-4. Eggsy says, new game, new me. And Agoo, lovely passing. Surely this is it to make it 5-4 on aggregate. Goals are plenty in this loser bracket round 3. They want to advance so badly, and Agoo has taken a big step in that direction.
And those kind of goals are the goals that both of these competitors will score. I think we'll see a number of goals like that, not entirely from a change of possession in a dangerous area like the giveaway there from Eggsy, but just a good string of possession combined with the variation in skill moves, creating so much space. It's so hard to defend, as we see Eggsy, again, not as clinical as he needed to be in that situation. Lovely over-the-top ball. A little bit of aerial ping-pong in that situation, but so much space can be created for these players, and they'll find so much joy in their attack as Eggsy finds even more joy. There is so many goals being scored in this one. Bit of good fortune for Eggsy, but the build-up was superb.
Maybe that's why we see the no celebration as well.
Number 10, Neymar.
But in this contest, over these legs, there's been enough quality to match the luck, if that's what you want to call it. 5-5. Twitch chat going bananas. No one sure who's taking this out. Pre-match predictions, throw them out the window, because Eggsy is through again. Neymar on the finesse, gets his lead back, and now it's 6-5. 4 goals already in the first half of this second leg.
Goal for the visitors. Number 10.
And Eggsy coming out firing. The press is aggressive. Just what Agoo doesn't want to play against at this point in time. Agoo would be happier with Eggsy sitting off, trying to hold a lead, because that's when he can really be unpredictable. Look at Agoo go to work here. He is so hard to defend. A little bit unfortunate not to create enough space to get that shot off, but it's well blocked by Eggsy, and Eggsy immediately coming up the other end. And Agoo will try and keep possession in this space, playing that 4-3-3 attacking, will need to dribble out of the back when he has the ball. And finally, he gets into the midfield, but immediately turns that ball over and Eggsy can come again.
I've commentated plenty of IRL football, and it does not compare to FIFA 21 when you're talking about goals scored. 3-1 within 20 or so minutes of this first half. And as I said in the first leg, one thing's for sure, we're not done there. Competitors throwing caution to the wind and providing the Twitch chat, anyone watching on, with the time of their lives. If you love FIFA 21, you are loving this game right now. Eggsy with Mbappe tries to get himself out of a tricky situation, gets himself the corner. Leading on aggregate is Eggsy 6-5, trying to play it back to Sanchez. And there's the player lock. Looking ahead, there's nothing much doing. St. Max, it's good defending by Agoo. You feel like there's something coming here. Pressure relieved for Agoo. He's trying to go straight down the other end. Wins it once, wins it twice. And now back with Pogba, a slight moment of calm.
From pure enjoyment perspective, this has been the best game of FIFA 21 I have watched so far. And we're seeing Agoo turn on the afterburners yet again, and he scores another. It's 6-6. The goals are flying. The celebrations are flying. The competitors keeping their heads a little bit, knowing there's so much more FIFA to be played in this contest.
Calm on the exterior, but inside the competitors will be full of beans. Maybe Eggsy a little nervous. The opportunity was there for him, but you just sensed in the counter-attack. Agoo now well and truly switched on, playing wonderful passes, unerring finishes. He's got Neymar, another ball inside, and Nick Pope with feet just keeps it short of his goal line as Agoo continues to push the agenda. First time pass, the shot past the post. Agoo not reacting. We're trying to stay calm here too, knowing there's plenty ahead. 1 minute of stoppage time in the first half. We're stuck at 6-6. The ball goes long because there's no time remaining. Goodness knows what this last 45 will throw at us. Agoo looking somewhere off screen. Eggsy again maybe taking the chance to get a drink of water, have a chat to the coach. 4 shots each, 5 goals in the first half. Possession, a dead even split. Treaders, can you try and predict anything for us in this last half of the loser bracket round 3?
Goals. I can predict that there'll be more goals scored in the final 45 minutes. Some of differing quality, but undoubtedly Agoo will continue to try and be unpredictable. We'll see Eggsy try and turn on the press yet again. Both competitors looking to win that ball high up, or as soon as they turn that ball over. It's heavy metal football at its finest. It's FIFA 21 at its absolute finest.
We've already had extra time. We've already had a penalty shootout. It involved that man, Agoo. He found the way to success. The green time long bomb. He's not gonna stop giving them a try, despite how they might be nerfed compared to FIFA 20. Credit to him, he did manage to green it, Treaders, but not even really close.
That's so hard to do in FIFA 21. Green time it. But somewhat thankfully for a number of competitors that doesn't end up in the back of the net. Unfortunately for us and the viewers in Twitch watching along, that didn't end up in the back of the net.
Played out wide to St. Max. Good cut out by Mendy. Agoo holding on. He loves that longer ball with the build-up. We said not a lot of bodies in midfield. How's that? Rashford, keeper's out. Has to watch it go over his head and into the back of the nets. And Agoo with the lead there. The Dragon Ball Z celebration once more. I said he wouldn't do it when he was 3-0 down. Funny now that he takes the lead, he decides it's a good time to bring it out. Why not? However, it won't be the last twist in this tale, the last goal scored. Who knows what else could possibly be in store in this matchup that has simply had everything.
And we're seeing Agoo attempt to press on, continue to score an additional few goals. But look how quick Eggsy's moving that ball, moving it so well. Space in the middle, cuts it across, and he scores a reply goal. It's goals on goals on goals. 7-7, can you believe it? Eggsy working that goal masterfully. Ball rolls, moving the ball so quickly and so well. That's an incredible goal.
Number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Eggsy cues the pause. Will we finally see a significant tactical change? Or do we just sit back and watch this play out? 14 goals over 2 legs, 7 in each individual leg. But again, this second leg, you can only assume will have more in it. You can talk about the lack of defending. Mike LaBelle may well want to feature it in the analysis, but we're just going to sit back and enjoy the ride, enjoy the goals. And Agoo won't be shifting, you don't think, from that 4-3-3, but again, we'll be happily looking to bring on fresh legs.
And there's only so much that good defending would do in these situations. We're seeing Eggsy move that ball at such a quick pace when he gets possession that Agoo has to make a decision on whether to jockey the player or just simply try and defend in the middle and cover off the defensive passing lanes. But when Eggsy has the ball in one-on-one situations, he's so unpredictable and so volatile that he is able to make so many chances out of pretty much nothing, as Agoo might have a chance here.
Eggsy able to defend that one for a change. The man from Indonesia, representing his nation, the last of that nation still progressing from this competition. Japan, as everyone I'm sure would have predicted, so dominant. And Agoo showing why he's been picked for that national team. Plenty of space at the back. Neymar to the back stick. And there's another. Agoo with the lead once more. That's 8-7 on aggregate. CR7 adds another to his tally. We won't make any assumptions just yet. Still 20 in-game minutes remaining.
And there's only so much that can be done to defend against that when Agoo has so many numbers pouring forward on the counter-attack. The only way that Eggsy gets even remotely close to being able to defend that is by playing a lot more possession heavy, which just simply is not his game plan. It's not what he's strong at. He won't try and just keep the ball safe when he's in possession of the ball. He wants to score goals, just as many as Agoo does.
He can take another. 8-8. Is anyone surprised? I think Agoo's reaction says it all. The smile. Yep, there's another goal. There's my defense being parted like the Red Sea. We're locked up again at 8 apiece.
just extraordinary. I thought I was safe to hand it off back to you, but no. Eggsy pouncing on Agoo's poorly timed offside trap. Players rushing up, and because Eggsy using that player lock to brilliant effect to time the run so perfectly, he makes Agoo pay.
You could come up with a highlights reel from this game alone. I know personally I try and pace myself throughout a tournament like this. And then the loser bracket round 3 throws up somewhere near 20 goals over 2 legs. Are you kidding me? Back underway. We go again. Ronaldo for Agoo is taken out. No foul given, which happens after you perform skill moves. Otherwise, you'd quite simply have fouls all the time for every little thing. I remember the drag back being one of those, particularly in FIFA 20, competitors feeling like they should get more fouls. So overpowered was it that it could not be rewarded. Are you kidding me? It's going to start to get unprofessional if the defending continues like this. Eggsy back in the lead. Agoo with another pause. Towels everywhere. Emotions high. And the scenes are those of disbelief.
Just unbelievable. Eggsy continuing with the assault on Agoo's defense. So much space left for Eggsy to capitalize on, but that's the way that Agoo will want to play. Essentially only having 5 players back to defend, if that. Often we'll see his Vieira left so high up the pitch as well, effectively nullifying the impact of that. I'm just curious to see whether Agoo thinks it's sustainable to continue to press on as he is, or does he at any point in the final few minutes of this contest change something up to try and secure the win?
I'm an old-fashioned man in some ways. I have my pen and paper, make a note of goals, competitor who scored the goal, goal scorer a minute. Honestly, it's an absolute mess right now on this notepad. For goodness sake. No defending, but enjoyable nonetheless. We head into what could be the final throes of this contest. Maybe the fates would have it that we're headed to extra time. It's time to start looking at the most goals scored in 2 legs of FIFA 21. I have a feeling this might be a record that stands for a long, long time. 9-8 it is to Eggsy. He's going forward again here for number 10. A sensational sliding challenge. The ball as high in the air as these competitors' expectations for this tournament. Just like those competitors knocked out, it lands back down at a halt. Eggsy still pursuing more goals. 5 in-game minutes remaining. Agoo trying to find the leveler. Corner for Agoo. 1 behind. Look at that, please. I dare you. And we go again. Down the bottom of your screen, Mendy. Valverde out of play. And we take you back to that moment. The keeper out of his goal. And Pope does get back to claw it away. A replay of another kind. Alessandrini flicks it up, puts it in, and eventually hoisted clear. Eggsy somehow just holding on to this 1 goal lead. Agoo throwing everything back Is the man who won the Summer Cup Series Asia about to be headed home? This would be the sealer. The keeper's out of his goal. Atal. It goes out of play. 1 in-game minute remaining. You can see the celebrations, I think it's safe to say. Finally, the goal onslaught of FIFA 21, the contest of FIFA 21, has come to a close. Look, we want to stay professional. We don't like it when things get shambolic. But on occasion, FIFA 21 and the competitors playing the game, treaders say, we're going to serve you up 17 goals, no defending, and a lot of craziness in between.
That was probably my personal favorite game. I want to see that game again and again. I want to see that play style replicated throughout all of FIFA 21 and everyone that's playing the game. That just makes me so happy to watch that take place. Even though the defending wasn't particularly up to scratch what we're used to seeing, the attacking was just so on point time and time again.
I don't want to see that ever again. I'm going to go take a quick nap. We'll come back with more FIFA. Agoo, your tournament is done. But Eggsy, congratulations on advancing through to the next stage. I don't envy the job of Kyle and Mike, who are going to try and break that down.
Thank you, Nate and Treaders. Mike LaBelle, I think you summed it up perfectly in our group chat. You said this game is crazy. That's the only way that you can sum that up.
I'm lost for words. Don't look away from your screen. I hope that you guys didn't take a bathroom break or anything in the midst of that game. Nobody knew what was going to happen. It was out of control. And at the pro level, typically we see more structure, and that game had none of it. And I know that someone like Agoo wants that. I don't know if I should even say organized havoc, just havoc. On the virtual pitch is exactly what we got. It was goals on goals on goals. If we're going to go through all the highlights, we're going to be here for another 15-20 minutes talking about it. It was unbelievable, from the different types of variations, the skill move combinations, late and great. The comeback was on, and the space is just so wide open. Both of their defenses, you could just walk through it, run through it, take a bridge through it, whatever you need to do. I don't think you could take a bridge actually through, but you get the idea. Bridge creates space. You're going to another maybe borough in New York City. I don't know. It was unbelievable what we had on display here. The game had a little bit of everything, from the mistakes to the finesse shots, to the build-up play, to the aggressive play. There was so much going on. Watch this back. If you missed it, even if you didn't miss it, you want to get a second run through. This is not a game that disappoints in any regard. You're just not going to see too many matches in competitive FIFA that are this attacking.
I mean, let's take it back because we didn't see any highlights. There's too many goals in this second leg. In the first leg, Eggsy went 3-0 up, and then Agoo brought it back 4-3. So from that moment, we should have known that we should have got more goals. At this point, it was 3-3 in the 59th minute. Eggsy made it 4-3, 7-7 on aggregate. And from there, Mike, it was just back and forth, as you say, no structure, no defending, just vibes, it felt like, with this one. And I wasn't too sure who was going to get the win. Honestly, the amount of notes I've written down for both competitors, in case one of them came out on top, I wasn't sure which way it was going to go. The 79th minute, though, Eggsy, he did manage to get that goal, which made it 9-8 on aggregate, 6-4 in the second leg, 4-3 to Agoo in that first leg. Back and forth, we can see right there, 14 shots, 14 on target, 51 possession, 88.5% pass accuracy, 20 tackles. So maybe there was some defending.
No, there wasn't.
Eggsy.
You're lying. There's no defending in this game. Everything was open. Businesses never shut down. These two guys just goal on goal on goal. And there was so much space. They're both in the clouds.
There really was. Now, I would love to have been at an event where you've got the breakdown board behind you. You're trying to break down one moment. I think you could break down all of that entire two-leg affair right there. But it is time to look back at our game highlight presented by PlayStation 4.
And one of my favorite goals of the day we're actually going to rerun. We're going to check out Eggsy's first performance earlier today. And he's going to combine two universal skill moves to go with some player lock usage, even though the player lock doesn't open up that much space. But we're looking at the ball roll combinations. And I consider this an effective skill move mix-up. So with the ball roll, anyone can do this. Of course, it's a universal skill. And the same with the bridge roll. Bridge is new to FIFA 21. And the ball roll lulls them to sleep. And then the bridge dribble tucks them in. You're really, truly putting them to bed. It's just a great combination play, and you're going to see more of this. And we're seeing different ways of trying to incorporate and introduce or even implement the bridge dribble in more innovative ways, because it's so effective that everyone's trying to figure out how they can bait you into using the bridge maybe too early, or trying to time when to have that speed burst. And now we're seeing a bunch of different skill combinations, and I'm expecting different application as the competitive year goes on. The skill's not going anywhere. You just can't be predictable.
Right, let's have a look at the lower bracket. This is how things stand right now in the competition on the lower bracket side of things. Yes, that losers bracket, as we can see, RRQ Eggsy, he did take on Curl this morning, beating him 5-0. Agoo took on Rudra, beating him 9-8, and then he was on the back of another 9-8 game right there against RRQ Eggsy, but it was Eggsy who came out on top, which sets out our losers bracket final. Nasri taking on Eggsy, which is coming up next right there. And Mike, I don't know how Eggsy's going to be feeling. Are you confident because you won? Are you down because you let in 8 goals?
I mean, the reality is we're going to have 3 different types of matches today. We've seen Eggsy with a clean sheet. We just saw him go up against Agoo, which was the opposite of any defense. I'm not sure what you want to call that. It was just offense only. And then versus Webb, he's more of a controlling player. Webb's going to have a lot more possession play than Eggsy, so it's going to be another completely different vibe, atmosphere, ambiance, just a different feel and rhythm to the game.
Oh, I cannot wait for this one. Eggsy scoring all of the goals. He's providing us with all of the entertainment, and he comes up against Nasri in our losers bracket final, and that's coming up shortly.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 1 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1. We are deep into this qualifier right here. Only 2 more matches to go. Our losers final and then our grand final right there. And breaking it down for us is myself, Kyle Walker, and Mike LaBelle. And Mike, here we are in this losers final. Nasri has been patiently waiting for this moment right here. And then he had to watch all of this action and watch goals go in left, right and centre. I'm sure he's trying to think of a plan to come up with to stop Eggsy, but can you even stop him?
I don't think Webb Nasri is bothered. He's been in this position before. He's very experienced, and he's also a very different style than what we've seen in both these opening matches from Eggsy. Eggsy had that clean sheet to start the day where Curl didn't really challenge him. Felt that was all Eggsy start to finish. And then we just saw an extremely high-octane attacking matchup, but that's not going to be what's going to happen versus Webb. Webb's going to have a lot of possession play. He's going to look to really dictate the pace of the game. He's very patient, so completely different style than both the previous matchups. So I know that if I was in Webb's position, Webb's got to be saying, well, I don't play like either of these guys. So I want to give him a different package and see if he's versatile enough in order to adjust.
Now, if you've been at home and you've been watching all of the action unfold, I'm sure your appetite has well and truly been, well, whet for some competitive action, and you can get involved in that with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. These are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And what you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. It is super simple. Mike LaBelle, break it down for us in the console.
Well, this is your one-stop shop. Tips, tricks, getting involved in tournaments. Everything is really simple. It's built into the platform. It doesn't get much easier than this. I'm definitely someone who at times prides myself in technological advancement, and then also at times I feel as if I don't know what to click on, where to go. So this has been really easy for me to use. I've played in quite a few of the ESL events that they set up, and so many players ask me about getting into the competitive scene and what's the best pathway? How do I know if I'm playing at a high level outside of the weekend league? This is a great way to not only win prizes, but have free entry and get some practice, start to work on your craft in terms of that competitive nature.
Yes, now jumping straight back into the action coming up for you very, very shortly. We've got our losers bracket final right here. Nasri taking on RRQ Eggsy, going head to head. And Mike, what I love about this region so far is how adaptive these players have had to be. They have to switch up their game styles. They have to switch up their playing styles. They have to switch everything up because from opponent to opponent, all the matches are very different.
Well, that's something about competitive FIFA in general. When you're looking at this esport, depending on how aggressive, how balanced, how well your opposition is maybe a possession player or someone who plays very wide versus playing very narrow, and you have to be able to pivot. It's often a challenge of your mental strength to stay focused, your actual skill set and your ability, and then also being able to adjust on the fly, especially when games don't go your way. Because many of the times you're going to concede goals when you thought that you didn't deserve to concede. You're going to miss finishes that you believe you should finish. And then you're sitting there second guessing, backtracking, making excuses. This just sounds like me every weekend league of why I didn't get a better result on my last 10 games.
Right, let's bring Nate and Treaders into the fold right here. I mean, guys, I'm going to say this. I think I'm 3-0 for the predictions. I think I've got
That's because you just keep going with me. That's why, Kyle. You're welcome.
That's true. That is very, very true. I'm just going to keep on copying you. No, I'm not. I'm going to give the predictions first on this one, and I'm going to go with Eggsy once again, all right? I think he's going to make his way through to that grand final. Treaders, who've you got?
It'd be, again, same as yesterday with Webb. I'd feel silly if Webb wins this one and goes through, and I haven't backed him. I think Webb's going to have the total package. He's got all the mechanics down pat. He's got everything it takes to beat Eggsy, and I think Eggsy conceding 8 across 2 legs, as good as Agoo is, I think Webb's going to have something to say about that.
Oh, okay. Nate, are you going to join me or Treaders?
Yeah, I was going to say Nasri, and now that Treaders has said Nasri, I'm going to go Eggsy.
Mike, you've got into his head. You've definitely got into his head right here now.
I actually run the desk and the commentator position right now, so I feel very happy. I feel like I can predict whatever you guys are going to choose at this point. As part of that perfect crew with Kyle Walker, today though, or in particular matchup, we're going to disagree. I think even though Webb's been sitting, that he brings just a very unique and an odd way of playing FIFA at times. And I think he's going to take Eggsy out of the match. So I'm going to go with Webb Nazari, even though he has been sitting there, he's been waiting. He's been watching, I'm sure, but I doubt that he's going to come in maybe as warm with the hands. And that might sound funny, but in FIFA, it does matter kind of getting everything at that competitive level aligned. He's coming in a little bit cold.
Someone's O has got to go between me and Mike LaBelle on the predictions right there. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thanks for that, Kyle. Great little segue into this loser bracket final. My name's Nate PTK, and I'm joined by Jay Treaders. I'm not gonna lie, I'm exhausted after that last one, Treaders. It took a lot out of me. I was messaging you afterwards like, please, buddy, can you call some of these goals? Because I don't think I have it in me to keep going. And that is one of the reasons why I'm seated here and no longer a competitor in this scene. It is incredible to see the stamina and fortitude that Eggsy had during that last matchup.
Absolutely. He just created chance after chance after chance. He had so many different ways of going about scoring his goals. He was obviously more happy to go on the counter attack and just simply be through on the goalkeeper, being a bit of a through ball merchant, dare I say. But he was also showed glimpses of a possession-based game, working that ball around, working it back to his defensive mids, and then back to his striker in the middle, enjoying the amount of space that Agoo was affording him. I don't think Agoo will be giving him, I don't think Nasri will be giving him nearly as much space as Agoo did to work his magic. But that being said, Nasri is happy to leave quite a bit of space on the counter-attack. Doesn't play the high line that Agoo does, but he does push forward with his fullbacks, at least from what we saw yesterday.
It will be somewhat of a return to normalcy. Nasri, one of these competitors, like we saw last week and during the competition, not afraid to sit back as we head on in to the loser bracket final. As Mike LaBelle said, the comparatively cold hands of Webb Nasri versus the very hot hands of Eggsy, the winner, advancing through to the grand final.
And we'll see immediately Nasri looking to recycle possession, but Eggsy not letting him just sit on the ball. If we remember back to Nasri versus Jay just sat back, absorbed the pressure, and went through with that, which Nasri might be expecting, unless he's been keeping up with the results, which you'd hope he'd be doing. But we're seeing Nasri bring that ball forward. His possession style so much more traditional than we were previously seeing in the matchups we've seen today, thanks to Agoo and Eggsy playing their heavy metal football. A lot of wing play utilized in Nasri's style, and he will just work the perfect chance for himself and then be happy to score the beauty. Unfortunately for him in that situation, that ball just does dribble out for a throw-in, goal kick rather.
Overhit just slightly, but that is enough. Again, things should calm down a little bit. Maybe you liked that hectic end-to-end nature of FIFA. It was certainly worth a watch, and as was pointed out, worth a rewatch too. One for the ages. If you're those into keeping your records on FIFA esports again, I think you'd do very well to find more than 17 goals scored in a game of FIFA 21, as the first opportunity of a real nature does not transpire good, deep defending, a characteristic, Treaders, of Webb Nasri.
And the counter press arguably the most iconic part of Eggsy's gameplay, besides his variety that he has in attack. The counter press to win the ball back as he cuts it back across the face of the goal. And just like that, Eggsy is up 1-0. He can do that to you, you know. He wins that ball back high up, wins it off Nasri. Nasri just looking to play out from the back, and Eggsy punishes him and scores the simplest of cutbacks.
Nasri never looks too flustered. I commented on it yesterday. Sitting back in that lovely looking office, hands on the desk, knowing there's a lot more to come. It is impressive from Eggsy for so many reasons, and one of those is stamina. No, we're not talking about the players in game. This man has had to concentrate, no breaks, back-to-back-to-back games of FIFA 21. Neymar on the finesse to make it 2. Oh, this man is putting on something special. And just like he did a moment ago, he's got himself an early 2-0 lead.
And he pushes on and on and on again. Just makes scoring goals look so easy against a player of Webb Nasri's caliber. He does not relent with his press. Never gives you an opportunity to switch off. And I think that's a unique strength of the way that he plays the game. You don't have as much time on the ball as you would when you're playing against other competitors, which just means that if you do switch off at all, because you need a break, there's only so long that the human mind can actually focus for. And Eggsy pushes that to the absolute limit. And here comes Nasri finding his way into the box, running out of options. We'll need to work this back around to create the space in the middle that he so desires. And now that initial chance gone. Trying to create the space, forcing that pass a little bit is Nasri. And here comes Eggsy, locked in with the player lock.
Locked in indeed. Can you see my notes up there from Brisbane Tritters? Sometimes it helps me to have a little key phrase. You just see something in a man's eyes. You see the focus and the concentration. And it really seems like he is locked in, ready to play. It does not matter who stands in his way. He will have had no greater test than Webb Nasri. Of course, it is Jay, with the coldest hands of the lot, if you like, who awaits in the grand final. But it's Webb Nasri back on the attack.
And if I'm Jay watching these contests, I'm thinking, you know what, I'd much rather be playing Webb Nasri when it comes to a grand final of competitive FIFA than Eggsy. If you're looking at playing Eggsy using that player lock to fake, and he cuts it back to the middle and he scores another. It's 3-0 within 36 minutes. Eggsy does not relent with his attack and scores another stunning goal.
I don't often get stunned into shock, but I think this is one of those moments coming from the losers bracket. What does it remind me of? The Dark Knight, whatever Batman film it is, the third one, and he goes down into the cave, and from the depths, the man will rise. One will rise. Is Eggsy that go-to guy in this scenario? With his back to the wall, he is climbing out of that hole and showing us some simply superb FIFA 21.
And we see Nasri just trying to play his more traditional style of FIFA. Again, Jay will be watching Eggsy's gameplay and thinking, oh, geez, my hands are cold. I've just been playing Weekend League, Div Rivals, whatever it may be. I'm not quite ready for the challenge of taking on the greatest attacking threat that East Asia has produced so far. And Eggsy, once again, winning that ball back. Look at the numbers flowing forward for Eggsy. With Nasri pushing those fullbacks up, it just leaves so much space out wide. And Nasri putting that challenge in. Both competitors using the 4-4-2 rather than using the 4-4-2 defensive that we're probably more accustomed to seeing competitors use at each of these qualifiers. I'm intrigued that Web Nasri continues to back his playstyle, not looking to go too direct, but I think the experience that Nasri has at his disposal leaves him aware that there's so much time left in this matchup.
We're close to halftime in this, the first of two legs of the loser bracket final. And Shredders, it was a first half dominated by one man, the locked-in lad, that is Eggsy.
And the possession stats, once again, possession is a lie. 4-4-2 matching up to each other, and nearly 70% possession by Web Nasri, simply trying to work the chances. But what is interesting about the way that Web Nasri is playing is he's still forcing those chances, forcing that ball into the center. And I think that's because Eggsy is baiting those passes so incredibly well. And Eggsy, so consistent is he with the way that he holds his hold-up players. He holds that ball up so well, uses player lock to bait runs, and then he uses his fake shots to get around the final player and score some stunning goals. And here comes Nasri with a chance of his own. Down the byline, looking for a cutback in the middle, and all options eliminated by Eggsy, and the ball for a goal kick.
A little bit unfortunate that bounced back off his attacker. I'm sure it won't be the last we see of Web Nasri in an attacking sense. He gets the ball back there, back off Pope. I didn't even see how that bobbled up. Wouldn't mind a slow-mo instant replay. We'll have to leave it to the imagination. Maybe another one for me to watch back. Yes, I do watch them back. I love the FIFA esports. I love it live. I love it on replay. As Eggsy looks to create another highlight. Web Nasri for now, keeping things at bay.
And maybe we see Nasri opt to take a leaf out of Eggsy's book and play a little bit more direct. A couple more turnovers in that possession. I think that would absolutely play into Nasri's favor. A bit more of an open game and back your mechanics to take on the threat that is Eggsy on the counter attacks and indeed in any regular attack. And we'll see Nasri opt to push on once again. Both teams using their fullbacks to full effect. And Nasri trying to cut it back to the middle. Sees an overlapping run, refuses it, step overs, taking his time to make a quality decision. Keeping that ball with Mbappe, he's held it for an eternity. R9 working back to the central defensive mid. And the attack fizzles out once again for Web Nasri.
Interesting animation with both players hitting the floor and popping back up at the same time. No goals yet in this second half. A moment of calm to give it to you. Web Nasri will be hoping things get a little bit more hectic. 3-0 down in this first leg. He's had to sit and watch as all these events transpire. All those goals from the last game. Eggsy with the hot hands running in on a madness. But that said, in this second half, Nasri appears to have him a bit more under control. A good mixture of jockeying in the defence and a coming forward with the centre-backs where need be. The variety in defence crucial. And again, right on cue, he brings the centre-back out and the player found offside.
It's just so hard to defend is player lock when it's used to cancel the forward runs of the players. When play lock is used to the full effect, you're tracking back with your centre back, you're tracking back that initial run, and you don't really get the chance to switch to a defensive mid. Because if you don't track that run, that's a simple through pass and a goal for the opposition. If you do track that run and then they play a switch, they've got a little bit more space to work with, and you find yourself recovering, scrambling. That's why it's so dangerous, and that's why, as Mike LaBelle says, that I am so in love with it.
Eggsy, the last man from Indonesia, standing, still representing that nation. He lost 2-5 to the man in the grand final. Oh, Eggsy back on the left with Neymar. He's not done yet, you know. It's 4-0 in this first leg. And at the moment, Nasri does not have an answer.
So unpredictable is Eggsy. I think we saw him early on take that shot on first time. And so Nasri thinking, it's just this attack again, here we go. But the composure from Eggsy, taking his time to fake shot the other direction. And Nasri's defender caught out, keeper caught in no man's land. And Nasri forced to press on, and the assault, the full-blooded assault on Nasri's defense will not let up.
Can he hold firm? I've said 3 is the magic number to come back from. It's already past there. You know what? Courtois is moved across to make the save. I thought for all money that would be 5. But Nasri's late but great goalkeeper movement keeps it at 4-0 for now. As that ball hits the side netting. Crowd goal, no doubt.
And I wonder what Nasri has up his sleeve. Besides a long ball that just turns the ball over. 4-4-2. Just a classic formation. Using the tele camera. Getting a nice close-up on the players. We're used to seeing the 4-4-2 utilized to just simply hold possession. It's so rare that we see it used as an excessively aggressive formation, as Eggsy is doing as the cross is whipped in. Courtois punches away, but Eggsy able to keep hold of the ball, the bridge, because Nasri was covering the middle, and Eggsy still got that ball, keeping Nasri under so much pressure. Player lock at the ready. Swings that ball in, but too much sauce on it, and Nasri comes up with possession for a little bit. I wonder how long he'll be able to hold on to this ball for before Eggsy presses. And there it is. Immediately after he presses, Eggsy just outplaying Nasri at the moment. So much pressure on the ball carrier, forcing Nasri to go just deep into the kit bag and pull out the most unlikely of through balls.
And that's what playing Eggsy does to you, evidently. Your short passing isn't working, so you go long instead. That doesn't work either. And while Eggsy does give you the opportunity, he gives you a lot of possession. He is just so switched on, so good at defending. We will, and quite rightly, credit all his goals. Nasri, the hot favourite going into this one, still yet to score.
That's just extraordinary. The fact that he's able to keep a player of Nasri's caliber to 0 goals across the first 90 minutes of this two-legged affair just shows how rattled he has Nasri with the way that he presses with his centre-backs. Totally unusual in the way he defends, but so effective. It's understandable that when a player is as good as Agoo was, if we go back to that previous two-legged matchup, if a player is as good as Agoo is at attacking, that they will score goals. But Nasri, more of a well-rounded player, more of a solid defender, ends up in the first leg at 4-0.
4-0 indeed, utter domination from Eggsy. I can tell you're loving life there, Treaders. Plenty of goals, and it's not just about the goals. In fact, it's not just about the great defending too. It's the manner of it. He is in full control. He is locked in. You can just see by the focus on his face. He means business. And as you said, perfectly, expertly as we take a look at the goals. It is a quality opponent in Webb Nasri, and he's making him look like a Gold 3 player.
And he's just forcing mistakes after mistakes. Nasri having to control that centre back because of the player lock. Look at that's stunning. That is simply stunning, that player lock. Faking the player lock for the cutback. Nasri jumps up to make the interception. With a bit of luck there with that save. But Nasri jumps up to make that interception. And wow, I am speechless at that composure from Eggsy. That's by far the best use of play lock we've seen. The bait and switch from Eggsy, just something next level.
I see what you've done there, by the way, production team. You've given me my slow-mo instant replay of that ball rolling up Pope's arm off his shoulder for the claim. It looked weird. I don't know if it's made any more sense, but it is a minor point in what has been a game full of exclamation points. What then for Nasri? He is so good. He's got the reputation of being the Neely man. He goes so far into every tournament. He makes Foot Champs Cups. He's been there, done that. And then he seems to hit what is near to the final hurdle in this loser bracket final. What to then, Treaders, for Webb Nasri to change things up and force an incredible comeback?
I'm a little bit at a loss for Nasri, to be honest. When you have a competitor like Eggsy who's just bringing so much X factor, so much pizzazz to the way they're playing, so much variety to their attacks, it's incredibly hard for Nasri to get back into this contest. If he is to get back into this contest, playing a wider formation, potentially 5-for-1, he needs to stop the damage. Eggsy isn't going to hold back. He isn't just going to look to hold possession. He continues to look to score goals and look to score goals, playing the beautiful game the right way. Again, just thinking back to that use of player lock, he has got Nasri on strings. He is in his head totally rent-free. If Nasri doesn't commit up to make that interception, you've got Eggsy in miles of space, just looking in a beautiful position to play a simple through pass. If he does decide to make that jump up, Eggsy can just run through and score a simple goal. It's not a nice position for Nasri to be in, and I think what we're looking at is the development of the next meta of FIFA 21 as these pros get better with player lock.
Very direct, very effective. We do make a lot of notes. We've spoken about them before. Analyzing formations, looking at tactics, what maybe could be done ahead of time. But at the moment, Treaders, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't even feel like a tactical battle. It is one man playing this video game, dare I say, I can't believe I'm about to say this, reminiscent of Tex himself in his heyday, where it doesn't matter what you do. There is no game plan to stop him. He is simply mechanically too good at the moment.
He's just all over him. He has got FIFA 21 mastered to a T for this contest. Holding Nasri to 0 goals across 90 minutes. I don't think there's many that could brag about achieving that accomplishment, let alone holding Nasri to 0 goals when playing a 4 at the back, playing with 4 banks of 4. It's just so unique in the way that Eggsy is going about it. It's beautiful to watch.
I think 4 banks of 4 makes 16, and that would be hard to get through. It is 4-0 on the scoreline, though. Eggsy commanding. Webb Nasri maybe trying to match things up in the kit department. If nothing else, it's an early attacking opportunity, but 2 bodies in the way. The man representing Kashima Antlers has it all to do in this loser bracket final. It is Nasri staring down. You know what? 4-0 deficit, make it 5-0 deficit. Eggsy scoring within 3 minutes of this one. the man from Indonesia, seemingly unstoppable.
He's just untouchable at the moment. Everything he does turns to goal. He's got the Midas touch. He's unlocked and mastered everything perfectly. We're seeing a lot of space here for Nasri though, and the goalkeeper movement does let down Eggsy. Nasri will refuse to go down. The veteran will refuse to say die, but he still has a large mountain to climb. A simple through ball goal, that one, and Nasri will look to press hard, press high, win that ball early before Eggsy gets into the full flow of his attack.
Doesn't leave much time before he starts to do so. A bit of a shame, maybe, depending on whose side you're on here, to see that goal scored in terms of the manner of defending. We're talking him up as the pressure put on the keeper. Nasri gets away with that. I only say that because he started to call the keeper out. If he had have kept doing so, it would have been a comfortable save. Instead, maybe a little bit preemptive, a little bit exaggerated. He moves the goalkeeper to the side, and it is all too easy. And maybe that's the type of look-in where Nasri needs that pass. Very dangerous, intercepted. He will not continue. Or rather, he won't stop to continue that through ball assault. You see those strikers running through treaders, and you can almost guarantee a ball will be played onto them.
And it's just quintessential Eggsy at that point, along with the high press, trying to win that ball back early. Nasri will have to match him in multiple facets of his game. And there's that use of player lock to keep control of the player and limit the movement there. The ball roll along with the fake shot to slow down the attacker, and you simply create some hold-up play. And now one-on-one is Eggsy with Nasri's centre back, and Nasri jockeys well, but another corner where Eggsy scored directly from his last one.
He goes direct again. This time, Nasri with a player in the way. 5-1 on aggregate. Nasri going for that big early booming through ball. Once again, Eggsy in the way. Really good ball this, Sanchez. No. Man is through for a shot on goal. I know you've got better finishers than Sanchez, but none that were in a better position.
Eggsy is feeling himself to the absolute max. The super cancel came out there. He faked the Berber spin, and then immediately after that, hit the super cancel, L1, R1, as he recovers the ball once again in midfield before the attack becomes even remotely threatening. Nasri winning that ball back high up. One-on-one is Nasri. Creates a little bit of space there. Just waiting to see what eventuates there. But Nasri putting the pressure on Eggsy at the moment.
Certainly the best he's looked so far over these two legs. And it's still 1-1 in this second leg. The 4-goal lead. Eggsy won't be nervous just yet, but Nasri will be as full of belief as he was from the very start. Here he comes forward. Rashford cannot get the ball under control. Eggsy with the no-look through ball. Nasri back on the attack once again.
And Eggsy putting himself under a lot of pressure. And Nasri not quite playing the composed game that he's so renowned for. We saw him take 70% possession but go down 3 goals. And now here comes Eggsy on the counter-attack. Numbers in attack, so many options available for him. He simply needs to pick the target, and he does. But the last-ditch defense from Nasri bails him out, and the pressure reapplied. And Nasri, a counter-attack of his own. ball roll. Simply too good is Nasri in that situation. You won't see too many players miss those kinds of opportunities. And if you keep the pressure on a player whose name is Eggsy, they are bound to crack.
Large vamos for egg puns on broadcast. St. Maximan, would you like some chips with your eggs, Treaders? He makes it the immediate reply. 6-2 on aggregate. Man might have been boiled. He will not crack.
I can't.
Yeah, I apologise. We have some fun. I've got nothing with this man, Treaders. Eggsy is doing things we've just not seen. I know we had an absolutely crazy final in the Oceania qualifier number 1. Nagidi, so strong over Greek Freak. It was one-way traffic, really exciting goals. And yet, not with the amount that we're seeing here, the man finds something fun for every occasion and leaves us quite breathless.
Absolutely. He just makes the game both look easy and he makes it look so enjoyable the way he defends. A lovely push out from CR7 and Nasri. But again, two on two situation. And here comes Eggsy once again. A one-on-one situation. The reverse elastico. Nasri fighting with his defender for his life. And a corner given away. Can Eggsy repeat the dosage?
Last chance, needs to go directly. Decent header, I say last chance. Not if there's another corner. Play on, good sir, into the 4th minute of 1 minute. Time finally does stop. Things have gotten a little ridiculous from myself personally, but not as much as from Eggsy. He is a goal-scoring machine, and he is doing it against a quality opponent, a man of the caliber of Webb Nasri. Treaders, this just should not be happening.
It's absurd what Eggsy is what he is doing to Nasri at the moment. I don't think I've ever seen anyone be as ruthless as Eggsy has been. Eggsy seems to have understood that the best form of defense is offense in FIFA 21. Your best plan is to try and win that ball back and just score as many goals as you can because of how straightforward and simple team press makes winning that ball back. And I think it's a mentality that we'll see a number of competitors adopt, especially when their offense is as brilliant and as fluent as Eggsy is.
6-2 on aggregate. Do not adjust your monitor. Webb Nasri down by 4 and Eggsy looking for more. There is still a half left in this second leg. A way back for Nasri. He did cue that pause a while ago and now can look to make his changes.
And we're seeing Eggsy just pile on the pressure. Nasri potentially watched that previous contest and will opt to get those 3 players and saw the way that Agoo attacked with the 4-3-3 attacking. I'm intrigued to see if Eggsy continues to push on. I don't doubt he will continue to push on, but how much he continues to push on is what is intriguing to me.
He simply doesn't need more goals. We said pre-game, ahead of a few of his other contests, do you hold on to what you have? So many competitors would do just that. You have the big lead, you hold on to it, you don't take risks. But look at that man on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. He has been the very picture of concentration. He is starting to be one of the first competitors to truly master this game. And it's still not the biggest game he has yet to play today. The grand final against Jay awaits. That is, unless Nasri can mount quite an incredible comeback.
And if you're wondering who to back, if you're a neutral watching along, and if Eggsy does manage to hold out here, as Nasri, hearing us talk about the next round, remembers what's he playing for. But again, Eggsy just seems to be a little bit more ahead when it comes to the last-ditch challenges. And there's Nasri using play lock to bring a player short and just turning that ball over immediately. Eggsy looking to play direct. But if you're looking as a neutral, who should I back? It depends what your mentality when it comes to football, when it comes to FIFA 21. Do you like more attacking, aggressive, direct football? Or are you a person that appreciates a good, firm, low block? If you're an offensively minded fan, then Eggsy will definitely be the player to watch. But Jay will definitely have something to say about the way Eggsy has been so free-flowing in his attack, especially with the way he plays his 5-4-1 to such brilliant effect.
At J Treaders, if you'd like to take that online quiz, which FIFA Ultimate Team player are you? Work out whether you're a J or rather an Eggsy. 6-2 on aggregate, time ticking down for Webb Nasri. You see there that body language, sits back on his seat. No doubt, like us, you can't quite believe what he has seen. It is not a matter of having played badly, just like Agoo before him. Sometimes your opponent just too good on the day, and you won't see many better than Eggsy right now. Really good save by Courtois to keep it to 6-2. The follow-up is offside.
And I'm doing my absolute best as we see Eggsy just establishing full dominance of this contest. But I'm doing my best to keep the egg puns to an absolute minimum. Nasri just being a little bit too slow on the ball. And Eggsy just seems joyous anytime he gets the chance to hit on the counter-attack. And he does so to great effect once again. His decision-making in counter-attacking positions is brilliant.
Can have a bit of fun with this set piece if you'd like to. Third man does take it directly. Courtois able to get there in time. Look at Nasri's reaction. He does not know what's coming next. And to be fair, I think only Eggsy does. Ball across. The header well off target. Nasri frustrated, but Treaders, not a lot more he could have done today. He can certainly look back at this tournament and say, I put my best foot forward, and maybe, just maybe, get behind his fellow man from Japan as this Indonesian storm continues to roll on.
Just incredible the way that Eggsy has been playing, has been working out for him. I'm so intrigued by the way that the matchup between Jay and Eggsy, that is quite a difficult matchup to predict, especially because it comes down to the difference in philosophies. Jay will absorb the pressure time and time again and look to break just as aggressively as Eggsy does. However, once he gets in possession, that's where Eggsy might look to capitalize, as Eggsy tries to make it 7-2, and he does. Simply too good. Looking for the forbidden 8-2 goals. It's just too easy for Eggsy, and Nasri knows that his time in this contest is up.
Doing it with Bumba. He's done it with every other player in the game. He may not be done here the first time through ball. The chip again is onto the post. A rare reprieve for Webb Nasri. The non-reaction from Eggsy, I think, tells you everything there, Treaders. He doesn't care. It's all the same to him. He's not looking ahead. He is well and truly in the moment.
And I think what we've learned from the way that Nasri has played is you can't afford to spend a lot of time on the ball when you're playing against Eggsy. If that's one thing that Jay can take from this gameplay, is time on the ball is non-existent when you're playing Eggsy, as he looks to make it 8, and Nasri says, you're gonna do this the hard way. Picks up a red card, a rarity in FIFA 21, but it's a glorious snap.
You get the official commendation from Jay Treaders for that one. Loves a good snap and challenge, and if you love goals, you can have another one there. Are we gonna go for it? I can't bring myself. Yes, I can. You hate to see it. Man is dominating right now. Oh, Eggsy, it's something special that we're witnessing. Nasri is forced to sit back. We're forced to show a little bit of self-control. Commiserations to Nasri Treaders. Have you got any surmising thoughts on Eggsy in particular as we approach the upcoming grand final?
He does not change his play style whatsoever, no matter the opponent. Nasri held the ball for 70% of the first half of the first leg, and it was simply incredible the way that Eggsy was still able to create quality chance after quality chance by playing the way that he knows works best.
I don't know if you've seen a film called Kingsman. In there's a lesson turned to the main character called Eggsy. Manners maketh man. There's simply no manners being shown by this Eggsy. He is destroying his opponents left, right, and center. Kyle and Mike, back to you guys to break that down.
Bell, I mean, Eggsy is just on a roll right there. 22 goals in his last 3 games. I mean, he likes to play offensive. He likes to score goals, but this is just unfair now. It's unfair on his opponents.
Well, the big key was that he was able to set the tone, set the tempo. He never allowed Webb to really get into controlling the match because it didn't matter if you have all this possession if you're not doing anything with it. And in this case, Eggsy already had the lead. He was already ahead, which makes it where you can allow somebody to hold the ball. You're telling him, fine, hang on to it as much as you like. We've already got the go-ahead. We've put you under some pressure. You got to go forward at some point. And it's got to be said that every time Nasri started to maybe slightly battle back, you thought he could get into it, Eggsy had an answer. Beautiful finesse shot. The post inside and out. Rattles in there. You see some more player lock movement. Neymar, wiggle, work, wham, bam. Thank you, man. We're out of here. That's a beautiful fake shot cancel. Steps through. Neymar is obviously such a threat this year. Very, very dangerous. Another turn from Neymar with a 5-star weak foot. Opens up the body. Finesse shot. It's been not 1, not 2, not 3, but many of those opportunities were converted from Eggsy. And I was super impressed. I mean, I went against Eggsy here. I thought that Webb Nasri had been watching. It had been adjusting. He's known as a bit of a tactician. Came out slow. Came out kind of sluggish, which I also said was one of the disadvantages of waiting. And I feel as if Eggsy's just getting better and better. To beat Agoo, to score that many goals, even though it was wild in that matchup, to have the clean sheet to start the day. And then it was all Eggsy in this game. If you want to review these goals, the leak outs, the decision making, you're going to see some beautiful chips. It was just good material top to bottom.
5-0, 9-8, and 8-2. Eggsy's last 3 games right there. And we can see 5-2 up on aggregate. He just had fun, didn't he, Mike? Look at him with the chip. He made things look so easy. Things that we all struggle with day to day. He just made them look so easy, scoring goals for fun. And this is the type of FIFA that we love. This is the entertaining stuff.
No doubt about it. I think it's going to be really difficult for Jay in the final to be able to get by Eggsy. Eggsy's looking so confident right now. The formation exchange, the formation switch, and I would not want to see him. If he forces a reset, you're going to be under so much pressure. And that's why we keep seeing this trend or this common theme throughout loser bracket runs is that you build so much steam, and by the time you get back up to that finale, you get to the finals, that guy has been just sitting there watching you play, and usually you're having certain levels of success, and I feel as if the guy in the finals, whoever it may be, then starts to maybe give you too much respect and put you a bit more on a pedestal because you're in form. By the way, I did not turn on the lights on a side note. It's just, it's now bright outside. When I start, it's pitch dark, pitch black. There's nothing that can be seen. So there's no additional lights in the apartment. Just on a side note, this is what's happening from the natural light downstairs.
Right, let's introduce Eggsy into the stream right here. Eggsy, incredible 3 games from you, 22 goals scored. So congratulations on that. But how would you describe your playing style?
Direct, maybe.
Direct. I like that a lot. Direct, scores lots of goals.
No, very direct for sure. I just want to know, do you have a message for Jay in the final? He's been sitting there watching you play all these games today.
Let's get it. I'm ready.
Oh, let's get it. I'm ready. This does set up the grand final. And you did face him in the first match of this tournament in the winners bracket semi-final. What have you learned from that loss?
Just be more patient with the ball, with the passing, with the shooting, with the all decision. Just be more patient and take my chance.
I like that indeed. Eggsy, good luck in that grand final right there. It's great
Thank
to speak to you. Congratulations, and we'll see you after that grand final, hopefully getting the win, hopefully being crowned champion of the East Asia region.
Thank you.
Right, Mike, we're hearing from Eggsy right there saying he needs to be direct, he needs to be patient. As I said, it is a rematch for him. You can learn a lot from a loss, can't you?
Also, his answers were direct. I said, what do you got a message for Jay? He's like, I'm ready, let's get it. It's about as direct as they come. And of course, facing adversity puts you in a position where you can take that feeling and you can harness it, and it can be that motivation. It can really push you to the next level. They have the song, The Eye of the Tiger. So maybe that's what he's got rolling behind him. We can't hear what's going through the background. That would make me smile, but I actually doubt that he has an Eye of the Tiger soundtrack playing while he's going into FIFA. We should have asked.
Right, let's have a look at the bracket. We can see how things are unfolded so far here at the East Asia Qualifier number 1 and FIFA 21 Global Series. As you can see right there, Eggsy in his last 3 games, winning 5-0, 9-8, and 8-2, meaning that he is crowned the champion of that losers side. And it does set up our grand final. Yes, it's Scars J. He's patiently waited all day, and it will be RRQ Eggsy that he is facing in this one. Who can win? Who can get the W? Who can be crowned champion? We'll find out very, very soon. That one's coming up quite soon. And Mike, I mean, when you're looking at these two going head to head, surely Jay's got to be a little bit worried.
I don't know if I want to put that on Jay. They've played before. Jay got the win. Obviously, Eggsy is in as good a form as you're going to see for anyone playing FIFA today. But I don't know if I want to put the word worried or put the word worried. That was a bit of a tongue twister or maybe too much alliteration. But I don't know if I want to say that he's worried. If anything, he knows if he plays his game, he's going to be competitive. And you're sitting in a 2-for-1 situation. So the way this works, winners bracket, losers bracket, if you've stayed undefeated, which Jay has up to this point, coming from the losers bracket, you have to beat this man twice, 2 separate series. So you're going to have to force a reset and then do the thing again, which makes it very difficult. However, we've seen more loser bracket wins in FIFA 21 throughout these events than we have from the guys that go through the winners bracket. So percentages don't make sense.
That is true. We'll see. Anything could happen here at FIFA 21, right? Make sure you do stick with us. We're going to have a break and we'll be back for the grand final. Scars J taking on RRQ Eggsy. We'll see who comes out on top.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 1 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle as we count down the minutes, the seconds until that grand final right there. RRQ Eggsy has been on fire this morning, but it is Scars J who is patiently waiting for him in that grand final. Mike, we've been talking so much about Eggsy. Let's focus on Jay for a moment or two because he beat Eggsy yesterday. So he's going to be full of confidence.
You're just changing up all the storylines. You said, hey, should he be worried? Should he be concerned? Now you're saying he should be full of confidence. You need to make your mind up, Kyle, because your analysis is all over the place on how Jay is supposed to be feeling. But this is a rematch. We've seen Eggsy battle it out today in the losers bracket. Looked very dominant across the board in the majority of the losers bracket. There was a lot of back and forth versus Agoo. But outside of that, he has been on fire. I'm talking fuego. Decisive. And that's how he described his gameplay. I like that. I think it's a good way to complement what we've been seeing offensively and defensively. And this should make for a fantastic final. I'm expecting more goals to be showcased from both sides.
No clean sheets. We do not want any of those. We can see SJ7's bio right there. And Mike, one thing you said is we don't know how he should be feeling. I'm sitting on the fence, all right, because we might end up having to talk to one of these when they're crowned champion.
You built the fence, Kyle. You built the fence. You're not even sitting on it. You're creating it.
That is true. That is very, very true. Now, he does come up against RRQ Eggsy. Fuego, that is how we would describe him right now after a very, very dominant 3 games right there. 22 goals it was, winning 5-0, 9-8, and 8-2 in his last 3 matchups. And Mike, it feels like when this momentum gets going on the second day, even though the players are in the losers bracket, if they can get 1 or 2 or 3 wins under their belt, they're unstoppable.
We've seen this happen time and time again where they're building. And we talked about you creating a fence. Well, these guys are building houses. They're building neighborhoods. And they're building confidence. And often what happens is they're able to catch their opposition off guard maybe in the first matchup, or they're able to beat them in that first matchup in the series, and they cause a reset. And I've been in the winner's bracket role before competing in events, and I hate, and I cannot stress this enough from a mentality standpoint, when I have to do a reset, if I was in a position to close it out within those first couple legs. I do not want to do a reset. It's hard to regain the confidence, to refocus, and then you start also having this internal conflict where you say, am I going to throw this away? Am I going to give this game away? Or am I going to give this matchup away? I was in such a commanding role, and you're now putting additional pressure on yourself, whereas the man that came from down under, whoever's coming from that loser's bracket, is just building and building and building to say, I wasn't supposed to get here. I wasn't supposed to be in this final. Oh, I'm here now. I was supposed to cause a reset. So all the pressure ends up shifting to the guy that's been sitting in that winner's bracket.
Now, 2 men that are currently down under, Nate and Treaders, let's welcome them. Let's have the conversation. We'll extend it with those guys. I am just going to say I'm currently 4-0 on my predictions. So I'm feeling great. This is incredible. I don't think I've ever done this right now. So, Nate, I don't know what you are. 1-3? 2-2? What are you?
0-4?
You know, just enjoying the FIFA esports, looking ahead to this one. It is very hard to call. Jay has been sitting there for a while now, watching this unfold. He's playing the 5-4-1, very defensive, very low, against Eggsy with the all-out assault, 23 goals. I'm going to stick with Jay, and I look forward to being wrong in just a few moments' time.
Oh, no. I don't know who to go for. Genuinely, I'm not too sure just yet. Treaders, help me. Who are you going for?
Oh, I was hoping that you'd go first, Kyle. I think it's such a tough matchup to pick, as I was talking about previously. It's the game between offense versus defense. I think traditionally, in football, in FIFA, we see time and time again, defense wins championships. I think Jay is the man I'm going to back.
Oh, wow. Both of you going with Jay. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
I'm going to shake it up a little bit. Usually you don't go with the player coming from the losers bracket, even though we keep saying that these guys have been able to cause resets, cause problems, impact a lot of these series. It doesn't matter which region. I'm going to go with Eggsy. The man has been, like I said, he's been on fire. He's been performing better than a Hot Pocket in 2 minutes.
I did not expect that, Mike.
I might be getting hungry. That might be breakfast for me. I'm just throwing that out there.
It might be indeed. Right, I'm going to leave you on your own, Mike. I'm sorry. I'm going for SNJ7. Yes, Scars J, he's going to take it in 1. No resets around here. Nate and Treaders, it's the grand final. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I have a feeling that Mike might be full of joy, smiles, and laughter. After this contest, it all waits to see how it will be played out here in East Asia. My name is Nate PTK. I'm joined one final time with Jay Treaders. We've seen the unbelievable today, Treaders, the unstoppable at times. I must admit, I feel a little guilty. I've compared Eggsy to Tex, at least on a level or 2, and now I'm tipping against him. Is this momentum finally about to cease for the man that scored 23 goals yesterday and today?
Well, similar with Tex in the early days, a lot of analysts, commentators, casters will find it incredibly hard to back a player whose overall strength lies in their ability to create chances and score so many goals until they have that proven result. It's just a little bit of natural bias leaning more towards the defensive style of play. Again, I'm guilty of that myself, backing Jay in these circumstances, just playing the safe game, playing the high percentage game. It's a lot easier to back than someone that plays direct, gives the ball up a lot, and isn't necessarily the most stereotypical FIFA 21 pro.
He has me absolutely shook, Treaders. In the group chat, in the DMs to you, we're talking about it, we're trying to prepare, analyze it, break it down. And as we said in that last contest, it's not even so much about the tactics, about the formation. Mechanically, fundamentally, right now today, he is just playing everything the way he wants it. In fact, when he makes a mistake, it feels like that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just got everything at his disposal, and he's just such a class player when it comes to his counterattacks. He makes those decisions absolutely spot on, and he's incredible in the way that he goes about creating those counterattacking opportunities.
2 very different systems, 2 different styles of play. One man that is yet to lose, that is Jay versus the man rising from the depths, the losers bracket. Eggsy, he keeps proving us all wrong. Who is going to take out this grand final? The best of East Asia have played through a grueling qualifying system. 8 of the best making it through to yesterday. Now we're in Championship Sunday. Treaders, I'm going to do something that Carl might not give you the chance to do. You want to switch your prediction up after this chat, or are you staying true?
Again, just the natural bias. My brain just screams conservative is going to win this matchup. I think I'll regret not switching, but I think Jay will get the job done with his low block.
You watching along around the world, choose your competitor here in the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1. Who will be your champion? Will it be SZJ7 or Eggsy coming from the losers bracket? The man loves his Arsenal kit. Will don them again. And Scars J, who we haven't seen since yesterday, the first competitor to go on the attack. He will look to utilize the width as much as possible.
And the width is where he'll find most of his joy. Again, these chances he creates out wide. The Duke one way, whipping the ball to the back stick, headed across. No good for Scars J. Nearly a terrible turnover there for Eggsy, but gets away with it there, and he will spring his counter-attacking opportunity. A little bit of possession play as he tries to create a chance. That play lock, such a crucial feature of Eggsy's game. If you're watching from home, watching around the world, and want something that you can work on, that you can take directly as Eggsy creates a chance in space, header back across, a goal line, goal mouth scramble, and Eggsy applying the pressure once again. Scars J holding out quite well and has sent his Varane on quite a long run. If Eggsy can apply the press here, Jay is one player too short in his back line. Recovering now and can start his attack.
Definitely not what he meant to do. Sending his centre-back on a run onto pastures green. But nothing to be worried about on that particular occasion. It is, however, in these moments of transition where he may well worry when those wing-backs don't get back as desired, leaving space in behind. What a save from Schmeichel. The right hand extends. And I'm sure Eggsy, like most of us, thought that was going in for all money.
And immediately we're seeing some tactical changes from Scars J, for some reason opting to start with the 5-3-2, but rather than the 5-4-1 that has proved to be so effective for him. Maybe he felt he needed an extra body in midfield to counteract Eggsy's counter-attacking ability, maybe leaving a couple more players back to defend, rather than using the playstyle that has got him to this point and won him that first matchup.
The corner to be taken. Eggsy brings a player short. Decides to swing it in directly where he's had a lot of joy, but Schmeichel, 92 rated, easily pouches that one. Eggsy has been leaning in, locked in for pretty much all today. You see Jay sitting back a little more. And as you say, Treaders, a little strange perhaps that he started with the 5-3-2 when he got to this point by using that 5-4-1.
And immediately after the swap of formation, you're seeing that he's got quite a bit of joy in winning the ball back, and defensively he's looked a lot more solid already. And we'll see him have to defend the volatility that Eggsy brings. And we're seeing Eggsy not ideally in his ideal situation, not on the break, having to create from a bit of a standstill, but he moves that ball so quickly with his passes and uses his play lock to create pass and move situations with players moving off the ball at all times. Jay will need to be locked in and at his absolute best defensively if he's to survive Eggsy's onslaught and come up with the result as he did on day one of this competition.
Indeed, it was Jay that prevailed, 5-2. A lovely little ball in behind, however, Ronaldo clearly offside. Eggsy never gives you much to work with in terms of the cam. Very chill after he scores, after he concedes. Moments of danger. It is staying concentrated, staying calm. That has been a key factor in him rising up from the depths of the loser bracket. A reminder of his journey. That 5-2 loss is what started it off since then. 5-0, that's right. A clean sheet over 2 legs against Curl. That 9-8 stunner against Agoo. And then 7-2 against Nasri. For Jay, a lot more straightforward. The 5-2 against Eggsy. And then that classic against Nasri on pens. This one already, Treaders, let's say a little bit more traditional than the games so far today.
Bit more possession based, and we get the feeling that Jay is on top at the moment. A brilliant turn there by Jay, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, and is unable to get the shot off before the goalkeeper rushes him. And now Eggsy, where he wants to be on the counter attack. Eggsy bringing that ball down with his CR7 and is unable to capitalize. Ball cleared away. The 5 at the back challenge has been issued. The gauntlet laid down by Eggsy. Jay early on looking the more likely to score, you have to say, with that early chance. Even though he has less players in attack, Eggsy will have to defend as well as he did against Curl if he's to get a result in this matchup.
No goals just yet. That's the sentence I haven't been able to utter for what feels like an eternity. Scars J showing that he is harder to break down than the rest of the opponents Eggsy has faced today. No foul. Yes, there is. There was no ball involved, so I started to worry. No worry needed. Ball played short for Eggsy. St. Max. Not happening. Not the time to bring that out. Don't tell me we'll get to half-time without a goal. That one going out of play, but Treaders, that's what we've seen Jay do. He doesn't need possession. 26%, 27%. It matters naught as long as he's doing it at both ends of the pitch.
And the more possession that Jay seems to have, the more likely he is to score those goals because he's still quite a threatening attacker at the best of times. Even though he has less players in his attack, he utilizes that play a lot to its fullest capacity, similar to the way Eggsy plays. A large challenge put in there by Eggsy though.
And so we managed to get to half-time without a goal to bring to you. Honestly, for once, it's quite a nice feeling. Mike LaBelle might disagree. Jay from Japan, representing Kawasaki Frontale to a degree, Scars Esports as well, has managed to change to that 5-4-1 nice and early. And again, maybe the casual viewers against us. It's good to have new viewers to FIFA Esports. Don't get me wrong, but I'm seeing some comments early, Treaders, saying that Eggsy's well on top, no doubt based again on that possession play.
Yeah, look, I think that Jay is controlling this game. Eggsy looking good in possession, but he will get more and more frustrated the longer this game goes on. I think Jay has what it takes to graft and grind these games out. As we've seen time and time again, whoever has the most patience, the most stamina when it comes to grinding these games out, generally gets the result. And I think Jay has that in him. However, if Eggsy's able to mount solid counter-attacking opportunities for himself from his high press, from winning the ball back and stopping Jay's attacks, he'll find plenty of joy, unless Jay is able to be as solid defensively as he has been throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Lofted through ball will just stay in play, but then Cancelo with the touch to take it over the line. Still 0-0, not a goal to bring to you. No doubt there will be some coming. This is the grand final, the big dance if you like. And yes, he is yet to be defeated. That means for Eggsy, he needs to win to force the reset, and it will only be with a second victory over 2 legs that he will be, or would be, your East Asia champion. This is the first leg of this first contest, still 0-0.
And with the switch in player cams, you'll get to see the amount of player locking that Eggsy is partaking in. Extraordinary to see how well these players, how well these competitors have mastered it at this early stage of the FIFA competitive cycle. And that counter press by Eggsy, lethal once again. Space to create a chance. And Jay stifles that attack well. And now the counter attack of his own will be mounted, bypassing midfield only to hold the play up. And again, that counter press from Eggsy, just putting so much pressure on his decision making, on Jay's decision making, is the counter press from Eggsy. and both players opting to skip past the midfield.
It might as well have not been there in previous games. Playing end-to-end FIFA, it is being played at both ends right now, but without the chances to really show you. Eggsy looking ahead, the back five, and then the two central midfielders really creating a nuisance. Even the wider ones helping out, but it is they that will break forward. Garincha, these are the moments for Jay to capitalize. He holds on to possession, only to try the lofted ball. Was he aiming further to the right? Only he's to know. But Eggsy will regather through Nick Pope.
And I'm not sure if there's too much more that Eggsy will try and do aggressively. If he does happen to go a goal down, he naturally plays a very aggressive attacking game. Once again, playing that through ball to an offside man, but he plays an aggressive attacking game naturally that there's only so many players that he can plow forward.
Lovely early cross, but straight to the player. Jay scored by virtue of a few crosses yesterday. Obviously not got his chance yet today. Maybe it will come. He likes the width, the wing backs with the wide midfielders, treaders, meaning you can swing it across to that target man in the middle, in stark contrast to Eggsy, who likes, dare I say, the through ball span.
It's looking a little bit like that at the moment. But again, getting this ball into the wide area is where you create chances in FIFA 21, not necessarily in the traditional method by the cutback, but by the fact that you can work it to this defensive mid.
Really exciting over the top through ball. Eggsy's defender meeting it all the way. At the moment, both game plans being stifled. Scars, Jay's defending in the middle, resolute. Until now, perhaps. CR7, the bridge, met with the firm body of the defender. And so my statement stays correct, at least for the time being, as we come close to the end of this first leg. Neither competitor finding a way through. Neymar near post, and Schmeichel comes up big again. Also gives him a little bit of a knock for his troubles. That is the best chance we've had so far. Maybe he could have gone far post, treaders, or maybe the keeper just too good.
Schmeichel has been a big game player for Scars J at the moment. Coming up clutch in the key moments, and for all the backing that Nick Pope gets, there's a couple of these saves that Schmeichel has made that I'm not too sure if Nick Pope is getting those covered.
How dare you, treaders? My weekend league keeper, he's doing fine, I tell you. Scars J, as we tick on towards the end of this first leg, it has been goals of that nature as well, or rather chances of that nature, where he likes to take on the opponent. And no, I don't mean a one-on-one. I mean the 1v2, 1v3. He almost likes to set himself a challenge of what he can do. As we tick on towards the end of this first leg, another turnover. I think you can tell by the reactions of the competitors about where we're at. 90 minutes of FIFA without a goal. And again, treaders, for once, for the first time, I'm not actually that unhappy. Today has been an incredible offensive attacking onslaught versus Eggsy, but Scars J showing how to implement the 5-4-1 and really stop those through balls from being played.
Absolutely, and it just allows you to arrest control back for yourself, stop the free-flowing nature of Eggsy or your opponent, and that's what I expected Jay to come out and do. He did not. Again, I'm just a little bit surprised that he opted to risk going to the 5-3-2, maybe thinking he would be better off trying to play the possession-based game and taking hints from previous competitors. But I think the 5-4-1 works best for him, and that's what he should be sticking to for the rest of this contest, particularly if he's able to snatch a goal.
It's also just by virtue, and we have explained this yesterday. If you're watching along, maybe you hear 5-4-1 and you think that's a bit too negative for me. I'm not keen. But if you are, those formations with 2 center midfielders just seem to work better than those with 3. I don't know if it's a positional thing, whether it's something written into the code of the game. The spacing is a lot better between the pair, and maybe it's just simpler, Treaders, to manually bring them back, something you didn't really need to do in FIFA 20.
I've got a feeling it also has a little bit to do with the fact that when you're switching between the 2 defenders, 2 midfielders, when you're using the right stick to make those switches, it's a lot easier to pick between 2 midfielders, and it's just like that, the switch. Whereas when you have that third one, your likelihood of switching to the midfielder that you don't particularly want to switch to is increased by a lot. And by taking that midfielder out of there and putting him into your back line, it just clogs up that key defensive area, which is the entry into the box, particularly with the way that long shots aren't as effective as they have been for a number of years, probably at the least effective we've seen in any competitive cycle.
For the days of the green time finesse from well outside the area. I think I'm one of the very few FIFA Ultimate Team players that enjoyed that early version. That was the FIFA 19 meta. I can already sense a few groans across the region and across the world, but hey, it helped me to win games. Back here in the grand final in East Asia, we are 0-0 after the first leg here into leg 2. If Scars J can get the advantage, take this win, he will be your grand champion. As for Eggsy, he needs to win this second leg in order to force the reset.
Such a dangerous part of the game is when you're switching between your tactics, especially if you've got a player switching from left back to right wing back or something like that. You find that you can get exposed very quickly, but already we're seeing Scars J go directly up the other end, almost creating goal-scoring chances from pretty much the kickoff.
Gets it back here as well, and surely indeed that will be a foul. Turned and shielded that football. Shielding again, another thing that might not be as powerful. Something that is powerful, direct free kicks. Competitors tend to take these short. They like the safer option. It's what is chosen here. Jay, it's audacious, but it's onto the roof of the net. Nice ingenuity, not rewarded on this occasion.
That's directly from a clip I saw floating around Twitter previously. Eggsy on the break though.
Lovely through ball, keeper comes out, but finally we get that opening goal. Eggsy waiting until this second leg to bring it to us. And who better than CR7, his go-to player on so many occasions.
Again, you just see a mistake made there by Jay, bringing that centre back out after he created a bit of a goal-scoring chance of his own up the other end. An unfamiliar situation is Jay. Would be more than happy to just strike on the counter-attack, but Eggsy is a different breed.
What does Jay have in reply? Early days in the second leg. But if it did stay like this, it would force that reset. You'd get some bonus FIFA esports to enjoy. This is Rashford to Pogba. Jay working it, using that width that we spoke about. Mbappe, lovely ball. Ronaldo in the middle, and what a save! Nick Pope Treaders, 82 overall. He only cost me 900 coins. Apparently he's up to 4.5k. But hey, he's getting it done. The big man who is 6'7" in game.
Just unbelievable how clutch he can come up, and Eggsy coming again.
Immediately up the other end, Eggsy wasting no time to show us how he likes this FIFA 21 meta. And over the top through ball, a chip, whatever you want. Eggsy has got it on supply. The big fist pump, and Schmeichel left stranded.
And this is the way that Eggsy likes to play. This is the way he wants you to play against him. Just allow him to play lock. Don't put pressure on the ball carrier.
Again, it really is opening up. Jay with the chance. Oh, Nick Pope, the holy goalie once more. He is incredible. You won't find a better value goalkeeper in the game. Schmeichel, the 92 Schmeichel, up the other end, is worth 480,000 coins. Once again, Nick Pope, 4.5k. It is incredible to see the underrated foot items come up clutch. That man again with a much more simple chance. We get excited about the foot items, but particularly the goalkeeper's shredders, because you're not controlling them anywhere near as much. Sure, you might rush out with them, maybe a bit of goalkeeper movement side to side, but you get excited, you get fired up, because a lot of the time, it's the AI using them to do the work. Players in the middle. Schmeichel does get that clear on this occasion, only as far as Ronaldo. Neymar tackled, and a bit of a reprieve for Jay. Up the other end we go, Treaders.
And this end-to-end action is playing directly into Eggsy's hands. He would love Jay to just throw more players forward.
Lovely dribbling into the area, trying to play that through ball, but the player running back as he'd already made that run. Jay, you sense, pushing the agenda a little bit more. His player swerving out of that like he's from the Matrix. Not what he would have wanted. Eggsy will be happy with that. Trying to get past the defender. Holding firm. This is a completely different second leg, Treaders.
Very cagey was that first leg, but now we've got an open game. Chipped up for the front post. More looking for the flick on than the direct shot on goal. But the way that Eggsy is playing, just looking for those long balls, looking for the through ball, the glory ball, dare we say. Offside pass made there. But looking for those long through over the top balls, whether that be with player lock or without player lock. I think he's at his very best when you give him enough space and time to use the player lock to full effect.
Saint-Maximin makes no mistake. Eggsy in full control. He is up 3-0. And it's starting to look like a grand final reset may well be on the cards.
And Scars J not showing very much at all in this second leg of the contest. Showed a little bit of promise in possession in the first leg, but this second leg has been all Eggsy playing the counter-attacking style that he so desperately wants to play. Another offside through ball played there, but it's just astounding the lack of offense that Jay has going for him. Sure, there's been a couple of incredible saves, but his offense has been incredibly lacking.
What can he do in attack on this occasion? Rashford to Garincha, who I'd say has been his go-to player. It was Saint-Maximin getting it done for Eggsy. That foot freeze, foot item. Here he is again, taking it inside. Lovely pass to the back stick. Cancelo in the way. Schmeichel comes out, makes the punch. We're having a chat after the stream yesterday. I got involved with some of you on Twitch in the chat saying, are some of these special cards really worth it? Well, you tell me. Foot freeze, St. Max, 94 pace, 81 shooting, upgrades are plenty. I have a feeling he wouldn't have been in the team otherwise. And Eggsy's certainly glad he's there right now. He is using these foot items to utter perfection.
And we're seeing tactical adjustments aplenty being made by Scars J. Having to switch these tactics up simply to unfamiliar circumstances simply because of the way that Eggsy attacks and attacks so ruthlessly. His decision making when he gets on the counterattack is absolutely on point. It is perfection when you give him enough space to make those through passes and don't make the key interceptions that he will be needing to make.
Not happy just yet with his 3-5-2, changing those player instructions. Favoured on the strikers, often get in behind. Maybe one get in behind, one on target man. One going forward, one going back. Those wide midfielders, Treaders, though, they have a mammoth job ahead. They need to create the width going forward, but also create more or less a 5 at the back. They will be on comeback on defence for sure.
And hopefully we'll give him a little bit more familiarity. But 45 minutes to force the reset. And we'll have to see a different side to Scars J in this matchup compared to what we've seen for the rest of the tournament. But Eggsy will continue playing the way he wants.
The reset feels like it's coming to the back stick. Mbappe could have played it to the middle. Schmeichel finally showing us why he's worth the coins. The 3-0 lead remains. As Treaders rightly points out, we're going to need to see something different from Jay. He wins that ball back a little higher, a more aggressive formation. What it will do is leave space and gaps in behind. You see here Eggsy looking to that far side. St. Maximano again out of play, just the throw-in. Ball inside, Neymar, Mbappe, almost out of nothing. And that's what Eggsy's doing today. He is creating golden opportunities out of nothing.
Just extraordinary attacking play there by Eggsy. The patience, the composure, everything you want from a competitive FIFA player is just on point. And Scars J left with such little time to muster 4-5 goals if he's to come back into this contest. There were a couple of early chances denied, and we're seeing a little bit of unfortunate positioning there. But time and time again, Eggsy looks for this early ball, just wants either distance up the field through a throw-in, or he wants the 1 in 5, 1 in 4 chance that the ball ends up at his player's feet.
Just take a gander. As soon as I say that, I was going to say have a look at Jay's stance in that chair. He sits forward now, preempting what I was about to say. Reminded me of when I was about to take an exam in high school. Absolutely demoralizing. You feel like you have no hope. But Jay, maybe now is the time to come up with a counter game style. It feels like, sure, this contest is beyond him. But all that means is that we get one more two-legged affair. It's not done yet. We don't crown the champion based on this result. So he can use this opportunity perhaps to test and learn. Eggsy continuing his attack. He doesn't need to test and learn whatsoever. He's found his way to play. He's found his meta. And you definitely have the feeling he's enjoying himself. You heard in that interview with Kyle and Mike, he said, "I'm ready, bring it on." To paraphrase a little bit, he was succinct and to the point. Mike correctly pointing out he was direct with his play, direct with his answers to the questions.
And it seems like Eggsy's game style leans a little bit into the percentages, in that he's happy to give up the high percentage 100% opportunity that you get, as we see Scars coming up the other end, finally creating a chance for himself and scoring a simply stunning goal. But could it be a little bit too late? But promising signs heading into the reset.
If he scored there, I might have said otherwise. And maybe it is Eggsy now who has a bit of a think. Maybe I'm not liking the momentum, the flow of this game and how it changes. Paul Pogba is absolutely spent. Valverde comes on. Jay, maybe this one isn't beyond him. But is this 3-5-2, Treaders? Potentially a tonic. The elixir of life he needs when looks like we head into yet another grand final encounter.
Potentially, we'll see whether Jay will be able to repeat the dosage of being as clinical as he was. A shot on target for Jay. But regardless, Jay will be looking to see what can he adjust to get back on top and arrest control of this game.
Eggsy going far post. Was there a bit of goalkeeper movement? Either way, it's repelled for now. 4-1 on aggregate. It is 4-1 in this game. 0-0 after the first leg. Eggsy must be having an absolute blast right now. The time of his life. As those seconds tick on, he can keep it near the corner flag if he likes. This game, this matchup is his. And we'll do it all again to decide our East Asia champion. Still keeping that in play somehow. Ronaldo cut back to Neymar. Cancelo in the way. And Jay gets this back. Is there anything he can do to try and bring it back to 4-4? Could we see some extra time? It does not feel like it's going to head that way. Patient passing play. Marquinhos on now as well. This is Mendy, the fullback. Through ball, looks decent. However, player clearly offside. We come back. We get into these weird points of game, Stretters, where it seems to mellow out somewhat. We as commentators, to be honest, try and save ourselves somewhat, knowing we've got another two-legged affair to bring to you. I'll ask you a few questions post-game nice and quickly. But right now, are you seeing enough adaptability from Jay when we head into the grand final reset? He comes in, near post. That doesn't go, and quite clearly, this two-legged affair is not going to go his way.
And I think there was quite a number of chances for Jay that came early in this matchup that didn't fall for him, simply either due to lack of quality finishing for him, which will hurt if he continues to be as poor at finishing as he was in that situation, or maybe just a bit of misfortune or a last-ditch piece of defending from Eggsy. Again, Jay did create those chances, a bit of clutch defending, clutch possession play there. But I think the way that Eggsy plays, he won't be too concerned by the volume of chances that Jay created, because Eggsy functions at his absolute best on a pure volume, as we see him sauntering into the middle of the box, pretty much uncontested at that point. But we're seeing Eggsy play a style that essentially says, I'm just going to try and play as many balls up the pitch as I can, get the ball up the other end, get it away from my box, and see what I can create. Jay is fouled there, and Eggsy giving away a penalty. Jay on the comeback trail, finally.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it's in stoppage time. Well, after the game, the result is done. Again, something to look at, perhaps there, Treaders. He was down 4-0. He had not lost up until this point. Don't forget that. He had been our undefeated competitor. And yet, right now, he's got something to think about, something to adapt. Is that 3-5-2 the way back? And if you're Eggsy, are you happy now? You've won 4-2, but you've conceded too late. Treaders, how is this going to play out on the reset?
I think Eggsy will make a couple of these adjustments that Jay was exposing in his defense. I think now that we're heading for this grand final reset, I think the way that Eggsy attacks just leans so heavily and so strongly into a two-legged format, unless Jay, just no matter what the circumstance, I think you can always just back Eggsy to score a goal or two just because of the way he attacks and the amount of balls that he releases and the way he defends so aggressively. You're going to have to score 8 or 9 goals against Eggsy across two legs. And at this point, I just don't know if Jay is going to be able to do that. I think he was looking quite good early on with his chances created, but Eggsy won't change the way he plays too much as we go on. He's playing as aggressively as I think he needs to, creating solid chances after solid chance. And if he gets a goal up, he's going to just dominate proceedings from there.
Eggsy with 27 goals over the course of the 2 days so far. To break down that matchup that forced this grand final reset, let's throw it back to Mike and Kyle.
For that one right there. Okay, the grand final has been reset. That is because Eggsy made his way all the way through the losers bracket. He had to win that first matchup right there. Jay was in the winners bracket, double elimination. He hadn't lost until that game, which means now it is one apiece effectively. And Mike LaBelle, I mean, the first matchup, 0-0, a complete clean sheet. The first one we've had. And then in that second leg, 4-2, Eggsy came out. We know he can score lots of goals, and he showed us what he was capable of.
It was a battle for the opener. It was really the decider, the change of momentum, the shift in the types of gameplay that we were seeing. It was very defensive. It was very cagey for large portions of this game. That's why you see the 0-0 opening leg. And also, it's worth being said, with Jay's style of play, it can also make a game a little more defensive. But once Eggsy got on the board, had the breakthrough, it was not just one breakthrough, but a couple. We see that chip, and it's just gorgeous. We've seen that now from him in multiple different matchups. You see him celebrate. It means a lot to him. He was able to add to it, and we see some consolation goals basically from Jay towards the end, but it really didn't impact the result of this game. So now we're going to have a reset. It's still anybody's game to win. This does not mean that Jay has been eliminated whatsoever, but this is that position that I was talking about that plays, I don't want to say it's an advantage, but it definitely now puts pressure on Jay because he's had 2 chances to win this matchup. You lost the opener, so you didn't do your job with your first attempt. And now it's very easy to say, what do I have to change? I don't want to blow this. You start second guessing yourself. You're overthinking. And like I said, it's great that Jay was able to add some goals late as he draw a penalty kick. But at the end of the day, these are consolation goals. And I'm not sure that Eggsy's even paying attention the same way in the 90th minute or even the late 80s. It didn't mean anything to him with the overall result. But GG's, I'm still happy that it wasn't a clean sheet and didn't end up being a 1-0 thriller, which is not how a 1-0 ever goes. So we're hoping for more goals into the second matchup and maybe a little more open gameplay.
Maybe a little bit more open gameplay at all. The final score there, as you can see, RRQ Eggsy winning that one 4-2 against Scars JSZJ7 right there. Mike, what has Jay got to change if he wants to win this one? The momentum swinging in RRQ Eggsy's favor. What's Jay got to do to stop that?
Those two things that are very important for Jay. First one, short-term memory. That game's done. That matchup is done. We're moving forward. It's a reset, and we mean that word when we say reset. That game no longer plays into this. You got to move on. You can't think about the past. You got to be in the present. And then number two, he's got to be more offensively aggressive. Maybe I'll use the Eggsy word, maybe more decisive. I felt like he didn't put Eggsy under enough pressure on the defensive side of things. So he needs to have a little more innovative play going forward.
Oh, well, I'm hoping that in that second matchup, he'll be able to do that one. When we're going, let's go back to the first leg. All right, 0-0. Okay. And you said it was about who could break the deadlock first. Was that Jay's tactic, do you think, to keep it low scoring for as long as possible and hopefully make the most out of one of those opportunities?
I don't know that he was looking to necessarily kill off a game, but I do feel that a lower scoring matchup, it benefits Jay's gameplay. We've already seen Eggsy win multiple games where it ended up being high scoring affairs and also very fast paced. And I don't think Jay wants to play the same speed that Eggsy would prefer to play at. And it's so important in FIFA is almost disrupting your opponent's tempo or their rhythm. And also that overall just speed of the match plays such a factor in terms of how opportunities are created, alignment, timing, all these key elements that lead to FIFA success or FIFA failure.
Right, Nate and Treaders, those guys are going to be calling the reset. Yes, the grand final. It has been reset by RRQ Eggsy. Let's see what happens with this one. Scars J taking on RRQ Eggsy. The winner of this over 2 legs is our champion here, the East Asia region in qualifier number 1. Nate Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Kyle. That's right. We're back to do it all again. My name is Nate Patrick, or Nate PTK. I'm joined by Josh Treaders, Jay Treaders, whatever you want to call him. He is your expert color commentator for today. And after a very quiet first leg, Treaders, the second one showed us really what this contest is all about.
There was a couple of chances here and there for both competitors in that first leg, but you just felt like Jay just couldn't quite grasp the moment when it came to playing against Eggsy. And Eggsy, well, when you give him a sniff of blood, he just drives straight through any kind of opening left for him with the way that he plays the game. I think the way Scars J will look to play this game out, he might switch back to 5-4-1, look to hold out early on, see if he can withstand the pressure from Eggsy. Just in offense, you just feel like Jay is unable to hold onto that ball in meaningful areas because of the lack of bodies that he has at his disposal in meaningful areas. And then when he does pile those bodies forward, well, you know how Eggsy rolls. He's going to absolutely demolish you if you leave space for him to get in behind.
Jay preferring to play on the counter-attack. He's given up a lot of possession so far in these games. It is unlikely that changes. One thing that will need to change is his approach to this contest, not in possession, but that attacking intent. We saw him switch to the 3-5-2. After he did that, Treaders, the scoreline did change from 4-0 to 4-2. He also got 2 more chances, one of them hitting the post. One last time. Jay Treaders, is there enough here in this do or die, all or nothing affair for Jay to come back? Or is Eggsy going to continue this dominance he's shown us throughout the losers bracket and indeed to force this grand final reset?
I don't think so. I think Eggsy will prevail just because of the way he thrives under the pressure and is just happy to give up possession.
Deja vu? Maybe yes, maybe no. We're back here in the grand final. Scars J and Eggsy in the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 1. We'll be back to do this again a few more times. But to start off your FIFA 21 competitive season in this fashion, in this manner, well, we've talked about how there's new heroes to be made in this region. Eggsy, the man from Indonesia, is certainly looking like he could be a new star from East Asia.
And straight away, we're seeing the way that Jay will set out to defend in this two-legged affair. Looking threatening out wide and a lot more direct to start with. Realizing that if he's going to create a chance, he may as well be nice and direct. Header on target, cleared off the line though.
Corner taken directly. Not really that dangerous. Here he comes though with Rashford. It goes past that post. Rashford on the left. You might have backed him from that position. A little bit off balance. And if Nick Pope can't reach it, well, it must be on target, or rather off target. The 6'7" man. In game, of course, you might want to check those measurements IRL. He has been almost unbeatable throughout. The 5-0 over Curl. Eggsy keeping a clean sheet. Nick Pope tremendous there. And this is Eggsy on the attack. Mbappe. He's got a player in the middle, does Eggsy. He's happy to take his time at the moment. Mendy. Ball roll. Plays it centrally. Vieira. Neymar. There we go. The stop and prop, the come and get me. We like it when that happens. The competitors trying to communicate without using words. Player lock, Treaders gets excited. Ronaldo. But there we go. Good, deep defending from Scars J.
And we're seeing Scars J looking to play more like the player that beat Eggsy on day one, trying to keep that ball in less lethal areas, keep Eggsy nice and wide, which is a crucial part of defending in FIFA 21, keeping your opponent in the less threatening, wider areas, cross-whipped in, punched away. Have we seen a goalkeeper swap, Nate?
Sometimes you got to respect your opponent, see what they're doing, and make the change. Maybe you're listening to the broadcast and you say, hang on a minute, this old fella might know a thing or two. Literally just a thing or two, mind you. There's a reason I've put away the competitive controller, if you like, and I'm sitting here nice and comfortable, watching the best of the best do their thing. Their master of the new mechanics is exceptional. Both competitors, 21 years old, certainly able and willing to adapt where need be. Schmeichel still at the other end. Pope versus Schmeichel, the goalie battle does continue. Mbappe, look at the numbers back. It's going to be very hard in those central areas. Once again, look at that top of your screen there. The left mid running forward. He's seen him, Scars J. And then excellent defending from Eggsy, manually bringing his defenders back.
I'd love to see in those kind of positions to see Scars J take a leaf out of Eggsy's book and play a lock to that player wide to make it just a little bit more unpredictable. Make Eggsy hesitate when he goes to track those runs.
Just like the start of the first leg. Second leg, first encounter. It starts nice and calmly. We weren't used to it. If you've been watching today, you would completely understand. Eggsy now with 27 goals. That's right. That's just yesterday and today. Goodness knows how many times he did it in the qualifiers to make it through to the final 8. Imagine coming up against him in Weekend League. Goodness me. Competitors of Indonesia, let us know in the Twitch chat. Let us know on Twitter how you've found that, if you've been unfortunate enough to come up against the mechanical master. We're not too far away from halftime in this grand final, this winner-takes-all encounter. Scars J just dropping bodies at the moment. To be fair, Treaders, sometimes some good hard tackling can really disrupt your opponent's style of play.
Yeah, in particular, when it comes down to the way that you can slide tackle in this game, you can cover so much ground that you otherwise would not be able to cover. And we're seeing Scars J get a little bit isolated out wide, but this is where threats can generate from, going out wide back to the middle, and we see a clear-cut chance to an offside player. But very promising sign there for Scars J. And Eggsy holding out in that situation. Player lock. Out wide once again is Scars J, tries to push through. And in FIFA 21, it's a rarity that we'll see a player pushing through out wide and creating the perfect scoring chance, as we've seen in previous editions of FIFA.
1 minute of stoppage time here in the first half. Deadlocked once again. The 5-4-1, Jay's gone back to it. Not yet willing, at least, to bring back that 3-5-2. And Garincha's through. Player lock. Rashford turns the wrong way. Eggsy gets it clear. We're still at 0-0. Treaders, is that really good defending? Or a mistake perhaps in the direction from Jay, or maybe a bit of both?
He had to switch onto that right foot. As I just replay that in my brain, he had to switch onto that right foot because the left-hand side of the goal was blocked twofold by both a player in the way and also the goalkeeper sneaking across to that side. In the end, Jay had to switch it onto the right foot, and Eggsy realized very quickly what was happening and made the adjustments correctly. Maybe a recycling of that ball might play better off. However, getting that close to the end of the half means that you have to make a decision there and then.
The familiar back five. The midfield four in front, even the striker quite deep. Eggsy finds a way through again. The player is offside. Neymar apparently going to red time that anyway. Good pressure. Eggsy cannot recover the ball. The more that competitors play each other, Treaders, the more it feels things get tighter. Maybe you just keep analysing, keep reviewing that video. We got to speak with Eggsy earlier today. Excellent questions and chat from Kyle and Mike. And he said, new game plan, new me for day two as he comes down this near side. St. Max going this way and that. Really good defending with Varane. Jay keeps him at bay.
That's a surprising thing that I find about Jay's game plan is the way he's able to utilize his wingbacks to narrow them off. A lot of the time when you see competitors play with the five at the back, their wingbacks don't actually defend when you need them to defend most, and it nullifies the impact of the five at the back. Eggsy winning that ball in a very nice area right there, and we'll go on the counter attack here.
Shutting it down sooner than Treaders could finish that sentence. Competitors really switched on at this stage. 0-0. If you are just joining us, maybe you've been tuning in and out. There's a lot of football going on today. We do understand that. But this is high stakes. Through ball. Is the player onside this time? He is. Neymar cannot find a buddy to pass it to. And we stay 0-0.
Jay just mastering his patterns. That offside trap a little bit poorly timed, but the through ball was heavy enough to give Jay enough time to get his players back, get his goalkeeper out. A poor touch there from Jay's man. But again, we're just seeing time and time again, turnovers after turnovers, both players unable to create that perfect through ball opportunity. I think weight of opportunities has to lie with Jay in the first half, but this second half has most definitely belonged to Eggsy.
Can he make the most of that? Plaudit from Jay Treaders. He'd love a goal here. to make the most of his momentum. You see that player now free. Takes it first time onto the woodwork. A chance fashioned almost out of nothing. But just like Jay in that last grand final encounter, can only hit the frame of the goal, and Jay doesn't like that one bit. Maybe it is time for the 3-5-2. You can see very clearly sticking with the 5 at the back for now. Eggsy working his way forward. Vieira to Sanchez. Tries to find that man in behind, but Walker is there. Jay looking to penetrate on the counter-attack, but will get to make his changes instead.
And the warning signs are there for Jay. When your opponent gets the chance to hit the crossbar, you breathe a sigh of relief, and then you need to make those adjustments. For Jay, he feels like the only adjustments that he needs to make is making sure he has the legs of his players are fresh enough to continue to defend as strongly as they have been.
Some personnel changes we do see, particularly the central midfielders for Jay get very tired. They do a lot of work going forward and back. This pattern of play, it does seem, will repeat. That line slightly higher for Jay could be a little risky. He likes that space in behind, does Eggsy, to play the through balls. But Jay good enough for now. He'll bring it up top. Walker, look ahead. There isn't much of an option. Is forced to dribble out. Look at Eggsy, cover the passing lanes. Jay, to his credit, good enough to play through the initial press. What about the second one? Yes, does that too. Garincha, lovely trickery to get past his man initially. Makes his way inside. Jay, one more pass, and there it is. We do have a breakthrough very late in this first leg. I believe it's Marcus Rashford. Jay with the patience and skill to pull it off.
Massive moment there in the context of this clash. Jay in the lead for the first time since he played him on day one. And that will fill him with confidence going forward in this matchup. But we know what Eggsy is like. No matter the scoreline, he will play the same way. As Jay's Schmeichel picks that ball up. But again, time wearing down in this first game. First leg, rather.
Indeed, only minutes remaining for the first leg. Eggsy tries near post. Would you like your second woodwork hit of this encounter? I know Eggsy wouldn't. Maybe some of you like your close chances. Your Jay fans certainly grateful that that has gone onto the frame. That 1-0 separated to an 80th minute goal from Marcus Rashford, the 88 in form, worth around $1 million coins last time I checked. 94 pace, 88 shooting. Well and truly getting it done. Jay with the last chance of this first leg. It's a wonderful opportunity and he makes it too. Oh, that is absolutely huge. Jay with the last kick, the last effective kick, gets it done. This time with Garincha. I'm not even going to have time to put that on my notes. The notepad's looking at me like, you're going to write that down? Sorry, mate. Right at the end there, Treaders. A huge moment in this game. And Jay refinding that earlier composure, as you said, from that time they played yesterday.
And he is looking the goods time and time again. And we just see the moment he gets a spell of possession, that Garincha is such a good card for him, with doing pretty much all the work, putting it on a platter for CR7 to cut back to Rashford. That player call to through ball scenario is what you can do when you use the 5-4-1 to its absolute best. You end up with 5 attackers all the way across the front line, and it becomes so straightforward for you to score your chances. I think Jay will be taking so much heart from the way he scored that second goal, and I know I am from backing him earlier on in our predictions. I think that Eggsy will look to play his normal way. He's not going to change anything, but I think the defensive standpoint that Jay comes at this game from will prove once again too strong. But in saying that, 2 post hits for Eggsy. That's something that will be burning in the back of his mind if he does happen to go down in this game, just being that little bit more clinical. I think we'll be seeing a swap of connections because we're going from peer to peer, so the home teams will change. So I wonder if that might play a little bit more in Eggsy's effect.
One more leg to play. That will be it. We promise you there are no more grand final matchups. That said, if Eggsy can score 2, or if we are indeed level at the end of leg 2, then yes, extra time, and if needed, a penalty shootout to decide who will be our East Asia champion. The competitors are ready to find out indeed who that will be. Will it be Eggsy coming back from 2-0 behind? Or can Scars J hold on, maybe even increase his lead here in the grand final?
And if there's anyone who you can trust to hold on to a lead in this contest, you'd be looking at Jay to do it for you. But immediately out of the kickoff, Eggsy creating a chance. Not as clinical as he needs to be in those situations. However, he will take faith. And the press was put on. Jay, for some reason, opting to just play that to the goalkeeper's feet. And Eggsy wins that ball back.
Have we learnt nothing from earlier today, Treaders? Van der Sar dropping that ball at feet. Agoo, I believe it was, that strolled on in saying, thank you very much. I'll take that one, Rudra. You can only laugh, Treaders, when you see it happen. The largest stakes, the biggest moments. Sometimes the pressure really can get to you, trust me. I know, because I never maintained my composure. Anyway, we put that moment behind us. Eggsy. He has shown the ability to score goals, and plenty of them. Never satisfied. Thirst never quenched. He keeps on attacking. Can Jay's 5-4-1 stay resolute?
We're already seeing early signs from Eggsy of the way he will look to build up in his attack. Look how clean he's chaining those skills together. But Jay survives again and has the opportunity to go up the other end.
Right midfielder plays it back to right wing back. This is how he uses his build-up. Those centre mids will be used. Here we go. When he starts to play across, but the build-up all wide all the time. Viscars J. Garincha off the defender, and Jay has shown us a large variety from his corner kicks. The right footer tries to get it over Nick Pope, unable to do so. Maybe could have changed to a left footer and gone direct, as we'd seen earlier today. It's all semantics. And then the focus right back on Eggsy. He is the man behind 2-0 on aggregate at the moment. The man doing the majority of the defending.
And that's what, with that through pass that Eggsy played and that Jay won in possession, I think that's where you have to win that ball back so crucially, is when they try and turn and complete, when your opposition tries to complete some hold-up play. So in this position, Eggsy needs to get tighter to the man in order to limit the through passing capabilities of them, and indeed the turning capabilities of them, because a lot of the time you'll find that you just simply win that ball back and you're fine, and you find that you're so solid in defense when you get so tight to them.
That wide build-up again, favouring the far side. Ronaldo does well to hold on to that after contact. Cancelo. Jay then goes for that patented through ball from wide. It is very different to the way Eggsy plays. Lovely to see two contrasting styles in a grand final of a big qualifier. Which method will be most effective? Hopefully by now you've taken that J Treaders poll. Which FIFA Ultimate Team player are you? Are you a J? Or are you an Eggsy? J fans at the moment, the happier among you. Eggsy, surely, Treaders, surely will not go without a goal over 2 legs, having scored so many so far today. He comes forward now. Neymar tries that back heel through. Maybe not what he wanted, but when you play that pass facing the other direction, there you go. There's your other option. You're either going to get a back heel or an animation where your player is off balance. It's a little sloppy. Maybe just starting to see the first signs of Eggsy clawing his way back into things. There's that high line, and Jay, the variation of the 5-4-1, not in that the shape has changed, of course. He's just pressing that little bit higher.
And it's so impressive the way that Jay is going about defending in this contest. Clearly, Eggsy, the home player, by the fact he's chaining these skill moves together so cleanly, he needs to do better when he does get possession of the ball, because Jay will be struggling once he is in possession.
First time ball somehow finds the target. And in fact, it might not be done well. Now it is for Jay. You've got to be careful with this young man. He'll fashion them out of nowhere. Not many competitors prefer to use the cross. He tried it then. Maybe he tried to take it first time. Maybe his player wasn't ready. Only he will know. We're approaching very quickly half-time in the second leg. And with that player being offside, Jay can boot this out of play should he wish. Don't tell me he's going to try again. Why not? Rashford stuck here. He's going by line. Gets past his man. Jay still going forward. Garincha cannot complete the return ball. But he is so close. Look at him, Treaders. The man sitting back. It's where you start to really feel for the competitors. So close to being the champion of East Asia.
And maybe for Jay, if his CR7 hadn't decided to station himself within the goal, he might have had more chance on that attack. I think the way Jay is surviving this onslaught by Eggsy is so admirable. The way that he just sustains pressure and plays through the press to find the players that he wants out wide in attack is simply astounding. It's so hard to master, let alone survive against Eggsy's variations of skill moves, of pass and moves, of player locks. Add into that the distance between the competitors, and it becomes even harder to defend that. It's incredible, the display that Jay is putting on right now.
A few people watching on in the chat, not overly happy at the play style. You've had so many goals to enjoy today. I don't blame you for supporting Eggsy, and your man is not done yet. One half to put things right. To get past the 5-4-1, he comes forward. Ronaldo, there you go, chat. Show me some love for your man. It is game on in the grand final A goal to Eggsy through CR7.
And Eggsy back to his best, finding the passes he wants, forcing the mistakes from his opposition. Jay with a decision to make. Does he continue to back himself to hold out, or does he push for an additional goal? I think in the conditions that he's playing with, he might look to keep possession a little bit more, but not if he's going to be fouled in that area.
Not a smart foul to give away. We've seen Jay's proficiency from set pieces. Switching to that player in the middle. To be fair, it's a decent header away. Eggsy handling the situation nice and calmly, and then trying the big booming through ball. And in response, Jay with similarly proficient defending.
The reason Eggsy plays that ball is because if that's his R9 or CR7 doing that hold-up play there, he's scoring a goal. It's plain and simple. That's a straightforward chance for him. So it's worth that risk of losing the ball because he can press and win it back.
Lovely dribbling. Neymar gets through two and then actually gets that ball back. Eggsy continuing on. There's foot free St. Max. First time shot into the defender. It stays at 2-1 for now. 2/3 of this contest done of regular time. Our Jay would love a third goal. He may well feel like a 2-goal cushion is enough to see him through. He continues that dribble with Ronaldo. Eggsy sees him all the way. And it remains 2-1. Here we go. The through ball spam, if you like, is only going to become more and more frequent with that time ticking on.
And it will become even more frequent the more that Jay decides to push players forward in attack. Still, the longer the game goes on, he's made those subs a little bit earlier than he did in the previous matchup, which means that he doesn't have his absolute best players on the pitch at the moment. I'm just curious as to why he did it earlier rather than waiting till the 65th minute, which just goes by now. But we see Jay holding possession, looking for the player lock, looking for the run over the top. Scoop turn, scoop turn, cancel. And a shot on target, save by the outstretched arm of Nick Pope. Eggsy holding out, keeping that goal, the scoreline within reach. And changes are plenty undoubtedly to be made.
We love the game, trust, but we love the competitors behind the game. It's all about them. And you see Jay there, perhaps echoing what I said a moment ago, a 2-goal cushion, and he'll feel home as such. The shot does not go in, well saved. He throws his head back. He wonders what might have been, but then immediately switches on for another corner. The keeper out, the right foot out swinger will try and go over him. He gets the length on it this time. Maybe a bit too much because it's comfortably headed back to Nick Pope.
And Eggsy now with it all to do. Needs that goal to equalize. There's that player lock that he has mastered so well. But yet, Jay with enough bodies in the way to make it count. But waste possession in that situation, opting for a long over-the-top through ball. Time is running out for these competitors.
Valverde all the way back. He's happy, as he should be, Jay, to hold possession. Wants to find these one-on-ones, the isolation out wide. But to his credit, Eggsy has defended better and better. The longer this contest has gone on, he's looking more at home. We've seen him score plenty. He now needs to show patience with his defending to match that frenetic attack we know he's all about. Bamba scored a few goals late on in that previous game. Very ambitious through ball, well overpowered. We tick on to the final 10 in-game minutes of regular time.
And Jay more than happy to turn the ball over, trusts his defense, and why not when you've been playing as well defensively as he has. But now the chance for Eggsy to come up the other end. Will need to work this back to his defensive mid, but he opts to dribble his way through, and now a chance for Eggsy, almost so very close. The margins in this FIFA esport, and he can come again.
Wonderful save from Schmeichel. Big moments in this grand final. Cannot imagine the nerves going through Jay's system right now. He wants to be that East Asia champion. The winner, of course, with $5,000. Not to mention $3.5K. The runner-up, Cheddar's not bad at all. But if you want to know what they're playing for, most of all, it is that title. You can see that through Jay's reaction. His players are spent on that pitch, but so is he.
And we saw Scars Jay punch his leg in annoyance at the fact he has turned that ball over. He was just looking to hold possession, to see this game out to the very end. But now he has to deal with another Eggsy onslaught. And Eggsy has been looking more and more threatening with every single attack. And here we go.
Minutes ticking down. Eggsy doesn't give you a lot to work with regarding body language. He trusts himself to bring it back from any situation. That ball back to Vieira. Atal. Everybody back right now for Jay. Mbappe has 3 to beat. Goes back to Vieira. Stoppage time looming. It's now or never. Eggsy. The last seconds of this game. He's given it away. Jay will send it clear. Jay holds on. And Jay is your FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier champion.
Amazing. How well has Jay done to hold on there? Full respect to Eggsy for the show that he put on today and yesterday, but full credit to Jay. That was an awesome defensive performance.
Maybe some of the purists won't like it. Those of you pleading, begging for more goals won't. Without a doubt, though, maybe more importantly, in some regards, Eggsy will have won so many fans today. The people of his country will be so proud. I've seen that support chat, don't you worry. He will be back, but more than that today, the champion of East Asia is Scars J. It is he that will do the celebrating and maybe now can claim that #1 mantle in this region to break down a pulsating to and fro grand final. We'll throw it back to Mike and Kyle.
Nate Dredders, thank you so much for that one right there. Wow, Mike, what a performance from Jay. What a tactical masterclass in terms of defense. I know the chat won't have liked it, but he got the win. He's the champion. We've crowned him the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier #1 champion. That's all that matters.
Well, at the end of the day as well, we have enough friends. The idea is to see this game out. You're competing for cash flow. You're competing for your legacy, the sponsors, the brands, the partnerships. And everybody's going to remember who wins, but a lot of people don't remember who came in second or third or fourth and so forth and so on. It wasn't the prettiest game, but I don't think it was a bad game plan at all, especially considering that Jay got on the board early. You see him work down that end line, step overs. It gave him the lead in this series, and then allowed him to sit back much deeper and look for deep outlet balls, or if he was looking for certain counters and through balls to see the near post just squeak in. Beautiful work with Garrincha as well. I think that's got to be something you have to give a lot of credit to Garrincha and his value as an icon this year. He's kind of been rejuvenated, replenished. He's been brought back to greatness because if you recall the last couple years prior, Garrincha wasn't a frequent icon that you would see used, and especially not in the competitive world. He had been surpassed by other players that have come out or promotional items, and it's really changed this year. You're seeing him in a lot more squads.
Now we are seeing this game right here, final few moments of it, and once again, Jay, who was celebrating right there, was under pressure. And Mike, how difficult is it for a defensive player who can keep the possession, but when they've not got it, they've got to withstand wave after wave of attack? I mean, it must have been difficult for him.
Yeah, and it comes down to focus. And a lot of people say, well, I could have sat bodies back, or I could have parked the bus, or I could have looked to play a counter-attacking style. No, you couldn't have. Not at this level. These guys are too good and too talented, and especially with Eggsy and how he's been putting on such a fantastic, almost unparalleled attacking approach to playing FIFA. Very decisive. Outside of maybe the Agoo matchup, or just as another competitor that took part over the last couple of days, he was offensively easily the most gifted in terms of getting some different innovation, using new mechanics. Every time I saw a player lock, I heard Treader start to scream, yell, stand up, sit down, text somebody, dropped a message in the group chat, just player lock, all caps. I don't know why he did that. We have eyes, we could see that. But the point I'm making is that he was able to take this really nice collective Eggsy on the offensive end, and you've got to give so much credit to Jay counteracting that. And he had to slow down the game. He had to make it a little bit uglier. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. And you got to give props for that. And winners win those games. And it's even the same. Whatever football team you may support, they don't always play pretty. I know that you're a Manchester City supporter. Yeah, they got a lot of times that they have beautiful football. Pep's got them moving. You got the 1-2s and the tiki-taka. But it's not every single game. Sometimes you got to win some of the ugly matchups.
That is very, very true. And it was a bit of an ugly matchup, or a defensive masterclass. Let's go with that one for Scars J right there. We can see how he did it. We can see the brackets right here. That's meant that Scars J has come out on top. Oh, that's Nate and Treaders. They're just chilling. I think Treaders is a bit upset with your comment, Mike. We can see this anyway. You can see at the very, very top, Scars J. He did come up against Nasri in that first matchup. And then he came out on top of that one, meaning that he progressed and waited in that grand final right there. And then it was the losers bracket that was underway. Players going in, out. RRQ Eggsy, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant throughout the entire day on that loser bracket. Gets to the grand final. It just wasn't enough even after he forced a reset. But we do say congratulations to SZJ7, our champion here, the East Asia qualifier #1. Right, we'll be back to talk a little bit more about him very, very soon. But for now, it's for the we're going to talk about him. Let's carry on talking about him. Let's talk about Scars J then, because yesterday, he was so dominant, he goes through, and then today, he's got so much time to wait, Mike. That must be difficult for a possession-based player. You're not just going to go out there and go out all attack. He's got to wait, and then he gets into the games, he's got to wait even more.
Well, you never know how you're going to come together with your gameplay. It's almost like a meet and greet. As someone who's competed in many, many events, I put in all this work, I put in all this practice online, and I just hope that I can bring the best package of the practice to the actual event, whether it's in person, whether it's online, because it's kind of like that Mike Tyson saying, where they say everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. I feel that FIFA is very similar. You all have a game plan until you go down 2 goals, and then you have to counteract, or you have to change, or you have to pivot, or you all have a plan maybe against someone who's very balanced or very defensive, but maybe that plan doesn't work versus the crazy high octane attacking player. And it's very important that you have certain levels of adaptability.
Right, it is time now to look back at some of the action. We've got our top 5 goals of the day.
Eggsy, nice and fresh here on day 2. Finishes this time with Neymar as a sip of water for good measure, and must be loving life here. Well, it's this one-on-one battle. What a pass and what a finish on the stroke of half-time. Rudra takes. The opportunity for Agoo. He takes it nice and early. His striker, R9, fighting through. One more ball and applies the finish. Agoo restores his well earlier lead. CR7 it is again. Large vamos for Egg puns on broadcast. St. Maximan, would you like some chips with your eggs, Treaders? He makes it the immediate reply. He loves that longer ball with the build-up. We said not a lot of bodies in midfield. How's that? Rashford, keepers out, has to watch it go over his head and into the back of the nets.
I wish we could have seen my reaction for that goal that was number one, that Rashford chip right there. Honestly, if you would have caught my reaction during the game, I think I just slumped into my chair because what a goal it was. It was number one on our top 5 goals of the day. Mike, we've seen plenty of those goals, loads of them coming from RRQ, Eggsy. It's been a very entertaining couple of days, hasn't it?
No, without a doubt. We've had so many goals between the competitors. And we've seen kind of a mix and match of all sorts of different types of gameplay that's been on display throughout the last couple of days, which is what it's all about. And you have players making names for themselves. We always talk about Agoo and we talk about Web Nasri. Neither of them made it to the final. And I like to see new faces, new narratives, guys that deserve it. This is something that's so wonderful about the competitive community is it's not about popularity. It's not about who your friends. It's nothing about being political. It's all about your ability. Do you have what it takes in the sticks or not so much?
Right, it's time to jump into the breakdown board, the virtual breakdown board that is, with Mike LaBelle, as we've got our game highlight presented by PlayStation 4.
And our final breakdown of the weekend, and it only seems right that we review the finals. And we're going to take a deeper glance as to what Jay was able to utilize here with some very smart end line play. And it's also percentage play. You can see from this freeze frame, once he gets to this area, you start the step overs. I call it end line management because he knows as he's starting with these step overs, worst case, he's going to draw a corner kick. So if he doesn't get around the corner, if he doesn't create that lane, he gets a corner kick, he withholds possession. He doesn't get put into a position where he's giving up easy counterattacks. All of this plays a massive factor when you're looking at the competitive world and the competitive community. You want to make everything more difficult on your opponent.
Now, we do have our champion scars, Jay, for this region, but it's just qualifier number one, Mike. It's a long road to the FIFA E World Cup, but getting those global series ranking points is what is important. And for him, he's well on his way to qualifying in that playoffs.
Yeah, no, good for him. You couldn't ask for a better beginning to the year. I think it's likely we see quite a few of these competitors as repeat competitors in future events. And regardless, if you went out early or you made on the late run, all of this is great for experience, crafting or working on your craft, I should rather say, and really building confidence going forward because so much about FIFA and playing at that top flight is going to come down to your mental state.
It is, and we saw that from him. The ability to take on someone like Eggsy, who is playing lots of free-flowing, attacking football, and to almost put out that fire. We saw what happened in the first game, but in that second game, he really withstood the pressure. And like I said, it's like he had a massive bucket of water, and he just tipped it all over Eggsy's attacking fire.
I was trying to figure out where you're going to go from there, but you brought it back. But yeah, he did a great job of counteracting what Eggsy was doing so well. And I know the chat maybe didn't love it at times, but at the end of the day, this is about getting wins. This is competition. It doesn't matter about some of the other things. You want to give yourself the best competitive advantage. And if we're just speaking transparently, which I always do, what Jay was able to recognize after the first matchup against Eggsy, at least today, yesterday was a little bit different, but today, he said, I'm not playing at that speed. I'm not playing as quick as you. I want to slow down the game. I want to change the pace. I want to sit a little bit deeper. I've got great outlets, and I'll take my chances as they come. And he did just that.
Right, it's time to visit the brackets once again. Let's have a look at how things unfolded over the 2 days here at the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number one. Our winners bracket kicked off the tournament. SJ7 took on RRQ. Eggsy came out on top. Webb, Nasri took on Agoo Kun, and that meant that our winners final was Scars, J, and Nasri, and it was SJ who came out on top. He patiently waited as he was in the grand final. And then we had our losers bracket, Louis and Curl, Rudra and Amran in that first round. And then it was Eggsy taking on Curl, beating him 5-0. The second one, Agoo Kun taking on Rudra, beating him 9-8. But he was on the back of a 9-8 beaten by Eggsy, who then set up that losers bracket final, demolishing Nasri 8-2, meaning that Eggsy made his way through to that final, but it was Scars J who came out on top, even though the reset was forced. Mike, it's been a very entertaining couple of days. I think we need a bit of time off now. Gosh, we've been speaking so much. We've had so much to break down and analyze.
Yeah, that's right. I'm tired of seeing you, and I'm tired of talking to you and about you. I'll see you later.
Good job. We're back in a couple of weeks' time, aren't we? There's plenty more qualifiers as we lead up to those playoffs right there, and hoping we'll get to that FIFA E World Cup very, very soon. For everyone that's been watching, thank you for joining us. Mike, Nate, Treaders, you've all been brilliant. Everyone at home, thank you for watching, and we will see you at the next one. See you soon.